Hallihallo, liebe Freunde der Nacht und des Tages. PUBG Nations Cup Final Stage Tag 1 ist angebrochen und die Leute gehen gleich in Miramar rein. Ich bin super gespannt. Es wird ein mega geiler Stream, denke ich. Und wie einfach die ersten Matches aussehen werden, bleiben wir gespannt.
By Paper Thin to bring you all the action today. And Paper, after the survival stage yesterday, emotions were running high for some players going into last night.
No doubt about it. It came down to that last game, a make or break for a bunch of different teams, and we saw some rise up, like Denmark, like Poland, but we saw some just fall short. France, one placement point in that tiebreaker from making it through in their very first appearance here at PNC. What a showing they had, but they just couldn't quite get it done.
A phenomenal day one for them, but it just goes to show how different every single play day is in PUBG and how it is so difficult to actually win tournaments and win events. And as I said, emotions were high too. Speaking to some players, I know the Team UK were devastated when they got the first knock on to Canada because obviously those players know each other, and it's one of the things that I love about PNC. These players, some are teammates, some are friends, and for the first time at events, they're rivals.
Absolutely. I mean, you're going to see a lot more of that here today as teams like Team Liquid have a bunch of different representation across multiple different countries. So there's a lot of exciting storylines in terms of people who normally play together that are playing against each other, players who are going to be finding themselves in their very first final stage and their very first PNC ever, like the Philippines. So some really cool storylines to follow.
Yeah, the Philippines were absolutely phenomenal yesterday. But, you know, as we get ready, one thing I want to speak about in particular is the format, right? To remind everybody at home, this was a 24-team event. The top 8 teams from last year's PNC, they qualified directly through to the grand finals, and the other 16 had to play over 2 days in the survival stage to get to this point we are today. And as you said, some teams confidently roared their way into the finals, but for others, as you said, it was a really, really tight affair. Look at Denmark. Who would have had them qualifying yesterday after the day one they had?
Yeah, 74 points yesterday for Denmark. I mean, what a change. You know, just came in with more confidence, had a little bit more luck on their side, and they're able to come through and show us that kind of expected level of PUBG we know that Denmark is capable of. You know, they had a 6th place finish in their one appearance previously in PNC, so certainly excited for them. Today, the map rotation is going to change just a little bit. We're just swapping Miramar and Erangel. We're going to start out on the Dusty Dunes. Tego Rondo, same order in the middle there, and then Erangel to wrap up the first day.
It's funny because we had a conversation in the pre-show. You're an enjoyer of finishing on Miramar, and I'm an enjoyer of finishing on Erangel. Either way, for the teams that played really well on this map yesterday, and I'm looking at the likes of Denmark, it's a great way to carry on that momentum onto a map that you finished with in a brilliant fashion, with Beamy getting that final kill. And one of the things that I love about this event is seeing the fans of players. Did you see there was a bunch of people running around with Denmark jerseys and a sign with Beamy on it? And I asked him, did he see it? He was like, he had no clue. He was like, I didn't know I was big here.
He is big here. I mean, he's such a good player. He's been so good for so long that it's not too surprising that he's accumulated some fans along the way, but you're going to have a ton of fans representing a ton of different countries. I mean, I've seen people from all over the world here. I know there's going to be fans from Brazil here as usual. Saw them last year, and I guarantee they're going to be representing. Norway, for sure, we know has been represented, so it's going to be really exciting.
And there's no doubt that there's definitely going to be a home crowd favorite as well taking part, and their first day is today as well. And honestly, those home fans, I think they have a lot to be happy about because that Korea team, which we'll talk about a little bit later on today, is looking so good.
Yeah, there's no doubt that they're going to be a force in this event. I mean, year after year after year, Korea brings one of the best rosters you can think of, no matter what is going on in Korea. So really excited about that. But we want to take a live look at what you have in store for the fans here. Bella's got a live report from the fan zone.
Hello guys, it's Bella. We are day one here at final stage of PNC 2025. The weather is hot, but it's going to get hotter inside the venue. But before all that, we have a whole area filled with events for you guys to enjoy. We got the MD exhibition and of course the gift zone with the little box. And we have the predict the winner zone as well. So make sure to stop by this area before enjoying the show, and I'll see you guys later.
See you later.
All right, and as usual, all kinds of fun stuff to do here at PNC for the fans. So tons of stuff to come down and check out. You know, there's still a few tickets available. I'm just gonna say, not for the last day, but there's
Also
something
das
else
sind die
going on
Top
that day.
8
With
Teams,
that coming
die
through, so
vom letzten Jahr direkt qualifiziert sind für das Finale.
we got plenty of cool
Korea super stark, USA auch stark, Thailand stark, Vietnam, China, also Australien, Argentinien und Brasilien. Weiß ich jetzt nicht, ob die so stark sind wie die anderen, aber definitiv die asiatischen Player sind auf einem anderen Niveau unterwegs. Da bin ich ziemlich gespannt, ob Germany da überhaupt Punkte landen kann. Ich hoffe es, ich wünsche es ihnen und wir bleiben einfach dran und
For sure. I mean, I know
gucken,
for
was
30-30,
passiert.
he wants to get that first global win one way or another. He's been so close so many times, going back to PGC last year. So for him and a lot of those boys, they want to take this home for the USA, and I think they're absolutely a contender, a threat. You know, you got to look at APAC as well. They're going to bring a lot of teams. South America is always strong. So this is going to be a packed lobby. And like you said, that 1 point difference, Korea able to get it done in the last game. A little bit different roster for both sides, but Korea in particular bringing a couple different players.
Yeah, and I think for the USA, I think they're going to get stronger. Obviously, Snakers is an incredible player and always has been. But I feel like by adding Alo, he's got a really good relationship with Kurt. Those two play together every single day. They don't even need to communicate at times. They just have a sixth sense as to where everybody's going to be. And with on the other side of the coin, Shrimsy and Kick having that same cohesion, I think it's really going to help Team USA. And when it comes to Team Korea, it is so hard to get on that PNC side because there are so many incredible players from Korea that it's so hard for them to bring the same roster year on year whenever performance has an impact on who plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the Korea roster this year, you're going to have Gyumin as your IGL. He's been IGLing for the Freaks. You know, 2 second places at both PGSs earlier this year. They can really get it done. Now, they're not going to be kind of in the same play style as some of the previous Korea teams, I feel like. Maybe a little bit more measured, maybe a little bit more looking for some of that zone control. But I know also Seoul, with him being back here, he wants to get it done on the global stage. It's his first chance. He was telling me backstage just a little bit ago that, you know, for him, he's kind of frustrated because he's been a little bit bored this year. He hasn't made it to any global events. So this is his opportunity, and I guarantee he's going to want to get aggressive.
Yeah, there's a lot of players actually globally that are huge names that haven't been able to play at a PGS this year or even at PNC. So me personally, I'm so excited to get to cast him for the first ever time because he's a phenomenal player in the scene. And we're watching the highlights last year of how those teams got so close in the end, and it came down to the very last game. But the big thing about these two sides, I think, will be the contracts in style, because you spoke about how you think there's going to be a bit more measure with Korea this year. I think that in a lobby like this, it's the team that makes the best decisions that are going to win. Like, I know that's an obvious thing to say, but these aren't 4 players who play together every single day. So it's going to be so much harder to keep on top of what everybody's doing. And as we said in the survival stage, sometimes these players, they don't need to communicate in their normal rosters because they just know. So they have to add that layer to their game that they don't maybe not usually use.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with Seoul and Salute, you're going to have some level of comfort there, going back to their days together on Danawa. Gyumin and Salute, obviously, together on the Freaks. Raining's kind of the wild card there. His first PNC, a player who I've been a big fan of for a very long time in Korea because of his individual rifling skill in particular. I think you got to see a little bit of that at PGS. Well-deserved spot here for him. But on the USA side, you have crazy good fraggers there. You have a great frontliner and Kick. So I really think that they're going to push the tempo again.
I always pick Raining in fantasy. He's one of the players, because he's always a bargain as well. Like,
Yeah.
I can never understand how he's so cheap. But the big thing is, these are the 2 teams that were first and second place last year. A lot of people at home will think they could be the top 2 once more. But let's have a hear on what players from both of the sides had to say when they spoke to Bella a little while ago.
안녕하세요, 벨라입니다. 2024 디펜딩 챔피언 서울 선수와 2위였던 팀 USA의 킥스타트 선수 한번 모셔봤는데요. 과연 올해 서울에서 다시 리매치를 하게 됐는데 서로에게 하고 싶은 이야기가 있는지 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with the defending champion of PNC and the runner-up Team USA Kickstart. I want to ask them, do you have anything you would like to say? Is it going to be different this year? All right, so first.
뭐 작년과는 별 다를 거 없다고 생각하고 아마도 뭐 이번에도 우승을 놓치지 않을까라고 좀 예상하고 있습니다.
I don't think it's going to be different this year. I think the trophy is going to be ours again. What do you have to say to that, Kick?
Well, I caught his breakfast this morning and it was a crab mayo sandwich from a gas station. So I don't know if that's like his normal diet, but I don't think it's looking good for him.
오늘 서울 선수의 아침 식사가 뭐 게살 마요를 하는 거를 먹는 걸 봤는데 뭐 그게 뭐 루틴인지 모르겠지만 오늘 별로지 않을까라고 킥스타트 선수가 얘기해줬습니다. Alright, good luck, Seoul. Good luck, Kick. Okay, say 안녕. 안녕.
Gas station sushi, the breakfast of champions, right?
Look,
Go,
I mean, the convenience food, does slap here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I love convenience stores in Korea, so I think Seoul's on the right track. Personally, we'll have to wait and see. But another region we gotta look out for, dude, is APAC. I mean, obviously, if you've been watching the survival stage, you saw Indonesia and the Philippines absolutely come out, just fragging their minds out.
And it's such a change from last year. Indonesia, obviously, they've come back. They dominated yesterday. And for Philippines, at their first ever event, there maybe was a couple of nerves over the first two maps on day one, but they were incredible. But look on the left, two powerhouses of PUBG, Thailand and Vietnam coming in. And we had a conversation about Thailand, right? They've always been a region that have been known to shoot first, ask questions later. But you think with a change in roster and a change in IGL, you think there'll be a different approach?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ross Hutta Jr. coming in, he is a veteran of PUBG esports, and the way he runs his T5 team is very, very different. They're not nearly as aggressive as a lot of the other Thai teams. They're going to play a slower game. They love things like E-pickups and using the gliders for scouting to look for some of those, phase 4, phase 3, maybe phase 5 rotations to try to get a center circle position that's valuable. Things like that are going to be more in their wheelhouse, I suspect.
Yeah. I think that it makes them more dangerous, actually. Because obviously whenever you get in a fight with Thailand as a team, you know that they're there for the long haul. But now you'd have to think twice about, well, where could the rest of the players be? Are we fighting against 3 players with another player on a scout? It's little things like that that are worth keeping an eye on. And honestly, I think that Thailand is another region where it's so hard to pick the 4 best players, because they're just so stacked from top to bottom.
Yeah, I mean, players like Tigger aren't here. He's absolutely incredible. We're bringing in Kiss, which is super exciting. He is absolutely incredible. I mean, what he showed us at PGS earlier this year was beyond belief. Fluky is a known quantity, a phenomenal player, to say the least. He has always been a really good frontline fragger, great with those ARs as you just saw in those highlights. And of course, Vietnam has maybe the best player in the world right now, Himas. Absolutely just destructive in every aspect of the game.
Who was called out, by the way, by Team Norway yesterday, as Himan wants to prove that even though they share similar names, that they have different goals over the course of today. And I think it'll be worth keeping an eye on if those two teams go head to head. But you brought up the fact as well about Kiss coming in. I watched APAC quals ahead of PGS at the start of the year, and I remember going, wow, this team looks phenomenal, and Kiss is a star. And then at PGS, the first couple of maps, they looked so nervous, but oh my, did Kiss just evolve to another level? And you saw players like Tig, Shrimzy, even European, lots of European players saying, this Kiss kid is insane.
Yeah, they have really good mechanics. They have some really interesting decision-making that a lot of teams aren't maybe going to try, where they'll kind of take these weird semi-aggressive positions where they're going to hold some ground behind some of the other teams, let them do a little fighting, wait for their moment to strike, try to play for that late game. That was for SMO at least at PGS. I think back to that Tago game that went south of Godok and that right near the river edge, and they were able to get a really good result there with playing that kind of style. So I think it is going to be a little bit different, with obviously the national roster instead of his normal team, but this is a guy to watch out for. He can frag.
Yeah, I can't wait. So if you don't have him on your fantasy team or you've not said it yet, think about it. But another 2 teams that are, I really want to hear what they have to say, right? So let's hear what Thailand and Vietnam had to say ahead of today's games.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Team Thailand's Kiss of Death Kiss and Himas from Team Vietnam, a given name. How are you guys today?
Super good, very good. Yeah.
Super good, very good. What about you, Himas?
I'm very good.
Very good. All right. Well, APAC is looking stronger than ever this year. Well, how is this year going to be different for Team Thailand and Vietnam? You first, Kiss.
사람은
Thailand win? Okay. Well, Himas, you heard that. What about Vietnam?
Vietnam win.
Vietnam win, okay. Well, Sawadika and
Cảm ơn.
Kamna, Himas. Thank you. Say bye.
Well, made a few words, right?
Yeah,
But effective words.
keep it simple.
Yeah.
Win. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, but let's turn our attention back to yesterday's action. So going into today, or into yesterday, Poland were in the hunt, and a lot of people had ruled Denmark out. And we're just going to look at the day that they had as far as how many points and placements they were able to move over the course of the day. Denmark going all the way from 16th to 5th in one day with, what, 74 points?
Yeah, once they got to Miramar, they just took over. I mean, you could see the confidence flowing for them, taking some really aggressive fights, some really opportunistic fights, looking for those third-party opportunities, getting deeper into games, and then, of course, the last game, even though Beamy clutches it out with that 1v2 against Norway, they were already secured at that point, but man, what a cherry on top of the sundae there for them, because that was a thing of beauty.
Just make sure that they avoid C4s today, because whether they're using them or they're being used against them, it really doesn't work well for Denmark.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that one that Norway did was absolutely beautiful, just throwing the motorcycle at them. And the funniest part was Hyman, as he hits the wall and knocks himself, that's when the C4 goes off, and he's in that temporary and vulnerable state when you first get knocked. So he's able to survive it even while wiping the team. So yeah, the first day was a little weird for Denmark, but they seem to be right back into what we thought they could do. And this guy right here, absolutely incredible.
I'm so happy because I spent all of our pre-show day talking about how good Ketter is, and like, a lot of people don't know who he is, and I'm like, he's going to go under the radar, but he will come here and show what a valuable asset he is to Denmark. He dropped 1 kill on the first day, and I was like, either I have cast or cursed him so hard, or I just don't know what I'm talking about. But day 2 yesterday, Ketter showed up big for his side, and you really need all 4 players to be at their best, especially this weekend now, because it's not about getting top 8. From this point on, it's about winning.
Exactly. I mean, you know, you talk to some of the players back there, especially like Marsalek, he was telling me, you know, they're so happy they got through here, obviously just barely, but now he feels like there's no pressure. You know, he's like, you're either 1st or 16th, or you're somewhere in the middle. And that's kind of how they're treating it today. They're coming out here, they're having fun. You know, a lot of players love this event because it gives them the ability to play with some freedom, with a little bit less pressure on them in some ways. So can't wait to see what teams like Denmark and Poland are going to be able to do after a strong finish yesterday.
My favorite thing about the whole thing yesterday was when Poland actually got over the threshold, they didn't know. I spoke to Marsalek, the players were saying very colorful language. They thought they were knocked out, they were disappointed, and then Marsalek saw the sign and he just started leaping. But let's have a look at our top 5 kill leaders. And Trick was obviously phenomenal yesterday, Beamy with a big day. But I want to talk about Michael, because he was part of the PNC roster that won a couple of years ago. Then he didn't get picked up, and then last year he came back in a disappointing event for UK. But yesterday and the day before, Michael was brilliant.
Well, it's crazy to think, like, how much value he brings to this squad as an IGL and now as a fragger on top of that. I mean, we saw some great moments from him. That Rondo game, he was really stellar in some of his individual decision-making and some of the overall decision-making that the UK was bringing, the way that they were managing their space around them, leaving T-Bone behind. But Michael is kind of one of those point guys, was really impactful at closing out their win and making sure that they got here into this final stage.
And then Teddy obviously was brilliant yesterday as well. I feel like Teddy had Spain in a headlock at points. He was just ruining them all day long as we look at our damage leaders. But there is one player I think that's worth mentioning who didn't get into the top 5, and that's Fuzzface. He got 19 kills for Sweden. And for him, that is phenomenal, showing that he can still do it. So, you know, if he wants to maybe make a run back at full-time comp, he definitely can.
Please do. Please do. I mean, with what we saw in terms of his complete understanding of the game, his ability to read situations correctly. You know, I still am going to think back to that very first match on Erangel where, yes, he died going over the hill to 2 players of Japan, but that actually got Sweden much further in that game because he identified that 2 players had crept up underneath them because of his game sense, because of his understanding of the map. Things like that are so important, but I'm sad Sweden's not here. They had such a good first day, but looking forward to hopefully seeing more of Fuzz in the future.
Yeah, definitely. And it is so good to be in a situation like this for him to show what he can do. Obviously heartbreak in the end, because I think when we looked at it with 5 or 6 minutes left on the last map, he was, Sweden were still in. It was last second. We spoke a little bit about predictions though, and I hate making predictions, right?
Me too.
It's so hard to do, especially in a lobby like this. But you've gone for Vietnam.
For today.
For today.
For the whole event, I'm going with China. But I think today Vietnam's going to come out swinging. I think with APAC having all this momentum, I think they're going to be the best APAC team here. So that's the team I'm looking at. You went with Brazil, though.
I literally seesawed between USA and Brazil. USA because it's the region I work with, Brazil. But then I was like, you know what? We're going to talk a lot about USA. Let's go for Brazil because I think Sparking is probably the best player we've ever seen come out of South America.
Yes.
And I think we don't even have to debate that anymore.
No.
And when you consider that they've been added by some new blood, obviously you've got BL who've come in from Rock alongside Santastico. Incredible players.
Yeah, no. I mean, this Brazil squad, I think, is going to do damage again. I mean, they always do well, right? But we're going to see an even bigger step up. I think Sparking is one of the best players on the planet. So he's always hungry to win. I love talking to him behind the scenes because he's always got that fire in him, and it's just infectious. He's such a nice guy. So I don't blame you at all for thinking Brazil here.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that as it is a new roster, right? It's not the Brazil that we're used to seeing. So for them, I think they're going to come here with a point to prove. And all the graphics that we looked at anyway, Brazil and Argentina, historically overall course of all the PNCs, have won more maps than any other regions.
Yeah, and I'm not super surprised by that in most ways. I mean, again, players who are very experienced across both teams, across just about every level of PUBG esports. You think to any possible event, those guys are going to be the ones doing it. In Argentina, I'm really excited for Capitan, his first time playing, and as an IGL, so he's really stoked.
Oh, we'll talk a lot about him later, but we asked some of the people at home as well who they thought would get the most kills. And we got 3 of these right. We talked in the pre-show, we were like, Tiggleton's going to be there, Salut's going to be there, Himas. But we got Kiss showing up, and I love to see that.
I thought for sure we'd see like an Left or a Xiaowu maybe coming through, but man, that's great to see. Kiss well-deserved here because of how impressive he was. I thought maybe Sparking as well for, the Brazil fans maybe coming through with their survey, but Tiggleton, not surprising. I mean, he's got an army of, followers from his streaming, so he's definitely going to be popping off no matter what. He's looked really good this year too.
Yeah, rightfully so. Look, he's an incredible player, and I think that a lot of the time over the course of this year, he's not had to make as many big plays as he had to in the past because of the way that Falcons were playing, because, Shrimsy's on another level now, Kickstart's the same. And
Tiggleton ist bei Australien.
Phenomenal. He's got his head locked in the game, but I'm surprised that we didn't see any votes for the likes of Shrimsy, because you and I know he has been playing out of his mind for the last, I'm going to say, 18 months.
One of the most consistent players ever in PUBG esports. I mean, he is going to be a legendary player whenever he decides to retire. I hope it's never, but, eventually all good things. He is just a tremendously smart player, a tremendously effective player. He's done it across so many different events, so many different levels of the game. No doubt Shrimsy is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And if you're looking at your fantasy league over at Twire.gg, Shrimsy, a very solid pick.
Yeah, Shrimsy would be a great pick, I think, with the momentum that Beamy is bringing in today. It's definitely worth having a look at him. So if you're thinking about building your team, you've got a $100,000 budget, which is more than enough. Everybody's going to be able to build the perfect team they want, but the rules are 4 players, 1 player from every team, and then you captain 1 player who will get a bonus on their points. And then finally, you get to pick a bench player as your backup. And I'm obviously going to go for Avenger because it's the only time I'll ever get the chance to pick a colleague as one of the people on my team.
Yep.
And why not? Give Avenger some love.
I realized this. I have worked one event with Scoom back at the Face of Global Summit, so I guess you could pick him as well, and I could claim that, okay, it's a colleague, but I did not pick him. My team today, I'm going to say stacked as heck. Soul is dirt cheap. I don't want to, I assume most people are going to be picking Soul because of how cheap he is and just how good he is historically, but you participate in this event, you do well in it, guess what? You are going to win some prizes. First place, 10,000 G-Coin. You get a bunch of cool stuff. You get the loot cache and a Razer Death Adder V4 Pro, a super slick mouse.
And if you haven't already, if you win that G-Coin, you make sure to use it to buy and support these teams at the event, because crowdfunding, of course, is in place to increase what already is a wonderful prize pool that we have. And obviously, we've got G-Coin all the way down to 300th place, which, by the way, I'm not in yet at all, because my picks over the course of the first 2 days did not go as planned. But I will say this, if you're watching at home, do make sure to pick Martin as your sub Avenger, because I'd love for him to be the most picked player at this event, even if he is just as a sub. Everybody get Avenger as your sub.
Sure. I don't want to inflate his ego too much, so I'm not going to join you in agreeing with that. But look, he's having a good run of it here with Team Denmark as their coach, obviously. Just being that guy to kind of fulfill whatever needs they have, and he's done a nice job of it, obviously.
And you know what? We all love G-Coin. That's not the only way you can get G-Coin at this event. There's other ways to do so. You can enter or bingo, where you can predict the winning team, and you can get the highest score to win some extra G-Coin on that side of things as well. I know you've been trying to get me to play bingo for days. I might do it on the last day. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get there. And then obviously we get some G-Coin for the special moments. And the other way, I guess, is there'll be codes. There will be codes in chat. You don't need to ask about them. They will be put up at random stages during the show, so make sure to be ready to redeem those when they are put up on screen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, easy ways to get a little bit of extra, money in the pocket there for some skins and some other cool stuff in game. So make sure you're participating in all that. Spread the word, let people know that PNC's going on, and there's plenty of opportunities to acquire some little goodies.
And then finally, there are also drops, so make sure that your account is linked to Twitch to make sure you get those drops on your page as well, and make sure to show them off on stream. Why not tweet at me some of the loot that you get from those drops, and I'll let you know what you're able to do with it. But I am so excited because we're getting so close, and this is the part where I think that some players, who've been here before, the likes of Absolute, their heart rate's going to be pretty low, but for some of the teams that maybe are coming in, some of the newer players, they could be really nervous. You brought up one, you brought up one talking about Team Argentina.
Capitan.
Capitan. I had a big chat with him yesterday. He is so excited to be here, and he's such a good guy as well. He's playing with a couple of his teams, but we'll talk a little bit. Tell me about your what you think about these pick'ems that we're seeing.
I'm curious to see how this has changed based on what we saw in the survival stage. I mean, still the top three not changing too much, but Vietnam starting to pull out ahead here, ahead of the USA. That is pretty crazy, but not too surprising. This is a really dominant region right now in PUBG esports. So they've been always just a few, 100,000 ahead of the US, and they're going to maintain that position. But look there's a ton of pick'ems now. I think we've gone up more than 1 million for China since yesterday. That's crazy.
Yeah, and I see that Argentina have crept up into the mix as well, which I think they should have been there anyway with their historic record at this event, and obviously UK got more picks. Now, I am sorry to all the Japan fans out there. Your team is not going to be winning at this point, as they did not get over the line. And looking down, look at that jump from Indonesia. People saw how they played over the survival stage, and they voted in their thousands, and that's got them up now to 13th place.
A dark horse in this tournament for sure. Dead last in the pick'ems to now 13th, so that's a really cool jump. Well deserved with how they played. Denmark still in the same spot, even though they're getting more votes. I think they deserve a little bit more love here, folks. Philippines getting some much deserved love as well. They went from second to last up to that 18th spot.
Yeah, so keep an eye on how that changes and flows over the course of the weekend. And one of the teams, we'll have a look now at the co-streamers. So we're not going to name them all out because there's so many, but they are co-streaming in every different language you could imagine. So make sure to pop in and show them some love as well and join their communities to watch these games. And of course, there's some pro players in there that'll be co-streaming as well.
Absolutely. There's a ton of big names in esports that are going to be watching this, that are going to be co-streaming. Ton of big PUBG names. Saw Wacky Jackie in there. So really excited to have all these guys. Shout out to my boy Zophirs. He's one of the tie casters, one of the nicest guys you will ever meet. Big fan of him. So some great people that are going to be supporting us.
I think that region as a whole, everyone I've ever met from Thailand and even my time there, they're some of the friendliest people I have ever met. But we are getting closer and closer now to that opening ceremony. Before we start though, I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. I'm gonna put you on the spot. I'm gonna interview you, Paper.
Please.
So Chinese Taipei got a lot of votes in the pick'ems, but I think based on their style of play, they've got a style of play that's good for getting into the top 8. We'll talk about it actually a bit later because I think we're getting closer and closer to that opening ceremony. So Paper, you think they're going to have to change things up a little bit?
I think so.
I think so. Well, look, we are going to get ready for our opening ceremony where everything's about to kick off here at PNC 2025, and it's time to kick off the Grand Finals.
And today, history is written again by Team South Korea. They are your 2024 PNC champion. guns here.
United Kingdom! Your 2023-24
PNC champions.
Welcome to PNC 2023.
Just barely.
Welcome to day number 2 of PNC.
Fake the move, don't fake the move, don't fake the move.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on.
혹시 모델업팅 좀
Smooth and original, straight from the underground.
Lol. Lol. Das passt ja ziemlich gut. Ich liebe Beatbox. Hätte jetzt nicht gedacht, dass eine kleine Aufführung hier kommt. Nice.
The brain's motivation neurotransmitter, dopamine.
Dopamin. Stark. Sehr starke Inward Bass, kann man nichts sagen. War sehr clean gewesen. Die anderen Parts waren ein bisschen leiser. Es kommt noch ein Lied von ihm. Oh, okay. Mit seinem Team nämlich aus Korea. Bin ich mir ziemlich sicher, dass die aus Korea sind. Müsste ich doch mal ganz schnell gucken, tatsächlich. Die sind nämlich zu viert, da ist noch eine Frau dabei. Mit Hiss eigentlich noch.
Hands up!
Bring up strike, bust bang all around. But boys on my specialty, better push yourself. Problems all around me, pumping adrenaline. Don't think you will walk away alive in front of me. Every scar and boost, they drive me insane. 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 Ha!
Beat Bella House ist das. Beat Bella House is in the house. Als Group ist es natürlich nochmal viel geiler, weil da können sich die Leute auf gewisse Sounds besser konzentrieren und müssen nicht alles auf einmal machen. Ist das Hiss hier? Mit dem blonden Haaren? Also zum Glück bin ich ein bisschen in der Beatbox-Szene bewandert und ja, konnte jetzt glaube ich einen coolen Übergang machen da dazu. Hätte jetzt wirklich nicht gedacht, dass ein PUBG einfach hier mal in der Stage als Vorführung Beatbox gezeigt wird. Aber mega cool. Hat mir tatsächlich gut gefallen. Hätte ich jetzt nicht gedacht.
Esperen que nuestro equipo sea muy fuerte este torneo. Survival stage itu sama saja ibaratnya kita main screen biasa.
I think the real games are beginning now.
Team Norway will make sure to take the trophy. Esta vez vamos a vencer a Corea.
So, ich hoffe, es geht jetzt mal los. Nicht noch ein Track. Oh, guys and gentlemen, we need this final rounds.
간단하게 인터뷰 하나 진행하겠습니다.
아, 네.
팬분들한테 한마디 부탁드립니다.
저희 이번 팬시 되게 준비 열심히 많이 했고 잘 되고 있어서 좀 기대하시면서 많이 지켜봐 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
그러면 한국에 견제하는 분들한테 한마디.
한마디요? 요즘 공공의 적이더라고요, 아주. 모든 팀들이 저희를 노리고 있던데 지난 2년간 어디가 우승했는지 잘 아시죠? 뺏을 테면 뺏어보세요.
Okay. Nice short interview. Die Teams sitzen schon mal. Das ist ein gutes Zeichen, dass es jetzt endlich mal losgeht. Ich habe extra schon mal heute den Stream später gestartet, damit wir nicht stundenlang warten müssen. Aber dennoch können wir jetzt mal hinmachen, meiner Meinung nach.
It's going to be really tough to keep this Korea team down. Some of the best in the world right now on that squad, no doubt about it. The return of Seoul to the global stage, he's going to be hungry. But my eyes really go to teams like Vietnam, like China, who have PGC winners on their squads, who know how to get it done. So absolutely, they are going to be forces to be reckoned with. And maybe, you know, with what we were hearing a little bit between Australia and USA, teams might be targeting Korea a little bit. Kind of actually hard to do in a PUBG lobby because you got to just kind of take the points where you can. But there is going to be a lot of eyes on that kill feed whenever Korea is involved.
Yeah, and I love how some of the players were talking about how they deserve to
Kann man
win
leider
the
nicht
PNC.
lesen.
Well, there's only one way that you deserve to win this event. Yeah, we got Himsy, we got Gunner representing and Kick. But there's only one way to deserve to win a PNC, and that's to go out over the next 3 days and earn it. And you know every single player behind us, even if they're going into this with the underdog mentality, truly believe that they have what it takes to win it. And honestly, I think it is going to be the best PNC we've ever had. And that's a bold statement considering there was 1 point last year.
No, I think this is going to come down to the wire again. I mean, this is just such an unbelievably stacked lobby that we have here. 16 teams, 64 of the best players on the planet right now. You saw on the survival stage how hard fought it was, how every team made that one of the sweatiest 2 days I've ever seen at a PNC, and it only should get even more intense here over the next 3 days, over the next 18 matches.
Yeah, 18 match format, of course. I think it's the best because you truly know who deserves to win over that many maps. A 6-map day, it can come down to
Okay, der hat seine eigene Bildschirmhaltung mitgebracht, damit er so eine geile Neigung vor sich haben kann. Auch stark.
PNC 2025 Day 1. We are underway here, Paper, and I cannot wait to get stuck into the action.
For sure. We're coming to you live.
Endlich geht's los. Game Start. 2 Matches auf Miramar.
And I'm telling you, if if what I've been hearing about is true, I think we're going to get hot drops probably most maps today.
Oh.
I think there's a lot of teams who
Wollen
have
wir
a lot
wieder
to prove.
den
We'll see though, you know,
Stream lauter?
teams in the scrims in the lead up today just kind of were quiet because nobody fought for anything. They didn't want to show their hands. They didn't want to show their cards. They kept it close to the vest. So now my question is, are spots like Picado, you know, sometimes Hacienda, there's some other points of interest that do get fought over. For Team Korea, you're going to be seeing them go for the normal.
Miramar hat natürlich eine riesen Map, große Städte, also wie die Boys schon meinten, Hot Drops wären dabei, also bleiben wir mal gespannt. Korea und Dänemark fliegen nah beieinander. Ich hoffe, die Dänen lehnen es nicht zu sehr aus dem Fenster und werden direkt aus dem Spiel genommen.
The big one for me to point out straight away is that in the initial drop map that we were given,
Die Koreaner haben sich auch anders entschieden und sind ein bisschen weiter nach links geflogen. Hier sieht man es gut.
And with this flight path, and they know that they could get to water treatment, but their alt drop in Puerto is available. No point risking going for hot drop on map 1. They've gone to Puerto, and you know what? The circle with the flight path we have, it's pretty good for them early stages.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot to work with here coming out of Los Leones. You know, the USA is going to start there, but they are certainly not going to be anywhere near that initially. Once they get their gear, once they start making those rotations, they're going to be trying to claim some of those center compounds. This is one of those weird circles where usually it's going to end up somewhere around Picado, is typically where these circles like to go. Doesn't have to, though, as we do have an interview ready with Salute, the defending champion.
안녕하세요. 디엠프릭스 소속 살로트 오재현이라고 합니다. 이번에 2025년 PNC 국가대표로 참가하게 됐습니다. 최근에 있던 대회에서 좀 아쉬운 성적도 가지고 제 개인 폼이 안 좋았다고 생각을 하는데 이번 대회에서 꼭 그걸 떨쳐내고 좋은 모습으로 활약할 수 있게 보여드릴 테니까 재밌게 봐주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 사실 잘하는 팀을 견제하는 건 당연하다고 생각을 하고 그 왕관의 무게를 견디는 게 한국 대표팀이라 생각을 해서 이번에도 별일 없이 우승을 하지 않을까 싶어요. 제가 왜 국가대표로 선발되었는지 이번에 결과로 증명하겠습니다.
Terrifying, isn't it, when a team that won the event last year as a player going, yeah, I don't think I played anywhere near how I can. James in a spot of trouble here as Flood from Team Australia will fire the first real shots and anger here at PNC. And Australia, they will keep on moving inside the circle. Australia, by the way, great drops here on Miramar, getting power grid. That's a great staging post for them this event.
It really is. I mean, you see that this drop spot is often contested at the global stage. At PGS's, often Twisted Minds is having to defend that territory. One of the best teams on the planet, of course. So when you're looking at power grid, you're looking at easy access to a lot of early game, a lot of high ground, a lot of powerful compounds that Australia's already kind of reaching out to near that road that runs out of Picado to the northeast. So certainly a great spot to start. And I'm really curious to see how Tiggleton is going to approach being the IGL this year for Australia. He was talking to me a little bit about it, how he's not used to having to talk that much. Like he is normally a player who's allowed to be a little more quiet because, you know, he doesn't have to do that IGL role and he can just kind of rely on his teammates.
Also tatsächlich keine Hot Drops dabei. Alle selber müssen noch am rantasten. Das ist auch das erste Game. Keine hat Punkte. Erstmal bauen die Leute ihre Waffen, die sie sonst so auch benutzen in den Game. Verständlicherweise können jetzt auch nicht mit Waffe X rumschießen, wenn ich einfach kein Gefühl für diese Waffe habe.
I think that there's going to be a level of confidence they're going to have that if they had just been in the 16 teams and it was the old format, I don't think they'd be as confident going into today as they are now, considering that they dominated the survival stage.
Yeah, it is, you know, really encouraging for me to see Indonesia play that well, to get that level of confidence on a global event. but they need to continue that. They need to find ways to build off of that momentum. Don't let go of that success that you were able to find. Again, I will say this until the cows come home. It was the best performance I've seen from any Indonesian roster, however you want to cut it, whether it be at a PGS or a PGC. Here at PNC, that was the best I've ever seen from that region. I need to see more. I want to give a quick shout out to Setsuna, who is putting up a ton of damage for this squad, and a lot of it was with the DMRs. He was setting up like the players like Teddy, like Seymour, like Trick for
Mal kurz so
success.
37 Damage abgekriegt beim Fahren. Und da ist jetzt noch ein Koreaner. Jetzt muss der Koreaner aufpassen, dass die da halten. Und die halten da tatsächlich. 3 gegen 1. Einer Knock. Und Goremi aus Korea ist Knock. Und aus dem Spiel raus. Super Granate. Wieder ein Knock bei Norwegen.
And look what he's done. He's broken things open here for Korea, reigning with the Panzer, looking to put it to good use. And there's a buggy that just drives in right in front of him. They're going to storm through. Salute, just run around in tens, puts him on the ground, makes short work of that prone player. But Himas from Vietnam, from afar, looking to get involved, looking to stymie Korea early.
Yeah, Himas has got James in his sight now too, but James has got some explosive utility of his own, and it's perfect. He'll get the knock on the Salute as these
Norwegen knockt noch ein Koreaner.
To each other. At what point does Himas say maybe it is worth Vietnam pushing? The team is too far away, so really he is just on Overwatch.
Also Norweger müssen tierisch aufpassen. Es ist nur noch einer am Leben von dem Team und die Koreaner sind trotzdem immer noch super stark. Oh, Jesus. Da ist Norwegen eliminiert worden, hat einen Punkt nur mitgenommen und sind raus aus dem Match. Hat sich das so gelohnt? Eher nicht. Sorry, ganz und gar nicht. Germany hat auch direkt einen Punkt mitgenommen, einen genockt und gefirstet. Super gemacht. Und USA hat anscheinend... Genau, die USA hat einen verloren durch Germany.
This is going to be interesting. They're looking to maybe clear this building out.
Schirmi aus USA ist noch in der Nähe und ein Amerikaner ist noch oben im Haus, nimmt eine Granate in die Hand zur unwahrscheinlichsten Zeitpunkt, die man nur haben kann und wird einfach aus dem Treppenhaus weggefetzt. Oh mein Gott. Es gehen die Fights aber rund. Jedes Team möchte mal ein bisschen wissen.
Brilliant at bringing players back once they've been dealt with already. But this is going to be tough here, Paper. But Fex will get a knock of his own.
Yeah, Fex being really patient here behind these boxes. So the stuns come out. A good grenade does a fair amount of damage. Tanbu able to finish what the grenade started. So just one player left here for the UK. And it's Vard quite far away from this fight. Looks like he is just going to wait for his opportunity to try to see if he can grab the blue chips and get the recall through.
Yeah,
Oh,
10
Vietnam
players have
Rest wieder
fallen
seinen
already
Mate.
in the opening 8.5 minutes here on Erangel, which has
Hat aber auch
completely had a
3
rebound to its tempo
Engländer
at the
rausgenommen
highest
aus dem
level
Spiel.
of esports here in PUBG.
Auch richtig bitter für
And
die.
you'd think that the lobby will get a
Und
little
haben
bit of
keine
room to
Punkte
breathe. Now, you'd
geholt in
hope
dem
that all those
Fight.
players falling is going to create insane amounts of space inside a zone like this, and one of the teams that'll look to take advantage of that is Denmark, because they're going to share
Koreaner
the
noch mit
area
einem
around
fehlenden
Cantera
Mate,
with Team Poland.
aber dennoch an der Spitze mit 4 Punkten. Werden bestimmt auch auf den Reds gehen.
Quite spread out are both teams, so it's going to come down to some of that long-range shooting, some of that DMR damage to see if they can find any opportunities to try to make a stronger push somewhere. Xiaowu going to be up on top of the mountain here. Delwyn going to be sneaking underneath him. I mean, this is a Delwyn specialty. He is such an aggressive player out on his own. He is willing to take some space and catch his opponents off guard when they don't expect him to be there. And Xiaowu, though, I think he's actually shooting at the Philippines way over on the other side, but for the likes of Vietnam, they're just checking. They're just doing a little bit of scouting here for Delwyn to set him up for success.
Yeah, Delwyn's just creeping up over that ridgeline. Xiaowu on the other side. Spot around the open, but Delwyn takes a ton of damage. One more repeat, one more shot should do it. but he misses every single one. But the fight's not over just yet. The nade's there, and Delvin
Jetzt ist er
will
genockt.
find the knock. And
Oh
Xiao
mein
Wu
Gott.
will go down.
Und
This
super
should be a
Granate noch
point on the
geworfen.
board for
Nochmal
Vietnam
kurz
to get
gelunzt,
them
wo der
up to 4.
hinläuft.
But Xiao Wu had no clue that Delvin was creeping up the ridgeline.
He's so good at moments like this, and he's such a brilliant leader for the Expendables, and you're seeing why.
Die
Because
German
not
haben hier
only is he
einen
good at taking
guten
space, being that
Place.
recon player,
Prax
that is
wieder
so
am
valuable
Scouten
in
hier auf der
PUBG
Anhöhe,
Sports, but he's
aber muss
capable of
aufpassen, dass
finishing
er nicht
what
gleich
started.
aus dem Spiel
Little bit
genommen
whiffy
wird.
there on the initial spray, but that's A-okay because he had Xiao Wu in a dead-to-right spot. Poland going to be grouping up. You can see Denmark wants to gain a little bit of territory behind that. Just going to backfill a little bit as Gustav into this concrete god compounds. Poland, though, going to be happy with what they have for now, as this is pretty central in phase 2. We did shift to the east, away from Picado just a little bit. And a lot of interesting terrain to work with here around the craters, around the graveyard, north of Los Leones. So this is shaping up to be a really interesting start to PNC.
And if you are eagle-eyed and you're looking at the Poland roster and say something looks different, yes, Domint is back in today and Pufa has gone back into the coaching role. So they have made a change going into today. Whether or not this is the thing where they're going to alternate the team every single day, or whether there was just something in particular about day 2 that made them think Pufa would give them a better chance, they have made a roster swap. And I love how we're seeing teams like Indonesia play in positions like Picado where you might not usually go this early, but because you've got the recall system in that position, it means you could play there, and if you do sustain a knock from long range, you can get that player back.
Yeah, exactly, and also that's a really nice spot on the edge of Picado because it gives you a ton of zone control to your east. You're going to be able to keep track of any teams that are going to be setting up on the outside crater that's to the west of Kantara. A little bit of attempted damage. Are they going to drive?
They got it.
They got the tire. Oh, Jaiwei's in trouble now. Jacob going to be circling around him. The spray there gets him weak, and Fluky from afar able to finish what Jacob started.
Yeah, we talked about how we thought Thailand would be a little less aggressive, but there's some things that you can't iron out of a team. And I loved how you had one player, Fluky, up on high with Ross focusing on the tire, and Jacob was like, yeah, you put the pressure on, I'm going to cut him off with a vehicle, I'm going to get that knock. That's a level of confidence in your own ability and your teamwork that is just so good to see.
Yeah, and that shows great communication as well there for Team Thailand to be able to set up plays like that, to catch the trailing player of Chinese Taipei, who are now going to make a wide wrap up to the north. A little bit of space available for them up there, but you know, fighting uphill the rest of the way, most likely, depending on what the next circles do, but going to be a little bit tricky for them. Germany still hounding the backside of USA. Kickstart and Trimsy, the duo for the Falcons, just going to be chilling in a house, trying to lock things down, trying to see what points they can salvage out of this one. And now Thailand making their move. They're going to be coming in towards Los Leones. You have Argentina and Germany down here. This is actually going to be a little bit tricky for them. So let's see if they can suss this out and find a successful entry.
Yeah, I think just looking at the terrain, this is probably the best way. Even though there's more teams here, it's the more playable part of the circle. You look north of where Brazil are, at the very north side of the circle, there's a lot of open ground, a lot of fights that maybe you don't want to get into. We're looking at Thailand's POV of what they know, and you can see them, they're saying, right, we know that there's a 2-2 split between Argentina. You can see them highlighting that, and they're kind of showing what they think their best path into the circle is. And that's one of the things that I love and the addition to observing inside of PUBG lately, is being able to see exactly what those players think or know and what they're communicating to themselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a nice change as the circle going to keep Picado inside of it and go towards that other crater where Vietnam has set up shop with a couple players inside and outside.
Auch eine super interessante Taktik, was Thailand da macht. Die bleiben einfach erstmal in der Zone, gucken, was da abgeht, holen sich die Informationen, wo Platz ist, wo Space ist, wo die hingehen können. Die Zone macht jetzt auch noch nicht so viel Damage, können wir einfach mal ein bisschen aushalten. Super Strategie auf jeden Fall. Gefällt mir.
Xavier did find a knock on a 10 trip for Taipei. That's out by Minas Generales.
Yeah, that's a long-range knock, and it's a bit more aggression from Chinese Taipei that we weren't used to seeing over the survival stage, but it's a very tough one to flush out. They should be able to get the rest, but here comes the foul rush. He thought about pushing up, but Calbs, as you would like to say, Johnny on the spot, saw the push, and is able to push them back the other way for now. But this fight, I feel, is not done yet, as both these sides want to go, and I think that Philippines, Chinese Taipei, they want to do this so Philippines cannot get up into the sky with a C pickup.
Exactly. This is a really nice aggressive play. You're making it so Philippines has to.
Oh, the sandstorm.
Oh,
something,
im Sandsturm. Einfach mal abhauen.
It's going to be harder for Malrush to get close so he can really identify where they're at. Maybe a well-timed in-place grenade could end the Philippines, but they're already up in the air. So that is going to be safety for now for them. That is a huge win. That dust storm couldn't have arrived at a more opportune moment.
Usually when people talk about PUBG timing, it's in a negative light, but for Philippines, that was perfectly timed. It gets them out of dodge, and now they can focus on moving into the circle. But the question is, where do they drop? So they are going to be on foot from this point on. Denmark, they're starting to turn their attention towards Poland, who they've got surrounded on all sides as Magsters and Domi will take a little bit of damage with us. Ace left is actually able to take 10 trip out of the sky.
Wow. He is one of the best in the business when it comes to just raw skill. Aches Left has that in spades for sure. Everybody on Team China does. Ming Ming, absolutely stellar. Lil Ghost, a known quantity with multiple PGS wins. You know, but here for the Philippines, a little bit of a rough start, but they're able to at least get 3 players, well, 2 players down, and CJ's trailing in a vehicle trying to drive to regroup. He's under fire.
Die haben sich auf jeden Fall einen super Berg ausgesucht. Das ist wie so ein kleiner Vulkan, hat eine kleine Kuhle.
So Denmark has an opportunity here to really do some damage to a team that's been harassing them for a lot of this. And in fact, they've got the 2
Die
players
swappen immer mit der Kamera so schnell, ich weiß gar nicht, was ich kommentieren soll, manchmal. Schwierig.
Yes, he takes some damage though as Posa from Brazil is able to target from the other side of the fight. Brazil with a 2-2 split, very close to the center of the current circle and right in the center of this one. And that adds even more value to this Poland-Denmark fight now because they've got a brilliant position as well.
Yeah,
Germany,
this is so important. Cappy finds
gute
a good knock
Position.
onto Dofi. Now Posa taking his opportunity to try to do some more damage. That's a confirmed point there for Poland. Grenade being thought about here by Ketter. Goes just a bit wide. Cappy there, ears ringing, but he answers right back with a big grenade of his own. That's going to push Ketter back into the house to go for the heal.
Yeah, Marcelek still on Overwatch as well, but a spray from Gustav does a ton of damage.
By the way, Korea hat immer noch nicht seinen Teammate gerettet. Wahrscheinlich finden die keinen guten Pointer, den Blue-Mark, den Sender hochzuladen.
But the level 3 gear will help even more. Nade toss, that could be really, really good. It's brilliant. It's right on top of him.
Korea mit einer richtig kranken Granate, einen wieder weggehauen. Triple Leo. Auch ein ziemlich guter Spieler. Einfach mal mit einer Granate genockt.
Left here for Poland, and he is stuck in an awkward position. Alive, firing, looking for points, actually gonna claim Leo. So that's not gonna go to Team Korea. That's a nice find for him.
Yeah, and that's a good salvage because
Polen hat sich einfach den Leo gesnackt. Weg ist der Punkt mit der geilen Granate.
Players still alive
Indonesia.
after 18 minutes in the double blue zone. Malrush, it was nice knowing you. Absolut will get another knock for Korea as they are kicking things off the way the champions should. Philippines now locking horns with their rivals from inside, but here come China. They got to get a clean fight with Indonesia, but China start pushing up here. Here's the Dark Calb's going to fall as well as Lil Ghost will get that knock. Philippines, it's all going wrong.
Oh, they felt like they had such a good fight, but then China shows up to the party.
Oh.
Tries to hold the spray down, he loses, but Algenbot
Philippinen holt sich ein paar Knocks. Der letzte Chinese ist noch am Start, muss aber jetzt kurz retzen, weil er super schnell verblutet.
Indonesia not driving in their direction, so Indonesia happy to let them lick their wounds.
Philippinen wurden aus dem Spiel genommen. Was? Das hat man leider jetzt gerade gar nicht gesehen, aber die sind raus.
Luke 12 all but out at this point. Tiggleton, Monty trying to protect the player as best as they can, but Trick lining up with another big grenade, and he's got that point secured.
Yeah, Indonesia 3 players up. Australia now the exact same as Flood, Monty and Tig will look to combine. Tanvu, he's going to fall, but Capitan was a lamb to the slaughter there with a Panzer as a solo inside a building. but back to Indonesia. The longer this
Hier
fight
sieht
goes
man
on
es
for
ziemlich gut. Die
Korea,
Deutschen
the
haben
more likely
super
China are
geile
to get involved,
Positionen.
as Tiggleton will get a knock on this
Let's mit der nächsten Zone nicht mehr so geil. Ziemlich offenes Feld.
And you've Korea just over the edge, and Trick will get a big knock on the flood, and there's just 2 players up for Australia now. But here's China going for that backfill on Indonesia.
This is a really smart play from Australia. That knock there opened up some space for them to try to press this fight against Indonesia, knowing that they're going to be sandwiched.
Also man merkt ziemlich krass, dass es in Turnierphasen wahrscheinlich auch so in ihrem Game-Stil ziemlich viele Granaten geused werden, egal welcher Hinsicht. Molly-Granate, Blue Zone-Granat, die sind einfach essentiell wichtig. Indonesien ist auch raus, Argentinien raus, Norwegen raus, Taipei raus.
Will finally deal with Marsalek as then there were 10. But China,
Polen gerade eben auch eliminiert worden. Und Vietnam holen sich 7 Punkte bisher.
Doing the damage now, and Australia fall in 10th, and they're followed out the door as well. 8 teams left alive, and China and Korea will now probably
Korea hat gerade die halbe Lobby auseinandergenommen. Was zum Henker ist gerade passiert?
For the superstar, a grenade actually bounces up, does quite a bit of damage. 2 Aches left in Lil Ghost, so they're gonna have to prone it down, try to get some heals to go through. Himas with a FAMAS, absolutely deadly with it. And there is some long-range shooting, and Seoul again gets the knock. It's on to Ming Ming this time. 10 kills already for Korea, and it is a shooting gallery down into the crater.
Like I said, this is how a champion should perform at this event. But the game is not over yet. We're only now entering the placement point window as Vietnam look to push towards China. Himas and Tanvu will start tossing utility that way as USA are wiped at the hands of Germany and Brazil. Good nade from Himas picks up another
Germany
point for
holen
Vietnam.
sich noch ein
That's
paar
8
Knocks.
kills for them as well, as 2 of the favorites
Noch ein Punkt
are
auf jeden Fall
going to
dazu.
work here on Miramar.
Die letzten 7 Teams sind noch am Start.
The mist is transcending, but Tanvu is going to put that C4 in place.
Oh, C4 am Auto. Wir haben es gestern schon etliche Male gesehen. Nein! Oh!
Don't go close. Don't. He's fine.
Just listen to the beeps.
Schade.
You just need to be far enough away from the beeps and you're A-okay. I love the attempt there.
Das Auto ist leider am Stein kleben geblieben, ansonsten wäre es sehr gefährlich geworden für die. Germany holt sich guten Space, müssen aber aufpassen, die sind hier immer noch ziemlich auf der offenen Map-Seite, haben Brasilien vor der Seite und müssen jetzt anscheinend an den Berg rangehen, was ziemlich verkehrend sein kann.
Very keen to try to make sure that nobody's going to encroach on their territory, but it's flat up here. There's going to be opportunities for the likes of Germany,
das ist eine
Brazil,
sehr gute Idee.
Denmark,
Brasilien muss jetzt bekämpft werden. Ansonsten haben sie Schwierigkeiten. Brasilien ist jetzt böse in der Zange mit Dänemark und Germany. Die kriegen jetzt so viele Granaten ab. Oh nein, Brasilien knockt einen mit der Granate. Mika ist leider knockt. Oh, Xerath ist auch fast noch. Komm hier nicht schnell. Und Vietnam hat China aus dem Leben genommen mit mega guten Granaten. Brasilien ist immer noch komplett am Start. Und Mika ist wieder gerettet worden. Muss es jetzt natürlich hochheilen. Und sie brauchen den Space. Sie müssen Brasilien rausnehmen. Dänemark ist halt immer noch nah an den dran. Oh mein Gott, das ist viel zu spannend. Himas fast knock. Wie die Dänen da lauern und Germany.
This could be big for these sides. BL will get another knock. Mika will fall for the second time as Brazil continue to find sparking momentum. But Braxco, you gotta hit those.
Oh mein Gott, wie kann er nicht Knock sein? 2 Knocks bei Germany, das sieht sehr fatal aus. Jetzt die Dänen greifen ein, jawohl. Das könnte gut sein für Deutschland. Die Dänen nehmen Brasilien auseinander. Die German müssen auf den Rest gehen. Bei den Germans einer eliminiert worden. Ein Knock bei den Dänen. Und noch 3 gegen 2 für German.
It doesn't get any better than that on that push for Denmark. That was so clean. And now they're keeping Germany completely pinned. One down, but Mika ready for Ketter's push around the corner. Just Gustav on his feet. He's able to win one at 5 HP. Just wants to confirm this point. Able to at least do that with some help from the smoke at his side. Germany actually wiped out by Vietnam as they do end up getting up the hill. 4 players still alive.
Okay, gut. 4. Platz gemacht. Mit 8 Punkten. Ist okay. Kann man mitnehmen. Super erstes Spiel gemacht. Leider hat es nicht gereicht für mehr, aber kann man nichts machen. Die waren so in Trouble gewesen.
Back into super stealth mode, creeping up over this
4
hill,
gegen
getting closer
1
and
gegen
closer.
3.
The predator is hunting, and there'd be music and a show, and
Da
Delwyn
ist der
strikes
Däne
again.
raus
And
aus
it's
dem
Vietnam
Game.
and Korea
Die letzten 2
battling
Teams.
for the win. 13 kills for Vietnam, and it's 10 for Korea. But can the reigning champions, the hometown heroes, lock it out in game number 1? Look at Vietnam. They're bled dry. No explosive utility whatsoever for them to work with in this battle with Korea. But
Das sind
maybe
die 2
they can salvage some from this
Top-Favoriten.
A few things being scooped up here by
Haben jetzt
Salute. The
einen
nice thing for
Fight
Korea is they've
miteinander.
got a ridge line on the eastern edge of the circle that they can hide behind right now. So it is cover temporarily. Getting further forward, going to be pretty tricky. Vietnam's going to have that extra player to create that extra angle, and you can see Salalzi on the map going to be that player for Vietnam to try to find that flank angle.
Korea
So
spielt
it's going to
gerade
be a lot of
super
pressure again on
vorsichtig.
Raining. We've been seeing that he's been the guy to
Sind
really be
natürlich
the
auch
one
nur
to
zu
watch
dritt statt zu
for
viert.
those aggressive maneuvers around the edges, and you never know where the hell Delwyn's going to pop up at. So got to be really proactive with your information gathering, making sure that you're checking every angle possible here as Korea, because pretty likely that when we get to another circle, that it's going to be a little bit tricky to move forward, as Vietnam has a great ridgeline and they're basically guaranteed to at least have a couple players in.
Yeah, you look at this circle, and Korea, at this moment in time, they're in, yes, but as you point out, not an incredible amount to work with. Salute, he is creeping not too far away now from Delwyn. It'd be curious if Delwyn was to get caught out by his own trick. If Salute can just creep close enough to open up that line of sight. Korea really need the first knock in this engagement, because if Vietnam get a 4v2, they don't throw those. Korea just creating some cover for themselves. One of my favorite additions to the game is the deployable cover. The fact that you can make positions that were once unplayable, now somewhat playable, to try find a victory.
Absolutely. It is hands down one of my favorite additions to the game as well. So you got some smokes coming down now here. Seoul trying to create a little bit of space. Raining as well, wants to cut off that extra angle. Circle is just going to center up for phase 8. So Tanvu Himas going to be the front liners for Vietnam. They're going to try to lock it down there. Not much utility left either way. A few frags here and there. Raining down to his last one. Saw Molly in the bag for Salute. You've got a few smokes, a few stuns. So util here for Korea to make something happen. But Vietnam has the extra player. They're going to try to load up, try to see if they can get lucky on isolating a Vietnamese player. But Vietnam wise to that game, and they're going to fan out. Stuns going through, but nobody's really been able to find that moment.
Raining just using the smoke as cover to the rest of Vietnam while he creeps closer and closer to Delwyn. Delwyn spots out Raining, but that also reveals his position.
Ist nicht knackt worden. Es geht aber die Post ab. Der erste Vietnamese ist genockt.
3 versus 3 now here on Miramar. Yeah, look at where Salute is.
He's gone to the edge. He's made such a brilliant rotation. He went out into a little bit of the blue, but he can't connect the shots. And Tanvu wise to it. Raining steps up to the plate now. That's Himas down. It's a 2v2. 2v3, in fact. Korea's still got all three up, but are they going to give Vietnam the
Zwei
time for
Knocks
these
bei
reses?
Vietnam.
He's going to go for it. It looks like Vietnam want to get back up to a 3. 1,000 damage for Seoul now as Tan Vu desperately tries to hold them back, and Sololzy will find a knock on the reigning. It's 3v2 now as the pendulum swings back the other way. You can see the spray from Salute. He finds a ton more damage, but Korea will be down to a 2 now. Smoke in position, Blue Zone at their back, but this time it's Seoul. He's going for the wrap around the other side. He is trying to stab, and maybe Tan Vu could be the one. Tan Vu really needs to keep eyes on Seoul here. Vietnam don't want to lose another player.
It's the old Donawa duo. Seoul got a brief glimpse, but didn't really get the opportunity. Salute still trying to pepper players down with that 3x AUG. Hasn't found tremendous success with it. That FAMAS from Himas, absolutely scary. And he's going to try to get underneath Salute. Seoul, though, doing good damage, pressuring Sololzy back, at least trying to create a little bit of an opportunity here for Salute. The problem is Himas, I think, is going to get the jump on him.
Yeah, this is looking so bad. Damage from Salute from the other way. That should be a signal for him to push up the hill, and that's exactly what it is. Himas gets one. He turns his attention to Seoul. He's in a 1 versus 3 now. The Korean as the Vietnamese will look to flood in. 1,100 damage, 15 kills though for Vietnam as they look to start off PNC in dominant fashion. All they gotta do now is wait. Do not give Seoul isolated 1 versus 1, but they give him the first, a headshot, but Vietnam, they take the first win. It's not going to be a miraculous start for the reigning champions, but it's Vietnam who kicked things off the perfect way, and what a win that was.
Yeah, that was really, really well played by them. They had a tough moment there where they had to go uphill. Being underneath Korea's gun sight, so they're able to find their timing to get themselves into that winning position, keeping all 4 up, keeping China at bay in the middle of the map. I mean, really impressive stuff. Delwyn getting it kicked off against China early with his classic, quintessential, sneaky plays that break things open, and just a great game back and forth.
I can't get over how big of a gauntlet that's just been thrown down to the whole lobby. 20 plus points for 2 of the favorite teams in game number 1 is insane as we get a look at the highlights from that matchup. But you couldn't have asked for a better start. Things looked like they were going to go wrong there, but Gu-Ming, by getting that first knock on the Norway, how different this game could have been for Korea if he didn't hit those shots.
Yeah, and Seoul isn't going to miss his opportunities when he's given juicy targets like that. Those shacks so easy to get grenades in and basically unavoidable if you're stuck inside of one, that you're not just going to get knocked. A little bit of a nice play here from Thailand early to get that pick onto Chinese Taipei. Philippines, I thought for a moment they were going to have a good fight against Indonesia, but then China showed up with a well-timed backstab. You know, some really good stuff from them in terms of finding their moments, even though they lost a player early. Aches left able to survive despite multiple knocks, so they were playing measured aggression, I would say, and doing a pretty darn good job of it.
Yeah, they were really good, and I think that a lot of teams had good, like Brazil had a very good game. Denmark were brilliant. They did show a continuation of the form from yesterday, but they just found themselves on a section of the circle where there was just too much foot traffic. And Korea, as we know, are not going to take up an opportunity to third-party a fight. They did it to Australia, and then they wrapped all the way around to the other side of the circle.
Das da der nicht noch war.
And the timing of that push
So ärgerlich für die Deutschen.
Brazil were gone within 3-4 seconds.
Yeah, it's hard to do it better than Denmark did there. That is just so well executed, so clean from them. Even though they don't get too much further, that was a really nice moment for them. And Seoul, you just never know with him in the lobby. It looked like for a moment Korea was going to be able to break things open, but Salute just couldn't really make that off angle work. He couldn't find that 3x spray with the AUG to really get a ton of damage in. So a little bit frustrating for them, but you can see some smiles on their faces. They know they gave it a good effort.
And the best thing about it is the second that the damage was dealt onto Salute, the call was made for Himas to push. He's low, get over the hill, get the knock, because we're still in a 2v1 against Seoul, even if you get traded back by Seoul the other way. So really good comms. But what a start that was. Let's have a look though at how many points the top 4 teams were able to garner in game number 1. 3 teams with 10 plus kills. 3 teams responsible for wiping out more than half the lobby.
Wahnsinn.
Look at what Vietnam is doing there. Their grenades so impactful. We saw time and time
Aber
again
super
that they were
Runde für die
getting
Deutschen.
tons of damage and finding their moments to just put teams
Leider
on the
nicht so
back
viel
foot
Kills
with
gemacht
those
wie die
grabs
ersten
to
Top
start
3,
some of those
aber
game fights where they were getting
besser als
really
gar
active.
nichts.
Korea just, I suspect a lot of that damage is DMRs. They were making life miserable for those teams from that edge position. Just a solid game from Denmark in terms of decision making, in terms of being patient, finding their moments. Let's see who our man of the match was for Vietnam. It's going to be Salalzi with 5 big kills, 600 damage. What a start here for Vietnam.
Crazy when 5 kills and that much damage is only 28% of the points your team got. Every single player for Vietnam could have gotten man of the match in that one. Like, that's a tough one to call. But boy, were they brilliant. But I want to give a shout out to Delwyn. Like, look at how he was able to creep his way into multiple fights and get that initiating knock. He did it to China. He got a point earlier as well in that gunfight with Korea. Brilliant.
He's really darn good at doing that kind of stuff. I'm so impressed with Delwyn throughout this last year, really. PGC in particular, obviously being a champion there, and they get themselves 26 total points, 17 for Korea, 16 for Denmark. And then it's a pretty steep drop down to Germany and China, who had really solid games, but these other 3 teams just sponging so many points at the top of this. What an explosive start to this one. I mean, once things kind of got kicked off, it just felt like it never ended. That mid-game in particular was just wild.
Imagine getting 11 kills and 3rd place and still being 10 points off the team that got top. That is how good Vietnam were in game number 1. But a shout out as well, like Germany did really well. They brought the aggression to the USA at the very start as they got 2 kills onto Alo and Kurt. They were able to do some damage onto, I think, Poland at one point as well. Like, it was a good start for Germany coming through survival stage.
Kind of curious what happened in that situation there with Alo and Purdy, just maybe not anticipating that would be the rotation path there for Germany, or just never heard it coming. It didn't have an escape route or something. I'd have to go back and watch the VODs a little bit to figure that one out, but usually, especially with Purdy Curdy there, I wouldn't anticipate that you got caught off guard like that unless Germany did something really sneaky. And it's Chris, it's Germany, so that's probably what happened.
Yeah, like Alo was caught outside camper stack, and camper stack's a great position, right? You get lines
What
of
is that? You're gonna
So
you
camper
use
stack
words.
is the 5-story apartment building on the edge of Los that looks all the way over to the west. We call it camper stack because people tend to camp at the very top and just look over the whole of the map.
I see.
So it's a great position to play, but only if you've got 2 or 3 players up.
Sure.
Right? You're up there all by yourself against a 3-man. Unless you've got a Panzer and the team are grouped so close together, you don't win.
Yeah, no, it's true. So I just suspect something sneaky from Germany. That's at least my initial inkling, or just they were so fast to get there and it just caught America completely off guard. But yeah, not bad at all. If you weren't one of those top 3 teams, if you're getting 6, 7, 8 points, you're very happy with that game. Argentina off to a bit of a slow start, but I don't think you can hold them back for too long. They had that explosive day 1 the other year, and they're a team that has some great fraggers there. You can see here for Argentina, really good finishes, always in that top 10 spot. Brazil, you're not going to hold them down for too long. I don't blame them for what happened in that game. They were gifted that crater, that little dip that's up on the top of the ridge, and they were able to lock it down for a bit. Of course, there were just a lot of hungry teams around them who were given the opportunities to punish that fight.
Yeah, and I think that as well, you talk about Argentina, they got third-party by Brazil. Long-range shots from Posta got a knock, which really inhibited their ability to hold their own in that fight where they got wiped. So things like that just happen inside of PUBG. This is where I want to talk about Brazil again, because you brought them up. It's a almost completely different roster than what we're used to seeing, right? There's no Gizera for what feels like the first time in a long, long time. This year, we've seen the players from what used to be working in silence who got picked up by the Org Rock. They did really well on the second PGS of the year. The first one, of course, they didn't quite play their best, but they won a couple of maps the second time around. They earned the right to be here. I've been a massive fan of BL and Santa for a long time, and I think alongside Sparking and Tosa, they're going to be really good additions to this Brazil team.
It should be a really well-balanced Brazil team. I mean, Sparking, IGLing, and also just one of the best fraggers on the planet. Biel and Santastico, we can see, you know, like you're talking about at PGS, what they're capable of. I mean, Santastico winning that nice 1v3 versus BB team. Absolutely insane stuff from him. And then Posa, one of the best salvage point players I've seen in quite some time. His ability, his knack to just sort of rat things out and get you those extra 2, 3, 4 points is unparalleled right now. You don't have Loki in the game anymore, so now I'm looking at Posa as that new guy who can get it done by himself.
And then we spoke a lot about the teams at the top and how well they're going to feel after game one. If you're USA or Team UK or even Australia, you didn't have the best game number one, and then you look and you see how many points Korea and Vietnam picked up. But you've got to stay calm. It's 18 maps. It's not a 2-day event. It's not a 1-day event. There are so many maps still to be played that you've just got to get it into your mindset that it's fine. That one's done. We can't affect it. Let's focus on the next.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it's easy to do it at PNC, I think, because so many, you know, players, yeah, there's some level of pressure on you, obviously. You want to win as much money as you can, of course. But at the same time, you know, this is a more fun event. Everybody comes into it a little bit looser, a little bit, you know, take it a little less seriously, let's say, in terms of just like, hey, we still want to win. They're still going to give it their all. But when it comes to, you know, after the round is done, there isn't that whole, oh man, you know, what is wrong with our team? Like, what's going on? They're like, guys, that one just didn't go our way. Easy reset there. As, yeah, got some USA fans.
It's Kick's hair, isn't it? That's Kick's hair.
No, it's Shrimzy's hair, actually.
Oh, Shrimzy, is it?
Yeah, for sure, that's a Shrimzy sign.
I didn't even think about who was holding the sign up. That's my bad. I should have thought about that. That's my fault. I apologize, the viewers at home, but I'm not going to apologize for this. Game number 2 is about to kick off. We're going to Miramar for the second time today as we have a little overlook at Los Leones, which has been the drop spot, especially in the Americas and globally, for Kurt and Liquid for the longest of times, and well, it's no surprise to see that USA will be taking that spot here at PNC.
For sure. That makes a lot of sense, as, you know, a lot of these teams are going to be leaning into their drop spots in terms of who their IGL is. That's going to be where they want to operate from. I think a lot of players, you know, if you ask just your average fragger, they don't care too much where you're dropping for the most part. Like, they're happy to just be told what to do, where to go, and then how to play from there. Just let the IGLs do the talking, do the thinking. They're going to do the shooting. So certainly for the USA, it makes a lot of sense. Australia should be power grid again, you would assume. Are we going to see any hot drops? Doesn't seem likely, as you talked about. Germany does have that all drop in Puerto Paraiso. So again, that one going to be claimed by them. Looking north of the map, I see Philippines and Poland kind of thinking similar ideas near La Coberia. But I don't know if that's actually the end game or if it's just going to be an Oasis drop here for the Philippines.
Yeah, they're going to extend out towards Oasis. Poland will get La Cabrera to themselves. Thailand aren't too far away. We know that they'll be taking water treatment over the course of this weekend as we get ready for the first circle shift of the day. Remember, if you do want to keep an eye on what is going on the map at all times, !map will bring you to the map feed. If you've got a spare screen, a spare device, it's always good to keep an eye on what everyone is doing. And it's also a good time, I suppose, people, to let everyone know at home that some player POVs are available in team POVs if you want to follow a particular team as well.
Yeah, PUBGsports.com, and you can check some of that out. But we've got an interview with Tiggleton, the leader for Australia.
Our team has a really high skill ceiling, but we struggle to come together because we all play the same role on our own teams. So it's really like a chemistry issue for us, but I think with a little bit of practice and over the years, we'll get better. And we'll show you what a powerhouse Team Australia can be.
I think Team Australia is not as strong as people think they are, and it will be very easy to defeat them.
Team USA, they're all right.
I think they'll be top 24. I think they'll be within the 6 to 12 range.
Shrimzy, I think the score is 1-0 right now, but I'm coming for you.
I am on the same team as Tiggleton, and he is not an IGL at all. He's all aim, no brain.
Which is not true.
Seems like they're having a little fun, Shrimzy and Tig. Obviously, those guys very good friends, so, you know, a little bit of friendly banter there. And all aim, no brain. I'm not so sure. I think Tiggleton's pretty smart. He's got some really interesting thoughts about the game, and he was the one who was convincing me that Nedex was going to be a force to be reckoned with during the survivor stage.
Yeah, told me that any EU team that's looking for a player will be insane not to pick him up. Marcelik will look to pick up his first
Trip
point
from
of
Filipinas
this
is cut in
second game of the
trouble.
day. He's got 10 Trip in his sights. The door's been opened. 10 Trip.
Oh.
Be a 10 Trip, dude. 10 Trip thought there was somebody there, and 10 Trip will shut him down. He opened the
Ist
door.
doch nicht in
He put the
trouble.
barrel of the gun out there to force Marcelik to shoot. Step back inside. I think the words there are hook, line, and sinker.
Well, the whole way through, I could tell that 10 Trip was wary of somebody being here, whether they saw it with the drops or some piece of loot, you know, got picked up off the ground and gave it away, not sure. But regardless, that's really good diligence from a player who really stood out, especially on day number 1. He was your top damage dealer on the first day of the survivor stage. And you can see that 10 Trip is the real deal here for the Philippines. And now Poland not happy that they lost a player, and they're going to try to pick on poor 10 Trip, who is all alone, and he's actually going to use the backside of this hill to try to get through. I think he's got a little bit of cover from Calves at range to try to get him an escape. And let's see if he can get that. Oh, he hits a headshot. Oh, just far enough out that it didn't get the insta knock.
That's 99 plus damage. You saw the 100 come up on your screen. He was within I'd say he's less than 1 foot away from finding that knock. But it's great from 10 Trip. He's staying inside this fight. He did not elect to fall back. I'm just surprised that the rest of the Philippines have not come. I think that Calves has actually gone to pick up his teammates to give 10 Trip a little bit of a hand. This is a 1 versus 3, yeah. So all 10 Trip had to do was stay alive and keep pressure on to allow Philippines now to join the fight.
Yeah, some nades are starting to come out now from Poland. Feeling like they're not going to be able to get it done with just the guns. They got to find another way to get 10 Trip down, but reinforcements have arrived. Calves at range, not able to really find much either way. Dummett not doing too much damage there, but that's 10 Trip again with that Dragunov.
This is just deadly from 10 Trip. He has stayed in the fight. He's going to toss a follow-up nade, but for Poland, this is all going wrong. CJ getting within nadeable distance. Cappy is going for the res. Dummett needs to keep the pressure on to stop Philippines from surrounding them on all sides, but it ain't that easy. Elgin Bots gets some help from 10 Trip as Cappy falls, but Dummett will trade it back the other way. Matchsters and Dummett now 2 players up against the 3 from the Philippines. They're outside the realm of that BZ nade, but Dummett doesn't even have a sight on his AUG.
See if they can get the res, the heal to come through for Poland. Dummett, as you can see, CJ knows that he could find it. 10 Trip actually dealt with CJ quick to trade though. Looking to go for that flush with the AK, has to reload it to make sure he's got extra bullets just in case the last player from Poland shows up. But it's actually going to be Thailand now, looking to go for the flush onto 10 Trip. Algenbots did get rezzed. Oh, he sees the feet there to try to finish what he started. CJ doing a nice job on point. Can this last Poland player get anything else done?
He's 1 nade. He's inside that shack. If you throw it right, you can find CJ. He's just around the backside of. No, I think he might actually be in it, but Matchsters, he's got no meds other than those 3 bandages, and they take so long to get back up. So you'll see Indonesia, they've got 3 players back up. Chinese Taipei are going to put some pressure on from one side, and you've got all these teams condensing on this point, and the winners of this fight have got a lot of work to do to get back the way they want to be, because you're slowing all your loot phase has been slowed down, your rotate phase has been slowed down, your feet are now caught in the mud. But for Matchsters, he's only 2 or 3 bullets away from falling in this game, and I think he's going to get himself one. So there's the headshot here, Paper, and he's going to dip into the next room. He's going to peek once more, but I feel like this is going to be it for Poland.
Oh, whoa, he gets another. The headshot hipfire spray onto Calves. All of a sudden, what looked like he was just going to lose that battle.
The rezzing.
Yeah, they're going to have to. Is anybody else going to get involved? My eyes on Chinese Taipei and Thailand to see if they're going to find an opportunity to strike here and secure some of their own points, and he can't get the final one. 10 Trip holds strong, and the Philippines will get back up to 4, but that is so much damage that they've taken. A bunch of knocks, a bunch of damage done to those helmets and vests. They're going to have to find some replacements.
A 10 for his performance, and a triple is the number of kills that he got in that fight for 10 Trip, as they get a great start. And another team that'll be looking to bounce back from what wasn't a great start in game number 1 is Team USA, as they have decided to wrap all the way from Los Leones to the west side of the map, and they're going to go up to the north, realizing that that's going to probably be their best avenue of access now. Teddy's trying to pop a tire onto Alo to spin him out and be able to pick up maybe a cheap point for Indonesia. But I think USA have made the right rotate. On the other side of the circle, if you have the maps movement, I think that UK should do something similar. Go way up towards Campo Militar and push in towards Oasis from the north. But I guess I like to talk about this paper as like the inverse donut effect, where all the teams push to the middle and it leaves loads of space on the outside for these late rotate teams to find somewhere to play.
And this is all just map knowledge, you know, looking at the heat maps of where circles are likely to end up. That's why you have all those teams flooding into those parts of the circle, because they know that this is like they're playing the odds, right? They're playing percentages of where things are likely to end up. So what do we value as priority real estate in those spots? Where do we think we can play the best from, make future rotations if necessary? All those things coming into the minds of these players. Korea setting up a bit of a split. I believe this is a 2-1-1. Gyumin out on his own, closest to the center. The other players just guarding the road that runs from Campo Militar to La Cobreria. Shrimsy's got a bull, not his typical favorite choice of weapon there. It seems like loot was cut a little bit early here for USA to make that rotation, to make sure they could get ahead of some of those other teams, because they knew coming from Los Leones, if they're going to make that wide wrap, they might be running into some other squads. So as we saw, Indonesia was just a step behind them, had maybe an opportunity to pop a tire or something like that, like you were talking about, but not quite able to get there. And Vietnam just taking their time on the edge of the crater fields to see what's going on.
Yeah, loads of space for them to play in and around this position. They're going to be feeling pretty confident as well after what was a brilliant game one for them. And yes, you've got China not too far away in the other section of crater, but you'd like to hope that maybe Australia will keep them honest as all those teams start to just line up on this section of the map. Argentina, they're going to rotate in from the south. They've got about a kilometer of space where there's nobody except China. But what a shift that is. And every single time the circle pops and Korea are somewhere near the center, you can hear the audience give a massive cheer.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. And now Korea going to opt for, I believe, more of a 2-2 split potentially. We'll see what Gyumin and Salute want to do. I would expect them to maybe play together a little bit. Reigning in Seoul here, going to be watching Team Denmark rotating out to their east, heading more towards the Oasis. So a lot of teams going to have to figure out ways to get into this new circle, because it's shifted quite far to the northeast. So Vietnam on the move, China's going to be on the move, USA, Germany, Argentina, Australia, all needing to find some open space. And, you know, Australia a little bit late to make this rotate, so Tiggleton opting to kind of say, hey guys, let's watch what some of these other teams do. Let's try and play for backfill, maybe on that southwestern edge of the new circle. Oh, this is potentially dangerous for Brazil.
Yeah, I think James just gets out of there, but I think you've got Thailand to worry about, who are just above your position. And when you get downrange, downhill from a team like Thailand, if they have got the nades and the utility, you could be in a ton of trouble. Australia, though, you spoke of backfill. I think they're going to take the position that we just saw Brazil vacate, which is a very good staging post for them. And China, well, they're going to go wrap all the way up around the north, and they're going to push in towards where Indonesia are. And Kickstart is going to catch out Zhao Wu on the rotate in, and Team USA will get their first kill of the tournament as well. That's good for Kick, and that's good for USA. Bad news for China, though. You losing Zhao Wu.
Again, he's early gone for China. That is painful for Zhao Wu. He is such a talented player. I mean, that end game he had, I can't remember, 1v6 at PGS 7 was one of the best plays you'll ever see in PUBG esports. I mean, just straight up godlike stuff from him. So not having him available as these games wear on for China is painful.
Tire popped.
Yeah, that's not good.
Tire popped. They're just sitting ducks now. DraftKing, he's going to try to run out of trouble here, but for Argentina, Capitan slams on the reverse because it's all he could do, but DraftKing is going to get knocked. 2 minutes until he bleeds out, if he can stay inside the smoke for now. But yeah, Capitan, the vehicle's exploding. He's just trying to reverse as close as he can to get into some cover. The explosion will create some, but that's why you aim for tires on vehicles like the Murado, because you're not going to get the kill on the player on side when they're driving at full speed, but you pop a tire, it spins out, it's free.
Yeah, it's so hard to shoot through the Murado's windows. They're so narrow, and anything that isn't windows blocks bullets in PUBG. So
von
like,
Amerika.
you have to find ways through. So you're absolutely right. The tire's the correct thing to go for there. What I love about that fight, Tiggleton stayed up on top of the crater on the edge. He knocked DraftKing from probably 600, 700 meters. So that is an absolutely disgustingly good long-range shot from him to give Australia a little bit of extra breathing room and to keep Argentina pinned on the outside of the new circle.
And that completely changes Argentina's rotate now as well, because Ribo will need to go pick up Capitan. Emi is going to wait further ahead, and they're just going to wait to see where the circle shifts and make their decision from that point on. Now, if they want to, they could get the tag, because Australia look like they've now moved on, and maybe get the res off and water treatment. But I want to give credit to Denmark, because that's 2 circle shifts in a row where they were the very first team to get on the move, and they're now getting so close to the center of the circle. They've got all the mountains and ridge lines to play. Really good early decision making on the circles by Denmark, and UK did make that rotate I expected from them as well, as they'll now backfill the position that Denmark held just a little while ago.
Ooh, that was close there for intent. Korea has to back off of that, though. They can't really try to go for any more damage. They're getting shot at range by Brazil. Philippines had spread way the hell out. They're leaving one player. It's just Algenbot's out here by himself, and he's doing work. He's got some kills. He's got some points.
He's just kind of him, right? He's been so good over these few days. Again, shout out to Kira from the Americas, who said that Algenbots was going to be big at this event. The blue zone nade is perfect. That should deal with Mao Rush if he can get out of that line of sight. But as you said, Algenbots is doing it all by himself, but eventually Australia have said, no, that's enough for you.
Bei Germany ist auch einer genockt.
And that's got to be frustrating.
Aber wir sehen leider nicht so viel von denen.
But his team weren't there to help him capitalize it. And now his
Das ist
teammates,
so schade.
his 10 trip has been knocked way
Aber
up
es
to the
liegt
north,
auch ein
and
bisschen
he's
daran,
probably
dass
gonna
er
be
sich in
forced
den
back on Chinese Taipei.
Early Minuten
China.
ziemlich
That's
raushalten.
another great moment here.
Scheint wieder geretzt zu sein und wieder alle 4 am
They were just
Stehen.
driving around trying to find something free. They took a gamble, tried to challenge Indonesia, and these guys have been really strong this event. So they are right back to where they left off during the survival stage, getting 2 quick knocks and kills onto the Petrichor Road duo of Left and Ming Ming. And Seymour looking for more, but as we can see, nobody really that close unless it's Chris gets crazy. Which it's Chris, so possible.
He's having a look anyway. He's having a look. It's what he likes to do. Argentina, don't stop there. Brazil, stop with the Latam on Latam violence, guys. You wanna give yourselves a little big up in this event, but I guess, you know, I did speak. This is the first one I've got. You got one on day 1. I've not had a BRDM yet.
Yeah, we got it. We got it. This is not the player I want. If I'm everybody else in this lobby, if you're a fan of Germany, you're thrilled, because this is the absolute worst person I'd want to see in this thing. You know he's going to come up with something wacky that's just going to catch everybody off guard with it. Brazil, preempting the next zone, wants to get an emergency lift ready to see if they can get ahead of the curve if there is kind of a hard shift on the circle, or use it to get info if the circle just kind of sticks in their favor. So that's what you're looking to see them do, as they are, well, there's a lot of players attaching to it. Let's see. They do all... Oh, it shifts towards them, though, so they don't need to leave. Yeah, you stay here. Maybe throw one up for info.
Yeah, I like how it was Argentina right behind them with the other one that's basically following the exact same flight path. But I think for Brazil, you're happy. Denmark are still in a really good spot. Korea, I'm going to say, are in a really good position as well. And the best thing for Korea is they do have a recall system in that compound as well, if someone does crash and they find themselves in a spot of trouble. But DraftKing, he's going to fall. Pick your poison. Do you go towards Vard's running his way? He's going for the shack, but it's James with a headshot. DraftKing falls, and Argentina are back to a 3. Make that a 1. Make that a none. Korea are going to wipe them out, and the Argentinians will fall.
And look who it is. It's Seoul again.
Argentinien raus, wieder mit 0 Punkten.
Just so damn good at this game.
Oh, einer hat jetzt schon Mental Break.
And Argentina finds out the hard way. Here's that BRDM. Just keep it safe at this point. I mean, you would love to just get this thing into the late game. Meanwhile, everybody else is going to shoot the hell out of this. They don't want to see it anywhere near that Phase 7, Phase 8 circle, because it becomes exponentially more difficult to deal with. And it's already starting to smoke a bit. You know, teams are going to be, I think, really proactive at destroying these. And yeah, this is going to be the end of a BRDM. Takes quite a few bullets, but if teams combine for it, oh no!
He's stuck!
Is he stuck?
He's stuck! Brax is stuck!
Can you
Scheiße.
knock him and pick him up and grab him out of there?
You're going to have to try to do something here, but Brax is stuck inside the middle of the circle. Oh, he got out. He got out.
Oh, okay.
And I did want to point out, just before that BRDM blew up, Germany were trying to repair it. They had repair kits and they were attempting it, but once it started to flame, it was get out of dodge. But for Brax, that could have been so bad. And here, we're going to get Soul's POV. He's so
Das war so eine close Nummer.
He is. I mean, he had been the best player on the planet for a couple of years. Now with him shifting over to D+, they haven't been able to find success as a team. CJ there finding a nice knock through that window. Michael as well finding a knock onto Denmark. Denmark making some proactive moves, but losing a couple players trying to get into this next circle. Himas just on point with that first grenade. The follow-up from Tanbu, perfect. Taking some damage from the Philippines though. Gonna have to scramble to safety. Vietnam, a clean push there. Yeah, Tanbu does get knocked, but man, that was really nice stuff from them.
And our good old buddy Algin Bots is starting to look this way again. He's heard the action. He thinks he can take it because he's Algin Bots. He's just him. As Sparking and Posa will deal with Tig. USA on the move as Himas will look to pop a tire. Vietnam's other teammates have spotted out the Philippines. 10 trip is still up, but Delwyn will find that knock on to CJ. 3 kills for them, but Calbs is there for the trade. And you can see this is a big fight. Algin Bots has got to get there quickly, but look how close Sololzy was for a second there to Calbs.
The Philippines is such a tricky team to deal with because they fan out so wide in these fights. So Calbs had kept his position hidden. Now Zera stepped nice
auch genockt.
Right into the chin of Setsuna. Beamy finds 3.
Punkt schon mal geholt. Den zweiten Punkt jetzt auch. Die machen das klasse.
For Indonesia. Stolfi just looking to clean up these points, but grenades are out. I think that just missed the backside of Ketter. Simoy, a chance here to do something special. Denmark looking to get the res onto their superstar. Should be coming through. Simoy just trying to stay hidden, looking for his moment.
And if this takes too long, Lil Ghost might get the opportunity to pick up a point or two of steal if he thinks that's the only way he can get a best salvage game possible. Doffy with the M249 steps on up, but Ketter will shut down Simoy. 12 teams left alive as now Alo will get the knock onto Flood as USA and Australia go head-to-head, while the other Australia members are getting really close to Brazil. And keep an eye on that rotate as Korea will lose reigning.
Ah, that's tough. That's tough for Korea. Michael just out in the open, 1v1 winning. Oh, the kiss, the Panzer! The kiss of death is striking. He has tons of damage done. He's looking for more, looking around the backside. It's actually Germany who's helping out a bit here. Brazil is falling, but Sparking is there, and the grenade from Kiss spells his doom.
He gets it done. Brazil explosively dealt with at the hands of Kiss, and Korea, well, they're looking from afar, but they can't get closer because Thailand are the team.
Die Deutschen haben sich da einen Genockten von Kiss geschnappt, der mit der Panzerfaust 2 Leute aus dem Auto genockt hat.
I'm looking elsewhere though. Australia, Luke 12. Is he going to make the
Hier
move
wird wieder
towards Kiss?
C4 ans Auto
He's
gebracht.
going to send the bus. Monty's going to smoke it out so they can get closer and closer without being popped. Luke's got the momentum. He's got the pace. Kiss gets the knock, but he should not fall. Luke 12 trades it back.
Und Mika holt sich das hier auch nochmal einen Knock, der auch gefirstet worden ist. Jetzt haben sie 4 Punkte. C4-Bombe am Auto hat funktioniert. Kiss ist genockt.
I mean, look, you got to get the points where you can there. And for Australia, they didn't have great options. So that's a guaranteed knock on to Kiss. That's a guaranteed point there for them. Might as well take it. Don't mind that play at all. Korea, though, stuck on the outside of the circle. The UK has done a fantastic job of harassing them and keeping them pinned down, not giving them the opportunity to open up any extra space. So they are going to be tucked in on a bad edge. They're going to have Thailand in the compound underneath. UK full force up here to the north, and UK still doing damage. Ketter
Ich
knocked
glaube,
by
die Deutschen werden
Fex.
so langsam
Trying to find an opportunity
umzingelt.
to go for the res. Lil Ghost out in the blue actually
Die
just barely
Amis
got a
müssen
heal
da jetzt
off.
aus dem
He is
Compound
gonna be sitting
raus.
out there just trying to
Auch in
survive
die
as long as he can, but he
Zone.
can't get into the placement points. Fex is
China
gonna suss
ist
him out.
eliminiert
Yeah, better
worden.
map two here
Und
for
Brax
Team
holt
UK.
sich hier auch
Kills on
nochmal
the board
einen Knock.
in the top 10 as
Aber
Korea start their
der
move, but they've
Vietnamese
got to thread
hat
the
ihn
eye of the
Kill
needle here between
weggeschnappt.
Norway and Team UK. This place will erupt if Korea get the first knock on the Team UK and maybe buy themselves a position in. But Michael will get a perfect nade. One of the kill leaders from the survival stage will find that knock. Salutes down to just 22 HP as well. And for Korea, you can't even blame this. There's so little they can do from this spot.
No, this is an impossible position to be in.
Oh.
Salute, looking for the opportunity, going to switch over to that SLR and then go for the shots, but can't really find the mark well enough. Soul going to be sticking the res onto the IGL. Salute in trouble. Salute able to answer back though.
Philippinen
Able to
wurden
find
auch
one. Now you've
eliminiert.
got a bad fight here for UK. Michael continues to be just absolutely incredible
Es geht
throughout
gerade
this
ein
event.
bisschen zur Sache. Die Zone wird immer
Soul just
enger.
looking for some nades there. Salute is
Man
going to go
merkt
down
an
off to
den
the side. That grenade really good though. Right on the
Fights,
money
die hier
again.
entstehen.
Soul literally with just perfect nade after perfect nade. Michael is down now as well as Soul will reposition Korea, giving themselves a chance to get inside the circle. Norway have got Denmark not too far as Gustav will start stepping this way, steps inside the fire and the flames as he will start losing HP. And Germany from way afar getting knocks on the Norway. Everything is conspiring right now to give Korea a chance to get into the zone.
I think that was Denmark's own Molly there.
Jawohl,
Not
die
sure if we
Germen
got a
haben sich
shot out
noch
of the air, a
ein
grenade
Kill
landed or
geholt.
something like that. As the smokes begin to expire around
Mit der
Seoul, he's trying to
Sniperwaffe
find his
links.
opportunity to strike again onto the UK or Norway. Michael in no man's land still.
Ist auch
Rez
einfach
probably
super
not going to be able
strong.
to come through. Korea just cutting off the space, making sure that it isn't going to be possible for them to get back. Beck spotted up over the hill. Soul thinks better of the spray, thinks that the grenade might be a better one, but Fex reading that nicely, repositioning back over with Bard, who had taken a ton of damage there, looking to try to hold the line as Norway still maintaining their ground, still maintaining their space. Denmark still tucked in just to their north.
Die German als einziges Team gerade mit 4 Leuten am Start. Wenn das so weitergeht, können sie vielleicht noch die Runde holen. Korea hat auch nur noch 2 am Start. Die Vietnamesen sind auch Favoriten. Und die Koreaner wurden gerade eliminiert. Es sind die Vietnamesen am nächsten an den Deutschen dran, aber die Deutschen haben sich gesplittet. Sie spielen 2 und 2 gerade und versuchen alles Mögliche und jede möglichen Kills zu holen. Einer ist genockt bei den Deutschen, aber die haben schon wieder einen Punkt dazu gepackt.
Germany, look at this split. 2-2. They are controlling so much of this circle right now, and they are doing a great job of just keeping
Die
everybody
machen das
at
gerade
arm's
wirklich
length and
super.
forcing all these
Eine
fights
richtig
out on
starke
the edge. But
Strategie haben sie
USA
da.
has a good chance themselves. 3 up, southern side of the circle, all to themselves. Himas with an AWM with 4 kills already in this game. I mean, 35 points in 2 games already for Vietnam, just missing there.
I always love it every time.
Leider nicht getroffen, den Gustav. Obwohl es eigentlich danach aussah, als wäre er gleich genockt.
The Germany 2-2 split, as genius as this could be, is now forced
Müssen
in
die
place.
Deutschen halt aufpassen, dass die beim Rotieren jetzt nicht genockt werden. Brax spielt wieder den Speer und ist solo unterwegs. Die anderen 3 sind wieder näher beisammen, aber haben leichte Probleme. Sind jetzt in der Zange zwischen Vietnamesen und den Amerikanern. Aber die machen es ziemlich spannend.
Germany could be in a ton of trouble.
Well, Germany has a lot of threats they have to worry about. They have USA underneath them, could find those weird angles that you don't expect them to come from. You've got Thailand hiding over on the eastern edge, and you've got, like you're talking about, Vietnam above you. And if Vietnam can clear out Denmark in particular, they might just go back-to-back to start this off, because they're going to open up a ton of space for themselves to work with here, and they're going to have great angles on their opponents. Let's see if they can do that, but Denmark very wise to this game, and you would expect with a guy like Gustav on your team, he's going to know how to try to keep you as safe as possible for as long as possible. Just a few shots ringing out, but this circle, I think, going to be quiet for a moment. Everybody's going to find at least some safety, I believe. Gustav dueling with Salalzi, but no damage done either way.
And look at it as well, like this time around, Salalzi not quite as many kills as he had in the last map, but we are nowhere near done yet. Germany with another circle shift that goes their way as the USA just keep on climbing. Look, they're getting up the hill. They're getting closer, but Braxco is danger close. So on the other side of that ridge line, remember, this could be a very different game for Germany had that he stayed stuck beneath that BRDM, or had the explosion or even flipping vehicle knocked him.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It would have been much more difficult to control all of the space that they have been for so long. Quiet before the storm right now. Everybody looking for their opportunity, looking for that extra advantage. Brax out in the open, takes a little bit of damage trying to figure out where the hell USA was. Shrimzy letting him know, follows up with a grenade. If it's on point, he's done. But yeah, that is cooked about as good as it gets there. Shrimzy opening up a little bit of extra space. Here's some shots above him, looking to see if Zareth or anybody from Germany pokes their head out.
Rex ist aus dem Spiel genommen worden von Thailand.
Ärgerlich. That's always the threat whenever you get into gunfights in this position, but Denmark have now closed the gap towards the ridge line as well. Gustav eats a headshot, loses his helmet, but he's still alive and inside the fight, and that's all he could ask for.
Gucken nach den Thailändern, die da sind.
Teams left alive.
Zwei Thailänder sind da
Germany, USA,
Hügel weiter
Thailand,
runter.
and Denmark. And Denmark are in second place as things stand. They have 9 kills in this game, and they're pushing towards Thailand, and they have the high ground.
Yeah, they're really playing such effective PUBG, such smart PUBG today, as we saw it the second day. A little bit of luck starts to go their way, but a grenade there from Rossiter Jr. Alo actually going to take down Jacob behind him, so just Rossiter on his feet for Thailand. Gustav able to dodge that grenade, has to go out into the blue just a little bit to do so. Thailand thinking about the res, you are going to get the flush, and Gustav going to try to punish this, knows that Thailand's weak, wants to get every extra point. If he can knock Thailand out, that's going to be placement and kills, and he's got him out the open, but Rossiter turns on him.
He had the opportunity there, but brilliant switch from Rossiter. The res happened in the perfect time, and Thailand are back to 2
Also den hätte er definitiv nochmal mehr Zeit gehabt, seinen Mate einfach zu resten. Jetzt, oh no. Zerat ist genockt. Die Vietnamesen machen richtig Druck jetzt. Und dann die Deutschen sind fast raus. Chris muss sich jetzt hochheilen, ansonsten ist er tot. Schade. Dritter Platz.
Looking for the USA with Vietnam having a player down to try to do some damage here, but the terrain not in their favor. Still a lot of those rocks. Finally, Alo able to start swinging out into open space, but it's so well held by Vietnam. They were so aware that he could be there. Salalzi, though, gonna get traded. Himas has Shrimzy down. It's a 2v1 here for Kickstart for the USA. Up and over, Himas able to take this check. Kick, though, is good for it, but here comes Tanvu, and he's got it done with the sawed-off.
Oh, so close for Kick, but Vietnam victory once more. 22 more points added to their tally.
Die Vietnamesen 2 Games hintereinander gewonnen. Unglaublichen Start legen die hier hin. Wahnsinn.
And as of right now,
Das ist
they
ja
are
gar nicht
playing like the
ausdenken.
best team in the world.
Yeah, and they've got 2 players from the current reigning champions on this squad as well, and you can see that they are all on the same page. They're making really good decisions right now. The firepower is crisp, the aggressiveness is there. Like, they know when to pick their moments, and I love the switch there to the sawed-off at the end. That is so heavy to take that win, to secure that moment against Kick.
Yeah, and it's just little decisions like that that really elevate these players as we take a look at the highlights from that game. We'll be back in a few minutes for game number 3.
Space forward.
I've never seen this. I've never.
Come here.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Dominate with speed. Octopus 8K HE. Scanning every key at the speed of light. Customize every key and setting to build a perfect keyboard for your play. Superior keystroke feel. Experience speed like never before. Octopus 8K HE. Azra.
Match 3 startet gleich. Diego. Es kommen auf jeden Fall 2 Runden. Match 3 und 4. Da finde ich jetzt persönlich die Maps nicht so cool. Habe sie jetzt auch die letzten Wochen mehrmals gespielt, aber kann mich einfach nicht an die anfreunden. Die sind teilweise sehr flach, die Maps, und du hast wenige Erhöhung. Also falls sie jemanden liegen, auch okay, aber meins persönlich ist das nicht.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on.
혹시 모델워킹 좀
Smooth and original, straight from the underground.
Day 1 of PNC is well underway here inside of Seoul. And if you're just joining us now, having missed the first...
Have you or someone you love been skinned by Cole Palmer?
Oh, takes the ball nearly. Oh, that's embarrassing.
Here at Reputational Damage Specialists, we pinpoint the exact cause of your suffering.
Oh, humiliating flick from Cole.
Using our gold standard assessment process, we'll create a recovery plan to get you back on that pitch. So call us today. You're in safe hands.
Por 31 minutos e 30 segundos. Que homem, meus amigos, e que entrosamento por parte da equipe do Vietnã, ô Ivan.
Muito entrosamento, né? Ali, ex-companheiros de equipe ali, né? O Solos e o Rimaz já se entendem muito bem. O The Win também ali tá atuando demais, diferenciais. Mas não tem como negar.
Sorry. But Denmark, for the second map on a row, picking up a really nice tally of points.
They're having a great day.
So, mal kurz zu den Spaniern abgerutscht.
Controlling their space beautifully, taking great fights, finding their moments. Ketter had 5 kills in that last game, doing a ton of damage, stepping up for Denmark. And, you know, okay, you're 20 points behind Vietnam, but, you know, you never know. We're switching maps, we're switching gears a little bit. Generally, kind of teams that struggled a little bit on Miramar start to pick up the pace. So we're looking towards some of those other teams to get it going. And USA at 5th with 12 points. I mean, so top heavy, so hungry, so aggressive is Vietnam, and everybody else now gonna have to start playing some catch up.
If Vietnam get just over 20 points over the next few maps, they've done better than what Denmark did yesterday and what was a phenomenal day. And Denmark are playing as good as they played yesterday as well. And that is one of the things that I think is worth talking about. I feel like the teams that came through the survival stage, even though I'd argue the survival stage can be a lot harder to read because some teams are newer, so you don't know what they're going to do, but it does mean that you're a lot more warmer and acclimatized to going straight into this venue and performing on day 1 of Grand Finals.
Yeah, this is always a huge discussion amongst teams is, do you want to play, you know, early so you can get some of that momentum, get your feet underneath you, get warmed up a bit, or would you rather just go directly into these later stages? That's a big question. Philippines playing really well in that previous game, took in some good fights, winning some good battles, but now it is time for game number 3. It's time to take
game number
3. Our first look at it here for the final stage. Can't wait, cannot wait, because that was just awesome Miramar. 2 games, just action-packed.
Yeah, if you're a Vietnam fan, you're loving things right now, but if maybe you're a fan of the likes of Argentina or Norway, it's not quite gone the way you would want, but no better time than the present to remedy your woes and get things going the right way. The flight path, very player-friendly indeed, going from the northeast down to the southwest, finishing just north of Ho San Prison. which should give most of these teams access to their primary drop spots. And I always like to point out some early jumpers. All 3 maps in a row, Germany are one of the first teams off the plane. They want to get boots on the ground and be able to react as soon as the zone pops.
Yeah, and they're going to take their time with it. You know, they're going to get themselves a little bit of extra gear and then make some late rotations to find that open space on the circles as the game kind of wears on. And they've really done a great job of it throughout the event. Obviously, they were in the survival stage. I love the way Germany plays personally. It's kind of reminiscent of you know, some of the older Navi teams and some other teams that do that. But Chris has been around for so long. Like, he is a known quantity. I know exactly what he's thinking in a lot of these games.
Yeah, and here we go, our first proper hot drop of the grand finals. Team USA and the Philippines are going to go inside of Palace. And if you would have asked me 2 or 3 days ago, I'd be saying USA would win this all day long. But having seen how the Philippines have performed, they have a really good chance in this hot drop as well. And picking up the SMG straight away.
I like it.
Work out who's the more aggressive team in this hot drop? I'm going to say Philippines. The USA have dropped all condensed, whereas the Philippines have taken a lot of space. And here's the first shots in anger, and Alo almost losing his head.
Yeah, that was darn close for Alo. I don't think he was quite expecting that Algenbots would be wrapped out that far already. Curdy taking some damage. It's up on the roof. That Tommy gun put to good use by Tentrip. Tough to read right now how the Philippines are approaching this fight, and the USA is paying the price. You expect them to kind of try to fan out early to try to take space. That had been their MO in the survival stage, but this one, they're being a little more tightly grouped. They're kind of trying to put the pressure onto these weaker flanks of the USA. USA trying to reinforce a bit, but Alo stuck here out on his own. The other 2 members, Kick and Shrimzy, quite a bit far back.
Yeah, Alo as well with that damage. He's got no other meds, so he's going to wait for the health to tick up. Calbs has wrapped all the way around the south to the other little compound adjacent to Palace, which will give him an angle and lines of sight onto the south side of Palace on whether USA move this way. But this is what you expect. Teams getting up onto the roof lines, having a peek this way. Tentrip is going to be insane, but the problem, if there's any problem with those SMGs, they don't get the headshot bonus that the DMRs or that USA are going to give them, which gives USA a firepower advantage in these fights.
Yeah, so USA opting with losing a player early to try to put the long-range weaponry to good use. So the Philippines maybe going to have to rethink this one just a bit. You can see that they do have a flanked-out player in Calbs trying to find that off angle. Thailand is going to scooch in around the outside of this to look to see if they can be some vultures.
So this is by hot drops
that may be available if this fight gets really hot and heavy. Just wait and see what exactly these teams want to do. Level 2 helmet scooped up there for Tentrip. He still has that Tommy gun in play. Looking to try to take some space. So it's going to be on Kick to try to keep his eyes onto him. But there's quite a bit of cover there for Tentrip to make his way forward. The real issue, as we know, but these teams do not, is that Thailand is danger close.
Yeah, and I love this too. Look at the way they're playing. 2 players in the middle, 1 either side. That means the 2 in the middle can move where they need to help either of the solos if needs be. So it's really clever from Thailand. Kick's got to be so careful, but Thailand don't want to fire until they're guaranteed a knock. It's not worth giving away their position until they're guaranteed points in the fight. Now, USA still playing in each other's pockets, which I think they have to do whenever you're down 1 player. And Philippines still putting the work in. A nade does a little bit of damage. And you know that the voices are telling Kiss to fire, but Kick's been in the game long enough to know never stand still.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not going to give him the chance until a player of the Philippines gives him the opportunity to go for some shots. So Kiss just going to have to wait things out. Did see a Panzer in Thailand's back pocket as well, so they could let that loose. They're close enough where if they can judge the distance correctly, they could arc a shot in there, maybe get a quick knock onto the USA. Alo just going to hide in this corner, trying to play a tricky off-angle position here. Let Shrimzy, let Kickstart identify where the Philippines are going to be coming from, and then make your moves off the back of that. The Philippines, though, very wary of this, and rightly so. Got some great players, but look at Rossiter Jr.
Yeah, he's crept right up onto the wall. And the USA have been waiting for Philippines to push aggressively, which has not happened. And that has allowed this, but we've got a crash elsewhere. X left. He's got to be so careful. And he's going to get the first spray off. And Gustav manages to avoid the fire and the flame. And And X-Left, he's going to absolutely beam on the beam.
Ach du heilige Scheiße.
X-Left and Denmark. Well, Gustav, he manages to run away, but poor Beamy will fall. Now, X-Left will fall back to get some meds on, and the rest of China are going to collapse onto this position. Gustav needs to smoke off this area to get Beamy back on his feet. But X-Left has played this so well and allowed all of China to regroup into this fight.
Oh, that grenade, if it had just been cooked a little bit more, could have gotten a knock. Sophie there, able to put some more damage in, but Xiao Wu on the off angle. Ketter gonna respond on the Ming Ming. Lil Ghost finding one of his own. Here we go, back over to this fight. Rossenden Jr.
No!
Oh, he can't get it through. He can't get it through the wall. Alo doesn't take any damage. Alo's gonna take Rossenden Jr. down. Kiss does
Was
get kick. Alo
zur Hölle
is gonna be in
passiert hier
trouble
gerade?
Back over to the fight. Gustav looking for another angle onto Xiao Wu.
This is big for Denmark. They've had a brilliant start to the day. China, on the other hand, things have not gone their way, but what a need that is. And it's actually going to be Korea now third partying this fight, as Seoul has got Gustav in his sights. Two members of China down. Little Ghost will deal with Gustav, but he's the last player up. And I'm going to say it, you know Korea want to wipe China here. There's nothing better than wiping out a country that is so close geographically to you.
Oh, absolutely, and you know China's going to be a threat in this event, so you would love to just hamstring them early. I was kind of curious if Korea would get a little bit more aggressive. You knew that two players of China were down there. They should only have one left if your kill feed tracking properly. Yeah, Kuming looking for that off angle. Meanwhile, Vietnam taking good fights once again. A couple players of Norway down here. They're trying to find some level of safety, and they're not being offered much. It's actually Argentina's Capitan who is going to take James out of the equation. Salalzi as well, good for one himself. So Norway has to try to find some level of safety. Ken intends get back over to 8T or vice versa. This is not looking good for Norway.
Yeah, Delwyn's going to crawl through the smoke as the wall continues to be thrown, and Tens is going to fall back, so it looks like Norway have given up that fight. Gumin, though, he's going to catch out Little Ghost, and the trap is perfect. China minus one more. It's down to X-Lift and Xiao Wu, who will look to fight back for their side. But for the rest of Korea, this is more points on the board. Sitting in third place in the leaderboard after 2 maps, and yes, it's incredibly early, but they are going to know where they are, and they know who they're fighting. But can Xiao Wu catch out Salute? Because this is the thing. This is where the player hiding has the advantage, because Korea have to corner check so many positions, and it will give Xiao Wu the advantage.
X-Left just took a bunch, but Xiao Wu, just like you said, had that hider's advantage. He's able to claim one before Ratings gets in there and deals with him. X-Left able to get a first aid through, but he is just trying to get the hell out of here. The terminal, he's looking for the bus to get the heck away, find a new home. Looks like he has done so. Korea there tried to get through it as cleanly as possible, but losing one early again, you know, we've seen what they can do getting into those late games, but you'd love to have that fourth player. Is there going to be a recall in their future?
Yeah, there's one not too far away in Terminal, but I wouldn't be surprised if X-Left thought about staying in the area for Korea to leave and maybe then pick it up to try to get his teammates back. And I think X-Left's going to do that, right? He's going to stay somewhere around. Maybe Korea go for it. That could be a free kill or two for him. Or if Korea get bored and leave, which is what they've done, he can potentially go back and bring China back into the game. But he doesn't know. Like, how is he to know they've left until he moves over to that section?
It is a tough gamble here for X-Left. Korea taking the safer res option, going back to Yeongcheon to get a player back. So not too bad at all in terms of taking a good fight, finding a good opportunity. I feel a bit bad for China, to be honest, because they were just kind of looting and doing stuff, and then Denmark just crashes in there. Rossiter Jr. also going to be called back in for Thailand as they were able to get away from that fight. The Philippines survives, USA goes down, and we are going to get the res. That brings a round of applause from the home team crowd. He's going to have a bit of a drop, but I think he's okay. I don't think Korea really is going to do much about that, raining in his car. So, yeah, should be A-okay for the IGL of Thailand.
The Art of War, a really famous book that, you know, comes from this part of the world, talks about knowing your enemy. And look how Raining knew that X-Left was probably going to go towards that recall system, so he doesn't even take the risk. He goes north to Yeongcheon to not even give X-Left the opportunity to catch their players cold. it is so good situational awareness for South Korea to make that decision. And one of the teams that typically tend to play a bit more passive and play for the late game has always been Chinese Taipei. They're pushing into terminal now as well, and I think that this could work out for them, at least for getting into the placements, but a lot of teams seem to have similar mindsets.
Yeah, it's going to get spicy around terminal, seemingly. The two surviving players of Norway going to find their way to the north side of this city. Left just going to hide in a shack. He's got to just be kicking himself. You know, if they could have just won that fight a little bit cleaner. Oh God, Vietnam. Oh, the drive by Tanvu from the side seat against Marsalek. They're gonna crash in here. Poland. Oh, Matster gets a couple, but Salalzi finally able to put him down. The extra numbers gonna end up in his favor. What a turn there from Cappy! Surviving with 10 HP, keeping Poland alive.
One of the nicest people in the game doing damage, but the nade from Mao Rush will wipe out Masters. Vietnam are looking like they might not get a victory in a map for what could be the first time today. Mao Rush will wipe out Tanvu, looking to do more damage as he looks inside, but for Vietnam, this is not what they had in plan, with just one player left standing. Cappy, can Marsalek get close enough? The answer is no, as left from China will pick up another point for them as reinforcements will come in from the sky, as the second buyback recall plane will come in from above. But I'm looking elsewhere, right? Look at where some of these teams are going to go. Thailand are going to wait it out on the north side of the circle. But Chinese Taipei, 4 kills after this amount of time. This is so much better from them from an aggression standpoint.
Yeah, you got to love that from Mao Rush. Just so opportunistic there. Saw the kill feed light up, heard it right next to him. Immediately went to pounce. Korea, though, hunting with some panzers, looking to see if they can get some damage for themselves. They're hearing the same kind of thing going on. You're hearing all this fighting. Left. Oh, he would love to get a few extra kills onto Korea after they third-partied that fight earlier. Oh, no. Trick there. Just cars flipped. Danger. Oh, this is bad. Oh, no. T-Bone really clean shooting, and he's going to get some points.
It looks like they T-boned each other, and then they got T-boned from afar as he was able to pick up those 2 knocks, and those should be 2 points to Team UK. Smoke grenades are being sent out, but there shouldn't be enough time to get that res. And there you go, Teddy will see that point delivered. And this is what you'll see with a Panzer. Korea will send 1 player with a Panzer, 1 player behind them. So if you fire the shot off, you get the knock, your teammate can clean up anything or get that instant res on the other side. But let's take a replay at this one from Team UK. It looks like Brazil were the target for Vex. And yeah, great spray from him. Turns his attention over to Posa then on the other side and read him like a book.
Oh, that is so clean from Vex. It's hard to do it better than that. He has gone down for the UK, so they're 3 strong. They've got Australia right on their heels. Cuban's still looking for some kind of target with this Panzer. They know that Left is around here somewhere, and they want to clean him up. More kills for Chinese Taipei as Delwyn gets sussed out. He was the sole survivor for Vietnam, and he was just trying to hide things out himself, but not going to be given that opportunity. Flood.
Die Deutschen leider noch keinen Punkten in dieser Runde, aber das ist einfach ihr Spielstil, so wie ich das jetzt die letzte Zeit erkannt habe. Und ich jetzt wahrscheinlich eine gute Position wieder raus und eventuell kommen jetzt die ersten Punkte rangefahren. Aber Thailand ist auch ein richtig starkes Team.
There's no reason for these 2 teams to push each other just yet, but keep an eye on Australia. They're wrapping in from the eastern side. They've got tons of space to work with. They wrapped all the way from the south. The only thing that could potentially happen to them is maybe Team UK could look to follow up this direction as well, as there is a couple of good compounds in this section of the map that are open and available. But I'm looking way down the south, and I just wanted to point this out. BL has just tried to buy back his teammates, and Indonesia, they had the same idea. They knew that there was a player going for the res, and BL was ready for it. But the question is, did they get the buyback completed? I don't think they did.
Look at this. Australia.
Yes, I knew it would happen.
They turned around. They're going for the UK again. UK trying to fight back a bit. There are so many Panzers here for Korea. There's a shotgun, though, for Cappy, but that, you know, might get one if you're lucky. Korea being really cautious about this.
He knows.
He's got an idea. Around that corner, Cappy holding it. He gets one. He might get the finish. That is Soul down there as Gumin actually kills his teammate and doesn't get the knock. He's going to look for the grenade. I mean, Cappy should be dead to rights for all intents and purposes, but losing Soul in that moment, so painful.
Yeah, but that's really good for Poland, salvaging more points, and for Korea, they'll lose one. Vard, the last player standing now for Team UK, as Australia with 3 players up. But you can see the bleed out. Luke 12 will now go down, but T-Bone, another point for Australia. And it looks like the UK are going to attempt the res onto Michael, who has been so good over the course of this PNC. They should get the res off. It'll happen right on time. And Monty, as he so often does for Team Australia, will be the spear. He will be the initiator in this fight. And that nade from Michael is really good, but Monty, he wanted to hold because he thought that they were going to chase that nade.
Oh, Aches left, able to spring a trap. Korea's been looking for him, but they have been the ones who have been found. And that's a nice grenade there. That's a bunch of damage. Monty is going to get Michael. So far, called upon again to go huge for the UK. Monty has other thoughts. They've got him pinned behind the fence. He sees him moving, head up and over. A close-range Dragunov, worried about running out of bullets. Vard around the corner. Vard, how are you still alive? Finally dealt with it. It's actually Sparking who gets the kill.
And they got them back. So all of Brazil are back inside the fight. And if they win this fight with Australia, all the loot that they could want is available for Brazil. But Australia flood the last player standing, and Brazil are going to crash this compound. Timing is working out perfect for the South Americans, but timing is only one thing. Flood is another as he gets the knock on to BL, and Sparking, well, he's going to bring the Panzer. Flood anticipates that they're going to not push off the back of that. He thought he could get the res off, but a good nade from Sparking will secure that point. But Monty, as soon as he was back up, he's shut back down, and this is so good for Brazil.
Yeah, this is really nicely read by Sparking. Those were fantastic grenades. Reading the position, and the Panzer's good as well. Australia goes down, and that opens up so much opportunity for Brazil.
Voll ins Fenster rein und
Sparking gets it done, but
Instant
Korea
knock.
are not done as Jia Wei will be wiped out by Korea. Savior looking for the trade on the other side. He's got Raining just in front of him, and they're outside the circle. Now Salute, the temptation has got to be there to go for that recall, but you can't go for it until you've dealt with Savior. Raining's got a nade at the ready, so they know that there should be a Chinese Taipei player not too far away. And look at this, Thailand bringing the fight to Germany.
Yeah, finally this battle, which had been flirted with by both teams, is going to be a bit of an engagement. Zareth gets a scrape of damage and over to the other side. Thailand, though, being diligent, being slow, being methodical. Rossiter Jr., though, stuck behind that rock with just a vehicle in front of him. A good grenade, all cooked a little bit too much by Mika there. He is getting some damage in. That grenade might have gotten a knock. Savior, though, finds his moment to strike. The res system activated here for Korea. And Savior, beautiful patience. Exactly what I was thinking he should do. Just wait for the recall system to be attempted.
2 gegen 2 bei Deutschland gegen Thailand.
Absolute. You can't stick this res onto Raining safely. You're out in the open. All you have is smokes. If that's a frag, they're in trouble. Oh, it went just too far if it was. Or it could have been a molly as well. Goes into the back room, so Savior can't prevent the res.
Whether by design, by force, or by chance, Korea went for the res outside and Savior baited it inside, so it worked out perfect, and Salute will get the kill as Korea deal with Chinese Taipei. And guess what? Reinforcements are going to come in. The hometown team are about to be back as a 4. And well, some things look like they're meant to happen. This game could be playing right into Korea's favor because you should be able to get them back in the terminal and get them looted up as well.
Indonesia wants to try to get back themselves, but look who it is again. It's Brazil's BL who wants to do something about it. Grenades are out early. 10 trip, taking some pot shots, some damage done here. BL, gotta be careful there. Philippines has an angle onto him, trying to get further forward, trying to see if he can do some damage with those grenades. Still has 2 more in the bag. Gonna take a moment to pause to go for the first aid. Here comes Sparking in the Porter, right around the edge there. Trick trying to escape. He has no gun, and that makes it easy pickings for sparking.
The spark, the lights diffuse, oh so often for Brazil. Gets 2 members of Indonesia down. Now 10 trip for the Philippines, who's been deadly with DMRs, is trying to put some pressure on the Brazil, but they've secured the south flank. They can now go back to Santa's position, but this is great for Brazil. The last player for Indonesia inside a terminal, way too far away for Brazil to worry about for now. But Korea, 9 kills on the board, about to be back as a 4. They need to work their way into the circle, but they got to be careful that they don't get caught out by the likes of Norway or Teddy from Indonesia on that pathing in.
Well, they're going to grab some shotguns because they know they have to fight for city space, because if they're going to get those players back, they got to get them into the city proper so they can get them some guns, get some utility, get some armor, get some vests. All the things that you need to take proper fights in PUBG. Norway, though, is going to be a team that's going to be in their way. Teddy from Indonesia as well in the vicinity. So for Korea, it has to be really safe stuff here from Rating and Salute. They have to be efficient. Teddy knows they're there. He knows they're coming. He's going to cook the grenade. If he bounces that properly, they're in trouble. They're able to prone down and avoid the knock. Really nice reaction. But Teddy continuing to put pressure down, wants to try to go around the corner here. No, just the K2 there for him. Raining, throwing out some smokes, trying to see if they can cut this angle off, but here is the Panzer. Amali in his way, Teddy around the corner, but does he know there's a shotgun there? What a spin from Teddy!
One more to deal with, another Panzer fired and wasted for Korea as they look back towards Teddy. Now all the hard work, bringing the players back, loading up that Dacia with loot, could all be for naught if Teddy is able to deal with them. But here comes the reinforcements. The rest of Korea are back in the fight. And look at the coach. He is as calm as he could be, but you know for a fact there's nothing calm about this fight as Philippines look towards Korea as well. They're trying to get some weaponry on board, some firepower to take the advantage, but Indonesia are dealt with, and a 10 trip will get a knock on the Raining as here come the Philippines.
This grenade could be devastating, and it just barely scrapes in. Soul has been knocked, so just Gyumin with a micro Uzi. Now come the blue zone grenades. Korea completely pinned inside of this structure. Gyumin somehow able to clean up that kill. Inten's got the knock. Gyumin able to get some extra points for Korea, so they've got 10 kills on this one. The barrage continues. Philippines actually gonna have a P90 for themselves. That's a nice piece of weaponry coming into this late game scenario. Rez comes through. Soul back on his feet. Should be a little bit of stuff available for them on the ground there, as Norway now has Philippines in front of them. So that might have bought a little bit of extra time for Korea to get themselves stabilized.
Yeah, Brazil just looking to position and take
Der
control
Fight
inside
mit
the
den
circle. They are the only
Thailändern
team
hat ihn ein
with a
bisschen
clear
das
path inbound
Genick
other than
gebrochen.
Thailand. Santa will stay to the north, while the rest
Da
of
waren
Brazil
sie nur noch
will just
2
hold
Leute
out
übrig
all
und
the
konnten
teams
nur einen
inside a
Punkt
terminal.
mit nach Hause
This could
nehmen.
be a feeding frenzy for Brazil and
Und
Thailand,
gerade
and all
waren
these
sie
sides
bestimmt
look
auch
to leave
unter
terminal,
Kreuzfeuer.
and both of them are setting up that way. Kiss for Thailand is holding the north, and then Posa and Sparking are holding the south. I love the way Thailand are looking at this as free meals.
I really want to see Santastico play his life over on that eastern edge of the circle. He's going to be really important in the late game here for Brazil if they're going to get the win, because these 3 players here should just be able to tunnel down onto this fight that's going on inside of terminal proper. Korea trying to get further forward, but they are in trouble. So much open space to cross, and it would take an insane amount of smokes. Gyumin gets the heal off, and Nazi striking. Philippines were busy looking in other directions. Gyumin, not much he can do here. Gets the first aid off, but this blue is so painful, and Korea goes down.
Yeah, Norway are down to just in 10s now, but Korea do a lot of good work in that last map to close the gap to Vietnam. But that is just a chapter in the book that is even just this Tego, as we are yet to find out what the final story will be. Santa, you talked about playing his life. He catches out Rosinid, who was all the way to the north by himself, and that's really bad news now for Thailand. He has eyes on the rest of the roster as well, and here come the other South American side as Argentina push directly towards Jacob as they see the opportunity. Emmy gets the read, DraftKing gets the knock, and Thailand, well, it's only Kiss left standing, but Argentina take a big knock from that nade.
Oh, he's throwing some good ones in there. Kiss even gets a vehicle explosion to go. Emmy's in trouble right on the edge of a blue zone. wants to find some way to maybe get a res. Meanwhile, traded knocks here for the Philippines and Brazil. In fact, Tentrip gonna claim Posa's life, so all of a sudden Brazil maybe in a bit of trouble here, trying to keep their eyes over towards this battle of Argentina and Thailand. Kiss, oh my god, 1 HP.
Oh, how is he still standing as Santastico? Santa will give Capitan a present he does not want to receive, and that will be that for Argentina. Ontego, it's Brazil
Thailand
against
ist
the
auch
Philippines.
eliminiert worden.
Calbs is down. They're on
Die
the
letzten
edge
zwei
of the
Teams,
circle.
das war ja ein
And here
riesiges
comes Brazil. All they've got to do is
Massaker.
secure the circle, play smart.
Brasilien noch am Start
They have
und die
proven
Philippinen.
toe-to-toe
Wer hätte
with
das
the
schon
best
gedacht,
teams inside this lobby, and
dass
they've got all their deadliest weapons
Korea
still
und
alive and inside the
Vietnam
game. Brazil, they
ziemlich
might think
fast
this
aus
game
dem Spiel
is
genommen
in their
worden
hands,
sind.
but they're at the risk of getting caught out with 2 players in the Philippines wrapping towards sparking at the one time. One knock for Philippines blows Brazil's defense wide open.
Exactly, and that P90 is going to be pivotal. Calbs there. Now they know where Sparking's at, and they immediately put a shot into his head. He has to get down on the ground and get this heal off. Philippines knows it, and they know that they can crest the other side of this hill and keep themselves obscured from the rest of Sparking's teammates. So Sparking has to play incredibly well here on his own, and he's playing safe, but Philippines looking to see if they can punish. Sparking into the vehicle. Is he going to be able to get away for free? Good covering fire from Santastico is going to open up the opportunity.
Yes, Santastico just does enough to allow Sparking inside the circle and gets himself out of trouble. Now we're seeing deployable cover being tossed out by the Philippines, but how much utility do they have? 2 smokes for Algin Bots, and that's not a lot. He steps out over the precipice, and that will be Santa, dealing a ton of damage, and that forces him back into cover. But this is a slow blue zone as we get deeper inside this game. Santa does even more damage onto Algin Bots. He has got so many moving targets, and it is so hard to just focus on one when you're getting distracted by so much movement.
Tough situation now that the Philippines face. They do have some extra cover there with those emergency ones, and they, you know, every time they're popping up, they are getting popped. Brazil here has great angles onto this fight, so now smoke's going to come through, but the Philippines have been fighting tooth and nail throughout this game. Think back to the very beginning when they had a hot drop against the USA. Thailand showed up to try to third party it, and they have found themselves into a 3v3, but a really difficult position to make their way out of. On top of that rock, Sparking gets the knock on a Tentrip.
Brasilien hat
That's the big one. That's the initiating one. But Sparking being held back by that blue zone nade, but using the opportunity
Aber
as
der
Santa
wird
to cross the road.
Aber die Brasilianer
Philippines will go for the
pushen
res, but while
gerade.
all that's going on, the P90
Granate ist raus.
needs to hold them back. The nade
Und
from
Doppelknock.
Yale is perfect
Super
as
Granate.
two fall.
Alter
And
Schwede.
Calbs and a 1 versus 3 against the never stopping tidal wave of Brazilian players. Calbs will spot out Santa. He gets one. He's not done yet, but he is done. BL will do it, and it is Boa Noche Philippines.
Brasilien holt sich den Win hier. Wahnsinn.
Just so well handled in that late game. That is incredibly disciplined play. Sparking there, not giving up his life. Santastico winning that edge battle against Thailand. All of those things, all of those individual moments. You know, when I say you play your life, you gotta just survive sometime. And that's what they do, because they give themselves the better angles, the better territory inside of that circle to work from.
And I couldn't be happier for these Brazilian players, having spoke to them over the course of the year. All of them, as we throw to the highlights, all of them except for Santa is the only one who doesn't speak English on that roster. But seeing them finally come together, and this is the thing, the teams in the survival stage with newer players, they've had the chance and opportunity to play in a live server. This is Brazil's first real live server, you know, LAN game together. That's not really just a practice scrim.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 3 new players
Der
to
Fall war
this Brazil
crazy.
team this year, right? Just Sparking the holdover from previous PNCs, and you can't credit them enough with how well they played that end game. I mean, things got nuts inside a terminal. So many recalls came through for a bunch of different teams, but the way that they went over and got themselves back up and running in the middle of that game, and then took a great fight to finish what UK and Australia had started here, and to give themselves the utility, the weaponry that they need to accelerate into the late game. Sparking there with a great Panzer, and you can see that's got him fired up. Australia, tough one, you know, able to take a decent fight, but they did so much damage that they just couldn't really hold off that aggression that Brazil brought. But this game, and a lot of these games today, all about finding those moments for third parties.
There was just something about that game for a while too, where I thought everything was conspiring for a Korea victory. But they got caught, you know, they left, X left earlier on in the game, he was able to get a knock and a flush onto them. And then it was solo players in Norway that stuck the telling blow on the Korean side. But they still got a bunch of points. Like, it's still, you know, it's not a win, but it's another good game for Korea, and they closed that gap to Vietnam, which is still massive.
Exactly. I mean, that's the best part about this game. If you're looking at from the perspective of a Korea fan, is, hey, okay, we did pretty good in the first couple of games, and now we're able to really bridge that gap, because you know, you got to be worried about Vietnam just running away with things. They go for a bit of a crash there against Poland, and it doesn't go so good, and then Bao Rush was right there to clean up a bunch of kills in that spot. So wild game there around the edges of the terminal. Fun circle, fun finish, and now we look towards Rondo for map number 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, another one of our little break maps in the middle as we get a look. But let's see how our top 4 teams performed in that one. No surprise, big game from Brazil.
Kills für Brasilien, hätte das gedacht.
Other map winners today, but they were another team that benefited from the recall system. Remember, BL went for the res, and he had to hold back a fight of his own whenever teams tried, I think was it Indonesia, that tried to bring back their players.
Exactly. And then Indonesia came in with a recall of their own, but it was late, and so they just couldn't take a fight. They had nothing to work with when then Brazil again capitalized on that and took them down. So you got to be a little bit careful with those recalls, because otherwise you're just going to feed points over to your enemies. And that was one of those situations where Brazil just a step ahead. A lot of kills for them, 12 as well, 10 for Korea, 7 apiece for Thailand and the Philippines. So APAC coming in strong. Obviously Vietnam, but you know, we know the Philippines can frag. We know Thailand has star players, and speaking of stars, Sparking is a known quantity.
Yeah, and I love this kid. I really do. He's the best Brazilian player that we've seen being produced. His tattoo says time's up and you got to be better than yesterday, and he's a player who strives to always be better than the previous day. And you know what? A good competition for Brazil here. He might finally get to buy that jet ski that he was hoping to buy.
The man is just wanting that jet ski so bad, and this is a great game for him to get closer to that dream. Fun stuff there. 22 points again. You know, our top teams always seeming to get at least double digits kills in these games. And they have been so furious. 12 points for Korea to match Thailand, who get third in terms of placements. Argentina with a nice one there. Really nice to see them coming out with some good performances. A little bit of a weird situation they ended up in. Kiss just landed some beautiful grenades, and all of a sudden their round was basically done.
Yeah, I think the Kiss has just really taken PUBG by storm in the last few months, and I am so impressed. As I am impressed at how good Vietnam have been with their 49-point total. But thankfully for the rest of the lobby, they didn't extend to that lead by too much in that last map. Korea and Brazil now inside the top 3 as Denmark will fall out. USA getting a couple more points on the board. But for Chinese Taipei, first points of the grand finals, much better game from them. Really good at picking up some points where you maybe other, you know, stealing kills away, taking the right advantage of knocks on other sides. Much better from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, need to see some more of that for Leo's last hurrah here at PNC. So far the top 8, you know, a big difference between Vietnam and China. That is a massive gap there. A lot of work to do yet. And again, I think China just kind of a little bit unlucky there in that situation. I don't think you expect a team to just full-on crash that northwest corner of terminal like that. I get it in some ways now with the recall system in there, so spots like that become a lot more desirable, because you're like, well, if we can win, you know, the close quarters battle, then we can get to that recall, so it doesn't matter if we lose players along the way. So kind of the the math of PUBG has changed quite a bit with that system being put into place.
Yeah, and like you said, you can get multiple points off some players now as well. As we got to look at the crowd, we've got some Brazilian fans in the house today. I think no matter what the event, no matter where in the world, Brazilian fans travel and they're happy to be here. And shout out to all the people who have traveled, and shout out to the viewers at home as well who maybe couldn't attend for one reason or another. But the venue for the first day of Grand Finals is looking great.
Thailand, 301%. Yeah, they are definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with, you would think. Continue to just love that Philippines have been given the opportunity and they are making the most of it. They are just fearless, man. They are willing to take fights. Like, I think back to that second Miramar game and the space they were taking there, like when that circle hard shifted up towards Oasis, I'm like, you guys have a tremendously wide split. Like, that's really tough to pull off, and they're still making it happen. So you got to love what you're seeing. Norway trying to get their fans into it, trying to get themselves into it. I can see a Norwegian flag pinned up there on one of the rails in the fan section. So they are feeling good. UK playing okay. Michael has continued what he started during the survival stage.
Yeah, they've all been really good. Like, I think for the UK, they're playing well. It's just some other teams are playing out of their skins. Like, if you said the UK, would you be happy with this point tally after a couple of games? They would have taken it. You know, it's not like always, you know, obviously they'll always want more, but they've been steady. And being steady over the 3 days is not going to be enough. You need to get more. And yeah, here's the fans that I love, the Norwegian fans. There's so many of them. There's only 3 in that picture because the rest are probably, you know, out at the moment, but they're having a ball. Like they were over hanging out with the Norwegian players yesterday, and honestly, I'm so excited to see people who've traveled thousands of miles to see their favorite teams.
Yeah, no, it is so cool. PNC is always so fun because you get fans from literally everywhere that come here and are supporting their region, supporting their players. A ton of fans of Korea. Those are some nice jerseys. Some Gyumin fans, some reigning fans there. Love to see it, as some jerseys were available out front to be purchased today. So a lot of people getting to support their favorite team even more. Germany, dude, just steady as she goes. Just kind of, this is their brand. This is their PUBG, and they continue to play it pretty well, I think. I don't know what happened with that fight with Thailand, but still, overall today, I think they're playing just fine.
Yeah, Thailand brought the fight, and well, Rondo will hopefully bring the heat as we are into the second half of day 1. Rondo, which brings a little bit of randomness that some of the other maps don't have, is going to come live and into the action here from Seoul. And we're getting a look at Jadena City, and I've only ever seen a Jadena City finish once. And the players, I'm going to be honest, they didn't know how to deal with it because they'd not seen it either.
No one goes there. You know, like, it's just like, it's often just completely disregarded in drop spots, other than maybe like a really kind of late like alt drop that you don't want to go there because it's hard to rotate in and out of there. It's actually, you know, there's a bunch of bridges you have to cross. If you want to go north, like, there's only one bridge on the north side, and it's actually close enough to other people's drop spots that it makes it dicey. If you end up swinging way up north near Meiran, you're going to have some problems crossing into there. So there's just so many choke points coming out of that peninsula. It makes sense why nobody wants to go there. Do I drop there when I play the game? Yeah, because I think it's fun. But for the pro scene,
wir sind auf Platz 6 ein bisschen wieder zurückgeschraubt worden. Wird es Zeit, die Runde wieder ein paar Points zu holen.
But I think that China actually want to deal with, no, they've stolen the Pika bus and they've retreated. So they're saying, okay, you're going to take that spot, we're going to take the vehicle. So in a way, they've harmed Australia's chances. And what is going on here? Chinese Taipei with a really late drop and somehow getting the player in on top. But this is not a spot that you tend to see hot drops in.
No, this is rather surprising. It's intense. Trying to use that mutant. Mao Rush has a QBZ. So both players just kind of letting each other know they're there. Saw a shotgun in the hands of James. He's looking to identify a Chinese Taipei player. Saw that JS9 in the hands of one of them as they're trying to make their way through. This is pretty wild. James thinking about the grenade. 8C, the revolver, I'm hoping we can find you an upgrade, my friend.
I hope so too. But if he is going to use it, I hope he gets knocked with it, because it'll be fun to see as Jia Wei will take a ton of damage. JS9 and no meds at the ready. He needs covering support from his teammates. 8C, the same down to 1 HP, but Intense is going to get dealt with by Mao Rush. And Erez will be pulled off onto Leo here as well. So things not quite going Norway's way, but a win in this battle will, of course, lead to an instant buyback. Oh, James, he got knocked with a nade in his hand there, Paper, and he's going to fall. And now Himon and 8C are the only two players standing for Norway.
Nice shot there. At least getting the knock on a Chai Wei, but losing Intense on the backside makes this so much more challenging for Norway overall. Not only is it going to be likely a 2v4, but you lost that flank angle, and you had no ability to cover that, to try to, trade the knock or, take a better fight. Instead, Chinese Taipei has everything in front of them until look who it is. Your top fragger from the survival stage. Trick shows up to the party, and it's Leo in the head. Mao Rush underneath with an MP5, jumping down, and he's got Iman before he can even get there. 8C all on his own.
This is a really... Oh, it's a third party. Indonesia doing some damage, but 8C and Savior and a 1v1. Savior's going to go for the repeat. 8C, 3 fires, but Savior wins the fight, and it's 4 more points for Chinese Taipei.
Norwegen wurde eliminiert.
The thing is, Indonesia, they've gone. They've let them be, so Chinese Taipei will get the reses off, and they'll get the recall done. So this is really good for that side, and it's really good for their confidence as well, to go head-to-head with a team like Norway, who were really good in the survival stage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You have got to be feeling great about Chinese Taipei and the way that they've been kind of handling themselves. Overall, not bad. Love to see it. Those MP5s, really annoying. Ah, yes. I was waiting for it. I knew with Thailand here, we'd be getting some glider play, and Fluky gonna be the one to go up into the air for them. Try to do that early scouting. A lot of the Thai teams, but especially Theraton 5, which is Rossiter Junior's team, they love to do that, especially on this map.
Yeah, get as much information as you can. Another team that are well known for doing it is Germany. And I think that's exactly what Braxco is doing on the very north side of the map. He should be taking to the skies momentarily as well. And when we asked Korea what was their motivation going into this here, they just said, watch us lift their 3rd trophy. They're going for the 3-peat. And in and of itself, when you're the reigning champions and you're essentially the hosts, it puts a target on your back. And there's so many teams, 15 other teams here who want to steal that trophy away. And I think that actually, Korean players, Korean teams and Korean orgs love being the hunted. They love being the team with the target on their back.
Oh, no doubt about it. They're very happy to have you try to come at them, because they will take those fights, and they are so tough to deal with. The talent level on that team just through the roof, having Sol there in particular, who is hungry to showcase his abilities at the global level again. And the other team that you should not be even a little bit surprised about getting a glider is Germany. Brex saw them a lot during the survival stage. You see it all over the place internationally, that they love these gliders for themselves, love using it to get that info, and it really suits their style in particular. They use it in very different ways than Thailand. Thailand's looking for stuff in the middle. They're trying to figure out what's going on ahead of them so they can work their way forward, whereas Germany's using it to scout the edges, looking for some clear space, looking for maybe a third party or a fight they could take, an isolated player here or there. So very different ideas, even though they both are using the same vehicle.
It's a Sand 101, right? That's just the way they have always played. But over here, by the hills, China getting really close to Brazil. Now, Zhao Wu has not had the day that he would have wanted so far. The first 2 maps, one of the first players to fall overall. This time around, getting super close. The Savior will be able to bring back their teammate. And I think they just waited for the next plane. But I think Brazil have set up a really good trap. And I think that they've just about got the buggy tight enough to the mountain that it's going to be very last second that China are able to spot it. But am I seeing a team E pickup potentially right on top of that mountain that these teams are on? Nope.
They haven't got off yet.
Yeah.
You can see a few teams just putting some shots. Gumin getting way up on the stadium. But Philippines have identified a free compound and should be, I would assume, okay-ish to land. Plus, there's one of these, I call it pillars of God, the really tall mountains there to get up on top of. As Dofi taking some shots. Nobody's even landed one yet, so able to get there. Can be a little tricky to work from this position, though. Tons of info, but you got to be clean with those DMRs, because once people start shooting at you, you don't have a lot of recourse sometimes. You have to just get down and prone.
And if CJ gets knocked, Calbs will obviously parachute down to get the res. It's very difficult to clean these players up, but for the Philippines, they're so close to the center that in theory they should be in the next phase, and maybe even the phase after that, depending on what way it goes. I don't do phase predictions because it means nothing until phase 4 of a game. I know back in the day we used to love trying to predict where it's going to go, but in reality, teams are going to play wherever they think is best for them. Brax is now scouting, right? Germany have their position up to the north. He's now seeing if anybody's wrapping up that north way to give the team that little bit of information. And now the Chinese Taipei down to the south have got everybody back on their feet there on the move. But a trap's been set.
Oh my God.
USA know. They know they saw it go up into the sky. This is so good from the USA.
Kickstart first up to bat. We're going to knock it out of the park there. Does some pretty good damage. Mao Rush able to respond with a little bit of his own. Using that bolt. Try to see if he can get lucky. Connect on to Kickstart. The first wave for Chinese Taipei has to be diverted, has to go in a different direction. They're being chased down, though.
Yeah, it looks like USA were hunting that one down, but we've turned our attention over to Brazil, who are getting pushed by Team UK. It's BL all by himself. Can he stay alive long enough or get enough knocks to tempt the rest of Brazil? They're on their way. BL's done his job. He's dealt a little bit of damage. He's going to get knocked though by Vard, but the rest of Brazil, they are landing in this position. Posa, Sparking, and Santastico. They're looking to take down the team from the UK. Sparking got himself the QBZ, which is, oh look, he switched it over because it's a close range fight.
Yeah, that's really, really smart. The extra rate of fire that you're going to get out of that Vector, very, very effective in a battle like this. T-Bone actually taking over the IGL duties for UK. I take a little bit of a look at it. Doing some long-range scouting. That's kind of been the formation that we've been seeing from UK, is T-Bone out on his own. The other three going to fight together to try to break things open in the battles. Ming Ming keeps Sparking from being able to be comfortable outside. Gustav dodging some grenades here. It's actually Seoul from Korea. That one splashes right into his face. Doesn't get the knock, but certainly keeps him honest.
Yeah, Gustav just wasting a lot of utility, but they should be able to get it back up as we get an extreme shift to the northwest. And Leo is now back as well, and he's dropped exactly in that position. So he has a spot for Chinese Taipei to rotate to if needs be. Philippines, they've got Reining in their side. Korea with a pretty big split. Now, Reining tried to secure a spot inside the circle while the rest of Korea stayed inside stadium, and Philippines are looking to make them pay for that choice.
This is actually going to be really tricky for Korea. Going this far north is going to be awful, and this is just making matters worse. Reining 1 HP. Immediately goes for that first aid, and now the Philippines know that he is weak, and they are trying to get there. The first aid does come through. China's going to drive right on by this fight. Seoul arriving to the party to try to bail Reining out. Reining just hiding, hoping that he can survive long enough that the rest of Korea is going to be able to do something about this situation. And oh, it's so fast from Elgin Bots. He knew
Habt ihr es gesehen? Der hat sich bewegt und die Waffe ist an der Tür hängen geblieben, nach oben gegangen. Das ist most unlucky.
And it looks like Sparking and the rest of Brazil are ready to
Waffen
make their move,
shit.
T-Bone was dealt with by Australia.
Weil
now know they hold the
PUBG
advantage.
ist leider meines Erachtens immer noch ein bisschen
good stun grenade though. Sparking
buggy, nicht smooth genug.
Of Vard as he jumps out that window. And Michael with the S12K shotgun makes it work, but Sparking will trade it back. 2 versus 2. Posa caught in the open by Vard, leaving it all down to Sparking. And he's got that Vector, but he has got to make this work. And look, Australia, they know that they can take advantage of this and maybe get revenge on Brazil.
I love this from Australia. This is fantastic decision making. Sparking now has so much to deal with. Dealing more than he takes, but he tries to go back, and Tiggleton's ready for it. Brazil goes down. Australia looking to finish the job. Vard trying to stick the res, but Tiggleton's up on the roof, and Vard has to pull back before he can complete it. Grenade through the window. Vard just hiding. Now, nothing left to do but try to get some extra points, to try to salvage this, because Vex is no longer for this lobby.
Yeah, there's the rest of the crash, but oh no! Flood got caught by the gear, by the fence, and it stopped them long enough for Vard to get the knock. Huge for Team UK, as the solo player left standing still has 3 Aussies to deal with, and they'll look to clean him out. Stun grenade after stun grenade, stopping the res on the Vex. Vex is there to feed the call, to feed the shout. Tig takes damage, but Vex is dealt with by Monty. Tig, though, should deal with this, and in essence here, Paper, the fight that we had in the last map has happened in reverse order here with the team that was, you know, it really is reverse order of the fight the last time around.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's just kind of funny how things work out sometimes. You know, teams have similar ideas on, you know, what part of the map they think is important and how they want to rotate and their moments. Back over to the Philippines, who have disengaged from Korea, and now they find Argentina on their doorstep. Poland wants to get a recall through. Dangerous in the middle of that lake, but Matchster wants to go for it. Okay, Vard finally dealt with. It's going to be Tiggleton here. 3 kills for him total so far for Australia. They will be out in the blue, but we're only in phase 2, so not too big of a deal. And the Philippines want to fight. Surprise!
Yeah, they're pushing up towards Argentina, and Seoul might be able to get a third party. It looks like Korea have got everybody back on their feet as well, as they use the recall inside a stadium. And all that is bad news for the Argentinians, because Seoul is here. Vietnam are pushing up this intersection, this junction, as well as you see that little bit of damage. 10 triple with a great nade up and over the top as Capitan is going to get knocked. Another nade is thrown, finds another 25 damage. But the Argentinians really stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that's a great BZ.
Oh, that's brutal. That's so well placed. That's right on top of Capitan. And 10 trip is what we got to knock on a Vietnam while this is going on. The man's just a one-man army. He's taking on fights from anybody. A newcomer arrives. It is going to be raining coming back for Korea. They're able to use the recall system once again. Vietnam, though, right on the outside here. Oh, drafting. That sucks. You're just dead there. Vietnam has such a good angle. Now they're really trying to get away. Good news is they ran out of ammo. The bad news is Hemas has a Lynx. I thought he might go for the shot there onto Emmy, but Emmy should be A-okay for now.
They're going to try to be the next team to take shots, but as Emmy moves further north or further west, he'll run to USA, he'll run into Germany. But Poland, they've got Marsalek back on his feet. Looks like they carried enough loot for him as well that he's got himself back in the game with a barrel. And Korea, with all 4 players, they waited for him to get there, and now they will get on the move as well. So Korea really adapting to the recall system very well so far tonight. We'll have a look at what ALO was able to do, and this is probably when they got all those points off of Indonesia. This is going to be good, isn't it?
I would hope so. I need to see some more from the USA. ALO took a bunch of damage. Oh, nasty, nasty, nasty. That is so many headshots there. That's such a tight angle. And then Shrinzy so quick to respond as well. The teamwork so good for the USA. Kick arrives to the party. He just bypasses, doesn't even go for the flushes, knows there's more. No, they need to take this fight and really wipe Indonesia out.
You know what I love about how things change in PUBG? About 2 years ago, pro players would have used 2Xs and they would have carried 4X sprays. Everyone's gone back to the red dot now, because everybody loves the line. You know, when you aim in, you see everything. There's none of your line of sights being cut off, and players at this level are that good. They don't even need the extra zoom. They can hit a pixel from a mile away. Not the player, by the way. The pixels of the player. He retired.
I know.
I'm so sad.
I am too. He's just a great guy. He's so funny. Definitely gonna miss him at global events for sure. Shout out Pixel if you're watching, buddy. Germany, 1 player out in front. It's Brex up high. The other 3 behind, also up high. Flood going to be called back here, as well as 3 more players of Indonesia. So Indonesia trying again late in the game to get their players back up and running. They're going to go way up north. There is some open compounds, so if they're allowed the opportunity to land, they could get some gear again and make a go of it. Chinese Taipei underneath the gun barrels of Germany. High ground advantage doing wonders for them to keep track of their opponents, but they're outside of the new circle. And there's a river right down the middle of a phase 4 circle. This is nasty stuff. Luke 12, though, gonna get beamed by Beamy.
It's a fractured circle, as you pointed out, with that river running blood is on his way to the ground as everybody is firing this way. And it's going to be Gustav as Denmark get 2 members of Australia down and out as things stand. Beamy under pressure now as up over the hill comes Monty looking for revenge for his fallen mate as the rest of Denmark are now looking for the same. But Monty, you should get that point confirmed. Get it on the board as Germany and Chinese Taipei are battling with USA not too far away. It is all getting crazy on the southwest.
Thailand just
Germany holt sich einen Punkt, hat aber noch
Ketter was
einen
coming
Knock.
right for him. They knew he was there because he took some shots while Monty was dealing with Beamy. And instead, Thailand comes from behind and takes out Denmark. So they get sandwiched, and that's going to give Australia a little bit of breathing room. Purdy Curdy taking some damage, trying to get down the hill with the rest of his team. Shots ringing out in their direction, but looks like they're at least going to be able to survive. Oh, I died. Spoke too soon. Breck strikes from above. Shrimsy going to be knocked here. Smokes have to come through. You also have China potentially looking into this fight, but they're inside of the circle, so they're not going to make a move, just trying to do some damage from afar. Grenades coming out now for Germany to try to finish that knock onto Shrimsy, but they're all rolling too far down that hill.
Yeah, and they don't want to go for the res in this position as well. They want Shrimsy to get closer to the corner, but all these explosions taking health off of Shrimsy is going to force the issue. And the nade from Mika is perfect as Kurt went for the hero res, and he's going to get shut down. So USA -1 and one more down on his knees and kick. It's going to pick up Kurt. Get him out of there. The USA will look to live and fight another day as Alo will hold the cover. Vietnam under pressure from Poland as Kappe will find that knock. This is not looking good for your lobby leaders. Himas went for it, and what the hell? Vietnam delete Poland.
That is just unbelievable. They just run right through Poland like a hot knife through butter. Germany wrapping ahead, but they are paying the price for that.
Shit.
They get out into the open and they get
Chris
into low ghost sidelines. It's Chris going to be cleaned up there. USA taking a battle against the Philippines and winning it, at least so far. Breck's going to scoop up a Lynx for himself off of this crate, so they do lose one player, but they're able to get some extra utility for the late game. Oh, what a shot from Brex right into the head of Alo. Well done with that Lynx. USA in the blue, just scrambling to get through, but Zareth is going to be standing there. The rest of Germany in their way. Vietnam trying to get their reses to go on the other side of this in that smoke. Brex curious about it. A grenade here actually could be pretty devastating.
Wrong side of the tree. It lands on the side. He will get the flush, but Brax will deal with kick. And now he turns his attention to Tanvu. Vietnam losing another, and Brax go up to 5 kills in the lobby now. And Mika pushing up on the Philippines. CJ, he's going to get knocked.
Nice.
Emmy's in the blue with a nade in his hand, but he throws it in. It might get Calbs, but it's just a little too far away. And this is brilliant from Germany here, but Zeras has been knocked by Little Ghost.
Germany mit 7 Kills gerade am Start.
Looking to do more work. There's another Molly. I don't even know if Calbs realizes it yet. All of a sudden, whoa, why is the ground on fire next to me? I'm in trouble, but so is Himas. Calbs actually able to get the knock, even though damage came from a couple different angles there. Tanvu out into the blue, trying to do something. Oh my God, the blue is gonna do it. The grenade had just done enough damage to Calbs.
Yeah, Germany down to 2 as well, as looking off into the distance. Argentina's Emmy still alive inside the placement points, which is not a bad scenario at all when you consider they lost their players oh so long ago. Monty in the sights of Yumin. Salute, come on.
He's got it.
The little Datsy good, but he's going to get shot at by Thailand. And does he get over it? He gets around. The tire pops, but I think he's gotten over there.
Oh my God, Salute. That is unbelievable that you survived that. What a nice attempt from Rossiter Jr. That is such a creative angle to take there. Thailand has complete control over the northern side of the river. I mean, there is Indonesia up there, but they had just res. They're looking for whatever util and equipment that they can find. Yumin takes a bunch of damage. Tiggleton, though, in response is knocked. Yumin, nice outplay there onto the IGL of Australia. Monty on his own. Just the logs of the shack and a Pico bus for cover, and Korea needs some kills in this one. They only have 1, they're looking for more.
And have a look at Rossiter. He's crossed the river, he's sneaking up, he wants to get involved, he wants points for Thailand. as Korea push on up. But on the other side of things, Germany's there. Seoul, you're taking 5 damage every second you stay inside the blue. And I think that Germany know it. They know he's weak, but Yu-Min will get the knock on Mika, and Korea fighting on multiple fronts and winning all the battles, but Braxco will take down Seoul.
Oh, finally dealt with. What a reposition there by Yu-Min to back up Seoul on the backside. He should be able to grab him, get him into the next zone, and try to go for the res. China has other ideas. They have flanked out wide to try to cut off Korea's advance. They know that they're still 4 up potentially, and they want to make sure that that doesn't exist into this late game. Not much to work with here. It is a coastline, some high hills. Thailand, though, so smart to get ahead of the curve here. They can leave 2 players on the backside as well to watch for Indonesia. I'm pretty sure they know they're there. They probably saw them parachuting in. Out in the open, though, Korean players. Juicy targets for Lil Ghost. Connects onto that, onto Raining, and he should be down and out.
Yeah, really good from Lil Ghost as he takes advantage and picks up that kill. So that's 1 player down for Korea, and this makes it a 3v4, v3, v3. Korea being held by China, but China have got to get a move on as well because Zhao Wood is holding the circle, everyone else in the blue, and Salute is coming this way. They're going for Little Ghost. It's aggression from Korea, and I absolutely love it. Run him over, Seoul gets the knock, and Ming Ming will fall as well. Korea get revenge, and Zhao Wood, who's usually the first to fall, is now the last standing for China.
Fortune favors the bold in Korea. That is a bold move right there. Driving uphill at China to take them out. They were not happy that they lost Raining there, and they wanted to return the favor. It's not all over yet. Xiao Wu, the hero for China during PGS, has an opportunity to do something special once again on his own, but he's got Indonesia right underneath the hill near him, aware of each other's presence as Util is coming out on both sides. Oh, Trick finds the off angle, and Xiao Wu is down.
Indonesia climbing into 10th spot now, and Thailand are going to do the exact same rotate we saw.
They didn't do it right.
Nah.
They missed it.
They're fine. They've got 4 players up, and they got a spot in the circle. But would you put it past Korea now after dealing with China on the south? Well, of taking full control of the circle and pulling a rabbit out of the hat with a win here.
They can do it. They need Indonesia to kind of do some damage, I think, to Thailand. Maybe not necessarily, but you would love to see that. That's for sure. You would love to see those 2 teams over on that eastern edge just beat each other up so you can come through, claim what you think is going to be the winning position, claim what you think is going to be the winning terrain, and use that to your advantage. And they know that eventually it's going to have to leave that river, right? So they're going to go on that western edge. They're going to take the hillside, use that for cover, get some high ground, get some angles, get some info, and set up for the late game.
Yeah, Indonesia, Setsuna turning his attention over towards Korea as Thailand all group on that south side where they believe the next phase shift is going to go. Simoy hunting that way though, as he's going to make the crossing through the water, and I don't think Thailand are looking the way, and just by Indonesia firing shots across, it enables the Simoy crossing. So this is really good team play, and Korea, they want to push Indonesia, but they also know the position they have in the circle is really good as things stand, so they're not going to make the move just yet. But paper, that circle shift is not what anybody was banking on.
That is wild. That is going to guarantee to have water in it, I think, in the last phase. At least the phase 8 circle should be touching some. That is crazy. This is a bizarre circle. You rarely see them like this next to a river. So this is a special one in terms of just rarity. You know, that we won the PUBG Gacha for this game. We got a fantastic circle. Yu-Min gonna be the one tasked with keeping track of Indonesia up on the north side. Meanwhile, Seoul and Salute have a inenviable task of watching Thailand on the other, but Simoy has gotten right underneath Thailand. What in the world is he gonna do?
Yeah, remember the crossing he made a long time ago, but that nade does enough damage to find a knock, but not between the damage with the 2 players, but will not find a knock onto any. Yu-Min, he let Indonesia know that he's within throwable distance, and here come Salute and the rest of the reinforcements. They know that Indonesia have only got so many limited spots to rotate from this spot, and when all this is going on, and all the explosions, Thailand are wrapping all the way in behind on the south.
this is actually kind of turning into a problem for Korea. They need this fight to go smoothly and quickly, and Indonesia knows that they're in a bad spot, an easily nadeable spot, so they're going to try to rotate. They're actually going to see Thailand. If they take shots, that's going to alert Korea to Thailand's presence, that they're making this wide wrap.
Let them go. Let Thailand wrap around.
Smart.
It's the right thing to do because you know that they're going to backfill Korea, and this is just trigger discipline at its finest. And I love that decision because any other player might consider the fight, and here we go. The angle's been opened up by Thailand. Korea inside a bowl, and this could become a shooting gallery. Setsuna, don't shoot. Don't. Thailand, they're doing you a favor.
Das ist
Once
wirklich eine
Korea start
super
fighting
interessante
back to Thailand,
Zone.
maybe then start doing some damage, but for now, they are your allies.
Korea there, Gyumin right at the tree, taking a bunch of damage from a grenade. Simoy, it's his time to strike. And he gets a bunch of damage with the AK. Can't find the knock. It's
zu früh sich gezeigt, glaube ich.
Calling out the targets nicely, saying, I've got this one lit up. It's your turn up to bat. Setsuna had been such a good support player for Indonesia during the survival stage. And this time it's Simoy setting up Setsuna. Now, around the corner is Korea. They're keeping it quiet for now. Tons of smokes had to be used here by Thailand, and they are now being pushed in by the blue. This is going to get trickier and trickier as time goes on. They may have just been a little too cautious in trying to take that fight against Korea, but they didn't know where Indonesia was.
And look how steep the hill they need to descend is as well. It's all going to impact them as Korea still with 3 up. That circle, you said it had to keep water in it. About 30% of it is still the river. Setsuna turns his attention up, but Thailand are back up to a 4. They got the res right in the smoke on the edge of the blue, and now they can turn their attention back this way. Saluto will get the knock on to Kiss. Simoy finds Saluto, Gyumin on the Jacob. Everybody firing onto everybody, Paper. It's a 2v3.
This is madness. Simoy with that AK, able to do a ton of damage again, but Rossiter Jr. strikes from the side. Coming up and over is Trick, trying to do some damage onto Rossiter. Rossiter has such a tough angle in this fight. Trick trying to find one of his own. That hill is so steep, neither player can really get a good angle onto the other. But this is mutually assured destruction. Korea now trying to fan out. Seoul out on the edge, Prone's down. It is going to be Thailand that falls in third.
Yeah, and Seoul now the pressure from Trick, and Seoul's going to get taken down by the blue zone, and it's a 2 versus 2 for the win. Indonesia, who battled their way from last place last year through the survival stage, are going head-to-head with the champions. 2 teams on opposite sides of the spectrum at the end of the year, or at the end of
Das sieht
PNC
so aus,
last
als
year.
hätte Ricky nichts zum Heilen.
Trick has got a really good
Ja,
spot
doch,
here.
jetzt hat er ein paar
Needs to help
Verbände
it out.
genommen.
It's essentially 2 1v1s for Korea as they have bunched themselves up on a 2. But they got to be careful because we know Indonesia are no joke, and they could easily turn this fight into their favor.
The thing you have going for you is Korea's Trick just didn't have any more first aids. He only has a couple bandages, so he's at the edge. He's trying to peek out around. He's exposed. Gyumin found Setsuna, and it's going to be Korea finding a chicken dinner. Smiles on the faces of Team Korea. What a wild game that was. What a final circle.
Yeah, and they really closed the gap to Vietnam.
Haben die echt gut gespielt.
You can't win a tournament on day 1, but you can put yourself in the hunt, and Korea, they are on the hunt indeed. What a game that was for them, Paper, and for the fans. They had to wait 4 maps, but they finally got it over the line with a win.
Yeah, you just kind of wonder after those first 2, is it just going to be all Vietnam all day, and is Korea just going to kind of be playing second fiddle? But no, they find their own moment. But guys, we're going to watch some highlights. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with some Erangel. Don't go anywhere.
Valeu.
알아야지.
They get involved as they're at the ball for the second time. But Mika with the M249, how many times have we seen this in the past? Really shredding Denmark apart. They fall. The overlords of what's going on, and if they can spot out Adam, like, Philippines hold the key into the circle for both of these sides. Look at the three players stacked up now. Adam is going to get knocked by Tentrip, and this could not be going better for Team UK. They're trying to steal the kills away. Tentrip with another one. Vex gets the last one, and Canada fall. They assumed that this position was clear. Trick was there. Elsewhere though, Turkey, they're going to run into Chinese Taipei as a quick triple knock will come through. Savior, who we heard from at the start of the game, he's holding the MJ3 and that weapon.
No, not like this. Don't do Cappy like
Das war
this.
gestern, das war
Don't do it
stark.
like this. Oh, what a shot, Trick. No, not like this, Poland. Come on, man.
Lemon will get himself lost. Chinese Taipei fall.
Another reposition, switching between sites, wants to find the best one for this moment. Red dot seems good to me.
So, wir sind immer gleich beim Meta 5 und 6. Meine zwei Lieblingsmaps, Erangel. Die werden richtig cool sein, denke ich. Erangel ist einfach nochmal Nostalgie pur.
To sit is to progress. Sit is.
퍼스펙스 BMX팀 유소년 선수 김한결이라고 합니다. 어릴 때부터 자전거 타는 걸 진짜 좋아해서 지금은 본격적으로 선수 생활을 하고 있어요. 처음 경기장에서 BMX 레이싱 선수들의 경기를 보고 와 진짜 멋있다라는 생각이 들어서 본격적으로 시작하게 된 것 같아요. 스포츠는 나 자신과의 싸움인 것 같아요. 어제보다 발전하기 위해 계속 도전하게 되는 것이 스포츠인 것 같아요. 내가 과연 유망주인가? 책임감 있게 행동해야겠다라는 생각도 들어요. 가장 큰 원동력은 더 잘하고 싶다는 욕심인 것 같아요. 저를 계속 도전하게 만들어요. 저에게 스포츠는 도전이에요. 넘어져도 다시 일어서면 된다는 것. 실패가 아닌 새로운 시작이 기다리고 있어요.
Drop that shit.
Smooth and original, straight from the underground. Listen to the real funk. Hold on. Watch out, the furious. Better be focused. Listen to the real funk.
And it goes a little something like this. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. It goes on and on and on and on. Listen to the real funk.
혹시 모델업팅 좀
original, straight from the underground.
Welcome back, everyone, to PNC 2025. 2 games left to go on day 1. It is Gibson joined by Paper to bring you through the final 2 games. And, well, Paper, the Korean fans here didn't have to wait all that long over this weekend to see their team win the first map.
No, and it shouldn't be too surprising at this point with back-to-back wins, but look at this. The man of the match going to be the IGL for Team Korea. Yumin with 4 kills, 4 knocks, a ton of damage, but that game looked like it might not go so well in the beginning for Korea. They're on the bad side of the circle initially. They lose Raining, but then they opt for that res. They get Raining back into the equation, and they play it really slow. They had 0 kills for so long in that game. They were just waiting for their moment.
Yeah, they waited, but when the moment arose, they strike. Remember, they had to get the res as well. They recalled 2 players. They stayed inside the stadium. Sol had the opportunity to get involved in multiple gunfights, but he just held his own and waited. And that'll have a look at the leaderboard for that game. So 18 points, the lowest by any winner of a map today so far. But they've put in so much good work over the course of today already that they're going to be right up there with Vietnam, who have slowed down significantly since we left Miramar.
Yeah, just a bit, eh? It is kind of weird how that works sometimes. You just have such a good read on one of the maps that you just feel so comfortable, and then you go to the other ones and you can't quite maintain that form. So for Korea, they've been pretty steady throughout.
Die Runde war ziemlich gut für Deutschland. Raute 3, Total 11 Punkte. Sind wir jetzt insgesamt bei 32 Punkten. Und stehen somit auf Platz 4 im Match 4. Wenn das nicht mal ein Zufall ist, jetzt geht's ins Match Nummer 5.
Into that 4th place spot with 32. Brazil right in the hunt with 31.
The crazy thing is, with over 100 points between the top 2 teams, it's condensed the rest of the leaderboard so much. Like, you look at this, a 20-point win for Argentina puts them right up into 4th place from being right down at the bottom. And it just goes to show how much of an impact 2 teams can have in an entire lobby. But we're changing the positioning. We're going to Erangel now. The map is very different. These teams could probably drive all the way from Zarki to Millie Island with their eyes closed at this point. So I'll be curious to see which team is able to take advantage of the map change.
Yeah, really, really interested about, who's going to have a good read on Erangel, who's got a good read on the lobby now that we've seen some few games. How teams are going to play, how they can approach those fights. Of course, Korea, you wouldn't expect them to do too much differently in terms of where they're going to end up on the leaderboard throughout the day. I think we had some good predictions early on with who we thought was going to be strong today. We both got the teams that got at least 1 win. So looking pretty good as we get ready for Erangel. The grassy pastures are ahead. Our final 2 maps of the first day here of the final stage. Let's get it going.
Here's hoping the first day of the grand finals doesn't give us as crazy a circle as the first day of the Survivor Series did. We obviously had that Millie Island half-land split, which led to absolute chaos as we fly over prison here. And I'm going to be honest, we don't see the finishes here all that often either, but I love this part of the map. I love it when a team drops there, and I love it when a team or 2 are like, yeah, we're gonna take the ridge line and peek down in there and try it out.
I love endings near the prison as long as they don't go south of the prison too far, because there's that like really flat open area just to the south of it, but fighting around the edges of the prison, super fun. I agree. We'll see where the circle's going to take us. Korea should be Razak in their drop spot, that is the Freaks drop spot, so that's where I'm anticipating that they're going to be getting out of the plane. The real question to me right now is Pachinki, who's going to fight over it? I see both the Philippines and Australia angling in that direction.
Yeah, Tig told me that Australia were going to take Pachinki, and I was like, oh really, you got Pachinki? He was like, yeah, well, like, I'm Tig. It's like, okay, you go for it, but I like this. Philippines, happy to hot drop. They obviously dropped with the USA earlier, and they essentially won that drop. Now they're going to try do it again here in Pachinki. But let's be real.
Oh, Monty's so close, dude. Okay, he's backing off. I was like, if you go into that house, you're playing with fire.
I'm curious, right? Because, again, I always look to see who the aggressor is, and it looks to me like once more, Philippines have taken the more aggressive drop. They've taken more space. They've surrounded Australia on all sides. Let's see if it's going to be different opponents, but same results.
Oh, what an angle there found by Flood. Trip was completely distracted. Kalbs trying to keep Flood honest. Algenbots did find a machine gun. Tiggleton has a Bison.
He steps on up and he'll hip fire that point away, and here comes Algenbots. Fella, you need to reload. You're running in there with a Tommy gun and it's not been reloaded. Flood hears the Algenbots, though he reloads right on time. And Flood, though, they're going to trade that one back as the Micro Uzi with only 12 rounds remaining of 9mm. Flood, you got to pick those bullets up, but this is not going the way that the Philippines would have liked. And well, if you give a team an opportunity like Vietnam, of course they're going to third party. They have pulled up on the northwest side of Pachinki as well.
Of course, it's Delwyn. It just is so fun to watch this guy play. I love this idea. Monty, Rez should be available. CJ, is he going to have any idea? I don't think he's going to have any clue that you have a player that close to him. Kalb's trying to keep track of the other players. Yep, CJ. Uh-oh, look who else it is.
And I'm thinking, if I'm Australia here, do I want to stay and fight? Or do I use the push by Vietnam as an opportunity to get out of Pachinki now and to focus on rotating into the zone because you're not in that position? The thing is, though, it is Australia. I've spoken to Tiggle, and he's obviously confident as well. He can take any fight. But yeah, it looks like they are retreating back towards the other side of Pachinki. Whether that's to find more loot and get better equipped for the fight with Vietnam, or whether that's just to leave and reposition yourself, we'll find out pretty quickly.
Yeah, there should be some vehicle spawns down on that southern side for them to maybe use as an escape valve if they need to. Brazil on the move early. I do see Michael fanned out pretty wide for the UK. Not too far, not too close. He's got a vehicle he's peeling off, so don't anticipate that there's going to be any fighting here early. But a lot of teams going to want to get center. They're going to know that this plane path and with the drops that not many teams are going to be there early to that center. So if they can be ahead of the curve a bit, they could find themselves in a nice spot as the game draws on. Argentina going to be hot to get towards that central area, using the heaven area to themselves, or as we call it in Korea, the Sky Garden. And then Germany over in Lipovka does have a red zone on top of them, but I think they weren't going too far. Anyway, Vietnam, they have pulled back out of Pachinki as well. So the thing now you have to consider as Australia is, do you really want to barrel down on top of this fight and make sure that the reses can't come through for the Philippines? Yes, you do. That is really, really good stuff.
Yeah, I think they heard the Vietnam retreat out of Pachinki as well, and they says, okay, we can go back in and get that extra point. And that's just good game sense as well. As we look, Tiggle's on a 5, or sorry, look 12, and Tiggle, their streaks here at PNC. But I want to say this about the stat that we had a little earlier. We had Vietnam up on our screens. They've obviously got a tough spot, right? A player that I would have loved to have seen was Clories, but obviously he isn't here this year. And I think the move they took this year, like last year, having spoken to some people from the region who are fans, they felt like they had too many fraggers, too many like players who want to play as the tip of the spear. So obviously Clories is one that fits that style, so they've gone with a little different lineup. I think they've got a lot more balance this year than they had last year.
Yeah, I mean, Salalzi's more of a glue guy. He's more of a support type player in terms of, how PUBG functions. So that, it makes sense to me. I mean, you can actually have this be a problem with PNC teams, is if you just put 4 stellar fraggers on your squad, that sure, you're going to get points, you're going to get kills, but then they end up like competing with each other for those kills, and they're not thinking about getting the win necessarily, they're thinking about outdoing each other. So that can be a bit of a concern. Norway's 8th seat, going to have Brazil rolling in behind him, so he has to abandon his post. T-Bone up in the air, getting some valuable scouting done for Team UK as he has taken over the IGL reins and doing a phenomenal job so far. UK in general, just steady as she goes. Only 14 points here in the final stage, but had a phenomenal survival stage, and I don't feel like you can hold that team down for too long. Them, Australia, USA, all really close to each other, so a lot of competition there among some of the English-speaking countries as they want to outdo each other.
Day 1 of survival stage didn't even go that great for Team UK. Remember, they needed a really good day 2 to solidify their spot. So this is not a position that's strange to them here this week here at PNC. So let's hope they can find the form a little bit earlier than they did yesterday, where it took all the way to map 4 for them to really get together. But Brazil, they have got Norway in their sights, but Norway ain't going to back off and fight. The M249 gets one, James gets the second, and Brazil, well, Brazil thought they had some free points on Norway, but it just doesn't work that way as James and Etse combine, and Brazil 2 players down. The question is now, how much do they value the points that getting these kills can make? And do they want to go for those reses? And Norway are doing the right thing. Clean up the kills and make sure that there's no other Brazil players around either.
And that's brutal. Look at that, sparking at a Groza, which means they had found some level 3 gear already, and you're going to lose it so early on. That's so painful there. Not only losing players, James though, oh, Vex drove a little too close to the sun, and James burns him. Vard is like, okay, never mind. This is not the fight we wanted. We are just going to have to retreat and live to fight another day. Great start to this game for Norway.
Yeah, James and Vex know each other pretty well, right? He's going to get the chip, though. He'll get the chip and he'll get the Groza.
Okay.
So it's not, you know, you get it, you fall back. You've got the opportunity to bring him back a little bit later, and then later on in the game, you could go get the other chip as well. But yeah, Vex and James, they've fought, you know, they know each other pretty well, right?
Just a bit. They may have played together at some point. I don't know.
That's the Western thing, though, that doesn't really, you know, that we get at this event. So many of the teams that speak English, you'll have teams playing on different teams at this event that are normally teammates, and I love seeing that little dynamic as well.
Oh, I do too. It is one of the most fun things about this event, getting some of that cross-team rivalry going. As Norway, it looks so good, and then James just kind of overextended there and then paid the price. It's going to be a point going over to the UK, so they're able to get their revenge. And Norway not in a position to get that blue chip, so there is the potential there for the UK, maybe later as this game goes on, to get a res of their own, get Vex back into the fold, as that fight seems to have calmed down for now. But look who it is, Chinese Taipei, not too far away, looking to see if there was any points available for themselves, but I think they may have just been a little bit too late. We'll see, though. I don't know if the UK knows they're there.
Yeah, Chinese Taipei have been looking to backfill in third party a bit more today than they had done over the previous 2 days. And that might distract the UK enough that opens up the window for Brazil to potentially get those 2 blue chips ready and get back a couple of players back in the fight. You look, there are a couple of buybacks available to them. We'll jump over, though, to the POV of Team USA, who are just in South George. They'll look to make their win. It really does look like USA have just taken the liquid drops, because with Kurt in there. And I think it makes sense whenever your IGL is playing in that position. They want to do what they're most comfortable with. And I think Kick and Shrimsy are good enough players, and they've been around long enough that they can adapt to that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and I mean, you know, they've had Kurt as an IGL before at other PNCs, so they're going to be pretty familiar with his game plan. I thought Michael was going to go back into Milta to go for the res there for a second, but he's actually just driving around in between Milta and Milta Power, so he's taking a pit stop. And if he goes to Milta Power, he's going to find out the hard way that there's still a team hanging out there.
2 Tanks in dem Game. Wurde gar nicht erwähnt.
Real bad situation that the UK is about to find themselves in. Oh my God, East, hard East, over
Germany
towards the mansion.
richtig
still going to be in prison in that circle.
Place.
Now gonna have to try to find
Muss
their
man
way
aufpassen,
in. And Michael,
es kommen
he just
natürlich
found out,
alle
oh, wait,
Teams
there's
von
still
allen
players down
Seiten
here? I thought
ran.
this was going to be wide open.
Ach du
He's driving
Heilige.
towards the power plant. Now, does he have the chip? That's the question that I have. It looks like it as he's going to that position. If I'm Indonesia, I'm pushing that. If you know Michael's there, now the rest of the UK are going to provide some backup, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Norway, though, their players are crashing in on Argentina by mansions. Argentina have not quite had the day that they would want to have so far, sitting in 14th place, but neither has Norway. China pulling up behind Korea as well, right behind these fights, as all these teams are starting to just get really close together, finding some bit of terrain, either a compound, a rock, a hillside, something in the circle that they can play out of.
Absolut's got to be super careful here. He is on an island as far as the rest of his teammates go. They have all fallen back, and he's going to see China out there. Oh, they see him. He's in trouble there out in the open. He's got to run, and he can't. Quick reactions. Great identification there by China. They're looking to finish the job. They know that they have a free point available, so they let loose with a barrage. And yeah, Salute is down and out.
Based on that roar, it sounds like there's quite a few Chinese fans in the venue here today as well.
Nach der 5. Karte wird aber aus der Lobby geschickt.
So whether or not he successfully pulled it off, we're yet to find. But USA on their way to Lipovka. 2 members from Team UK in position, but the 4 members of USA having taken some damage, they know this position is not free. But the question you got to ask is, did they look at the map? Did they see the recall beep? And do they know that it is Team of UK in this position as Fex comes back?
It's just looking, Beamy just got a knock from like 500 meters away onto Germany. I was like, where in the world is Denmark in relation to them? Crazy good stuff from him. But yeah, this battle, oh so important. And now Indonesia wants to say hi. They're going to bring all 4 players into the warehouses. It's a little bit tough usually to fight out of those warehouses compared to the rest because of the 3-story building that Vex is right next to. But he doesn't have any weaponry. So if Indonesia makes a quick move, they might be able to punish. But Bard on top of things. Great stuff from him to get that knock. That's such a pivotal point that they're going to take. And that's going to open the door there for Vex to at least get in and get some stuff to maybe get into the fight. Australia coming up the southern road. Nobody really near them, so they can take their time here a bit. They can do some scouting and then try to make their way into the next circle. Unlikely to hard shift down to the south. You never know with how circles like to work, but well, this looks like that res you were talking about earlier. Finally, Brazil finds their opportunity, maybe?
Yeah, they waited for to get a spot inside the circle, and they waited until they were 100% sure it was safe to do so, and now BL will go for that res. And hopefully it'll bring back both Posa and Sparking, but I'm not sure. They definitely have one. Hopefully they've got both of those ones and they can get everybody back and alive and inside the fight. And the good news for Brazil, there's so much real estate free in that circle. And Denmark are going to call an e-pickup just in case this goes to the extremity. And Ketter, is this a bait? Because Ketter's driven off and they're calling that a
Brasilien.
Yeah, it's
so wie in dem letzten Game.
Such a nice situation that Denmark's going to find themselves in, and they're a step ahead of Thailand. They were both angling at the same compound. Vard did find Alo, so he's starting to heat up, starting to find some value. There you go. That's that spot I was talking about. Denmark just a little bit quicker to the punch, and that's been something they've been really good at today here. You talked about it earlier, those fast rotations that they're making, putting themselves just a little bit ahead of their opponents who are thinking similar things. And they are profiting from it.
This is the thing about this compound too is usually you'll see a team pick one side because all the teams from the south will push up to the garage, or the teams from the north will push towards Gustav. So how long they hold this split is going to be curious to keep an eye on. Team UK, they're going to lose 1 to Kurt as he picks up Fex, and T-Bone is the last player standing for the US as Kurt will pick up another point for them. But for T-Bone, you've got to be careful on all sides because Indonesia are here as well. But I think Indonesia would do well to use this fight as their opportunity to leapfrog both of these teams inside the circle. The question is, will they run directly into Germany or Australia on their way to doing so?
Yeah, I agree with you. This is, the wiser decision, I would say. Meanwhile, the USA wants to really finish that fight if possible. You see a lot of teams, Australia using all that chaos in Lipovka to just drive right past and backfill into the high ground where Denmark was earlier. T-Bone just going to hide. He just doesn't have any other options at this point. And the USA, they're still kind of looking around, but I think this might be them just starting to decide that, okay, well, we did what we could, we got some points, maybe now is the better time to just leave. We know that Indonesia left, we heard those vehicles, and it's just a matter of how much they want to commit to eliminating T-Bone. Meanwhile, Brazil did get both players back. Something to note there, they're in the prison, there is a red zone on top of them, that's not the best, but they are at least back up to 4.
Yeah, and in phase 3, it doesn't hurt that much either that they're not in the world of pain in that position. So they'll just keep on looting, get some meds, get boosted up, and Santa will pick them up at the entrance to prison as they make their way inside the circle. Daffy, though, he's got his eyes on Indonesia as he gets the knock onto Simoy, and Bimi will look to find the flush from afar through that smoke. And at some point, you'd imagine maybe the likes of a Thailand might be tempted to push this way, but for Indonesia, they've kept Trick a little bit closer to the center of the circle, and these two will play as a 2. Vietnam, they've got position up on the north, but yeah, I think USA, you don't want to cut off your nose to spite your face. That extra point on the T-Bone, if you can find it's not worth it. And if T-Bone stays long enough and meds enough, and he realizes USA is gone, there is a recall, and he could potentially bring UK back. Now, whether or not they can get any loot off the back of it is another question, but there's an option.
Oh, the clown car there for the USA. Dangerous stuff, but they gotta make this rotation. They gotta get into this next circle somehow, some way. Trick ahead for Indonesia. Just gonna get on the other side of this hill. Tire broken here. Just gonna be a little bit careful with the driving on the US. They might just dive right into Indonesia. Grenade at the ready, not even gonna be able to be used. Is it gonna do any damage to the USA though? It was in the hand, was it? Already primed. Curdy gonna go down. He tried to push into the shack and there were a couple of Indonesian players waiting for him. They're just gonna opt for the double blue zones. Indonesia gotta heal off, but I don't know how much longer they are for this lobby. Simoy down. Teddy gets another first aid just in time.
I'd have liked to have seen the blue zone nades before Kurt made the push and the dive inside the shack. I know they wanted to save their utility, but you lost. You know, Kick's going to get the down on the A-low, but they'll be able to get back up. But you lost Kurt, and that's why the pressure. And of course Australia want to take the fight. Tiggleton would love to wipe them out, but it's going to be Luke and Monty instead. And Kiss will hit Tiggleton right in the mouth as he gets the knock and flush onto one of the best players in the world as well, as the new kid in the block continues to impress. And Posa just jumped out of his car too early. Don't worry, folks. He's not done anything else. It's going to be crazy. Brazil are still fine.
Just tough situation there for Australia. Needed those points. Went for the play. Lost a couple players to Thailand. Now they're going to have to rethink how they're going to approach this situation. Norway dug in. Argentina trying to... What in the world just hit Emmy? He is not happy about that. Down to 21 HP. A good grenade there from Norway. Does some damage. He's going to continue this push through the smoke. Just want to put that Panzer to good use as quickly as possible. Yeah, there you go. That's easy money. Even though Emmy knocks himself, that's exactly what you want. Eman trying to do what he can, but not any further other than claiming 1.
Yeah, Rybo will be able to get some level 3 gear off his fallen teammate, but Argentina will wipe the Norwegians. Chinese Taipei losing 2 players before they hit the ground, and maybe they're going to lose the last one, and that is what goes wrong when you pick up, and Chinese Taipei are done and dusted. Germany going for the crash now onto Denmark. We have a bit of a split, and Beamy's going to click empty, and Germany arrive, but Beamy gets a second opportunity. He'll find the knock. Duffy is down, and it's all down to Braxco now as he's the only player left standing. And if I'm someone else, maybe this is worth pushing, but Germany, they're going to get eliminated at the hands of Denmark, and Denmark now need to get the rest. Yeah, look, Marsalek, what? Marsalek, did he miss time his C4?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really catch it in time to fully piece together what was going through Marsalek's mind. Whatever. You know, Marsalek, he's gonna give you some amazing plays, and sometimes he leaves you scratching your head a bit. Korea, again, did lose Salute early, no opportunity to claim that res. China still out there in the Mansion Forest. Argentina
keine Punkte geholt, die Runde.
We're gonna see Little Ghost in front. Spray not good enough. Ming able to respond before Capitan can do much more. There it is.
If at first you don't succeed, try and try and try again, as this time it's a bit more successful for Poland. And now Gustav will rush across the road to get the res. Brazil, all 4 players up against all odds, and they are now inside the circle as well. But Vietnam are entrenched in the center of the circle, and here come China. They know that Denmark are weak. Gustav, he gets one. Can he get a second? The spray is okay. It's not great, but he's going to throw the pre-nade. The nade will probably dead man's hand. No, it won't. But look, Martin looks a little bit annoyed, a little bit disappointed about that one. Realizes he's on camera, and then he smiles.
Hey, I gotta say, I thought Denmark played this game pretty well, given some bad situations. They're once again falling to a C4 at the hands of an opponent. I mean, they just have the C4 magnet this time around. So Poland, though, Cappy out in the open, has Rybox behind him. Gonna be creeping up just a wee bit, looking to get the surprise. He has a few more first aids, so can afford to take his time for just a little bit longer. And if he can catch Cappy off guard, he might find a good moment. Cappy there able to find the headshot, but not the knock, and that's when Rybox strikes and he gets the knock. Meanwhile, Brazil over on the other side has Thailand above them. You got Vietnam looking at you from their compound. That's a really difficult situation to be in.
Yeah, Marcelik mistimed it. I knew this was what happened. What does he do wrong, though? Right, it's 15 seconds.
Did he get stuck? He got stuck.
Oh, no.
He got stuck.
Right, it's not Marcelik's fault. That's not Marcelik. And he just said, you know what? He said, I'm going for it. He gave it a go. Oh. Live by the meme, die by the meme, I guess.
I love it. I love it. It's just the most Marcelik thing to happen. All right, Thailand still has a couple players here as they are hunkered down behind this hill.
C4 hat sofort gemacht. Komplett verschätzt. Vorher überhaupt angekommen ist, ist der in die Luft gegangen.
Contain themselves inside of this compound. Got some
Das die
points
Kommentator
delivered to them
fanden
by
das
Chinese
witzig.
Taipei. And since then, they have been unfettered, unbothered, and they could find themselves winning a 3rd game here today. Who knows? See what the circle wants to do. It's going to keep that compound in it. One way or another, it was going to be in this next circle. China trying to maneuver their way around the outside. Flood for Australia still alive, 3 for Korea. So a lot could change here, but Vietnam is just going to play kingmaker around their position.
2-2 split as well inside the compound. There's showing no fear of the rest of the lobby as Little Ghost will deal with Flood. And now China can get on the move. Oh, Sparking will catch out Seoul, who got a little bit too busy creeping inside the circle. And now Rating's going to fall. Brazil putting Korea to the sword as they look to make a Nagumin. Should be able to get this res off because the blue zone is not going to start closing until 20 seconds time. So Korea should still have 2 players up. But while all that was going on, Thailand's Fluky will get a knock onto BL. And that's given Brazil something to think about as well, as all these teams, they want to deal with each other before they focus on pushing Vietnam.
Korea's in a really tough spot right now. China is really keen on making sure they don't get too much further in this game if they can help it, but there's a hillside at least affording some level of safety to Gyumin temporarily, but look what he has in front of him, not much. It is wide open space as that hillside goes down, opens itself up to a couple different angles. Brazil hanging on, Rez is there. BL back on his feet. Posa, nope. Oh God, Gyumin, that was quick. That was some nice shooting. Him and Raining are gonna combine and they're gonna take the point.
Yeah, and that point will get them a little bit closer to Vietnam, but Vietnam are surely going to extend that lead at the top. Also, I want to say, you've been working with the Irish too often. I've heard you say "we" quite a few times.
I know, you guys, I can't escape you.
Yeah, you work with us a little bit too much as Kiss will wrap around the blue. The blue becoming a problem now, but that headshot, as good as Sololzi now gets involved on Raining, and Vietnam will pick up what is a big 2-point kill for them in the early stages of these PNC Grand Finals. And Brazil with a 3. They're in every bit of bad situation as what Korea find themselves in.
I agree. You know, they're trying to get whatever kills they can, so that's why a lot of their attention being paid towards Gyumin. They know he's alone. They know that he is the juiciest target. And you know, Gyumin trying to do a little peek shooting, but yeah, that don't feel good. That SLR from Sparking hurts, and BL as well. Just looking to see if he can get the angle. So Gyumin gets tagged again, and this is not fun. This is not good for Gyumin.
Yeah, he's got no first aid aids left after that one as well. He takes another bit of damage, and at this point, you met up, you maybe spread into the blue with your jammer pack and try to get a knock onto Brazil that should get flushed by the blue zone. But for Korea, it's not looking great at all. The blue zone is going to stop at his feet, but instead of going into the blue and trying to get the kill, he's going to hope maybe he can outlive another team. Maybe there's another placement point or two up for grabs. Okay, that shift has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons.
C4-Action gleich.
Thailand, and it ain't bad for China either, as long as China can find something to play.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough. You can see now they're throwing out the emergency cover. They need to get to this hillside so they can get away from the sight lines. That's going to be Aixlef taking on Gumin. They need to get away from the sight lines of Vietnam, from these compounds. So they need to somehow find a way to get to the hillside. The problem is that they might have Thailand to contest with over there as well. So Vietnam, again, kind of hunker down, just do what damage they can. If they can keep Brazil from breaching this compound, they should be A-okay going into this late game. They know there's a player behind that rock, but do they know Sparking has gotten as close as he has?
They have to know. They've gotta know. It's the only place that Brazil could make a play for in the late game, and they're still not inside the circle yet. But Korea are backing Brazil right now. They want Brazil to find a knock in this fight. So did Thailand and China. Everybody will want Brazil to get the opening knock onto Vietnam, because it opens up the door just a little bit in this map to find a chicken dinner for these sides. China did, of course, find a foothold inside the circle. It looks like Thailand themselves are up on the north. They're in no panic, no rush whatsoever to get into the circle either. But with 27 minutes gone in this game in Phase 7, closing quick onto the back of Brazil. Still got to make something happen, but it's Tanvu that finds that first knock.
Yeah, this is so difficult now, although that knock helps. BL able to put Delwyn on the floor, at least temporarily. They need to breach this compound because they can't go
Thailand
to their right. Oh my God, there's no way. There's no way. If this works, it's gonna gain a little bit of speed. Kiss is gonna send it right towards them. In the meantime, Sparking tries to breach. It gets stopped. No. It gets stopped. It's not gonna get close enough. I hate to break it to you folks, that ain't gonna get there.
And the roar from the crowd when they realized what was happening. They thought that somebody was gonna make a move, but Rossiter Jr. will get the knock onto Himas. Sololzi will deal with Sparking. BL is down as well. There's just one Brazilian left inside the fight, and make that none. Santa will go down to the blue. Vietnam back to 3 players standing, and I don't know if they'll be back to 4. They'll certainly try. Yeah, they've got all 4 players, I believe, back on their feet. This one could be really, really good.
It was so close. It was so well thought out, knowing that they used that back window to escape. And here goes Thailand. They're pushing forward. Rossiter Jr., a little bit of blue bag to use that he can escape the damage from that. Himas is actually going to succumb to the blue. Tanvu trying to figure out what the hell's going on, looking for those Thai players. Fluky doing his best to suss out where Vietnam has gone. This has gotten mega chaotic, and this is all in China's favor now.
Yeah, China loving life. Rossiter and Fluky, down go Delwyn and Himas as Vietnam are going to start losing players. Sololzi, though, he's going to backstab. He gets 2 more points for the side. Vietnam now make it to 10 kills, but Kiss will see them out. And in Vietnam, with just 1 player left, and Tanvu, it's just ring around the rosy as fall after fall after fall. Vietnam rushing for the res. China, they're worried that there could be the potential that maybe Vietnam will try to deny to the blue, so they're going to push and try to get these kills. China on 7 kills of their own, mollying every avenue of escape, and I think Vietnam, they're up on the roof. If Tanvu can just do something, a miracle could happen, but it ain't gonna work because the Aixlef finds Sololzi, and he's going to blue.
Really well played there at the end by Team China. You got to appreciate the attempts there from Thailand, though, going for the C4, going for the push, the follow-up, some really well thought out ideas in terms of how they were using their util. But China, slow and steady at that end game, knew they couldn't get the opportunity for Vietnam to stabilize and get those reses up, had to push the issue, and that forces things, and it gives them the much-needed chicken dinner.
That fight was comical at times. It was 4 or 5 different players ran up the stairs and shot the guy in front of the back, and then someone else, and then another one, and then another one. But Vietnam, they still got a ton of points in that game. China finally kind of announced themselves to this PNC. It's been, you know, it's been steady from them, but that's a big one. Look, the Vietnam fan in the crowd looks a bit dejected after that one.
He shouldn't be.
Yeah.
They played great, honestly. I mean, a couple different teams, because of that last circle shift, had to crash that compound. They had no other choice. You're not going to try to swing down towards China. You want to knock Vietnam out as well. Brazil was afforded no opportunities. China had an angle on them if they tried to wrap any further south, so they had to try to cut through. Thailand at a C4 had an idea that they could get it done, and it still mostly worked. Didn't quite fully materialize for them. USA's push here just not quite as clean as they would like, and that opened the door for Australia. Come in and clean up.
Yeah, look, China, they didn't actually look that happy even though they won the game there, but I want to say one thing about that last map, and it's Delvin again, another kill where he snuck up on somebody and did it. I would be so paranoid if I played in a lobby for more than a couple of maps with him. I'd be looking over my shoulders at all times, because he's literally the boogeyman.
He is. He's like close quarters P.O. I mean, a long time ago, you know, P.O. would kind of stalk people from afar, but he gets up close and personal, and you have no idea. He's so good at understanding the sound cues, what the range of things are, where people can hear you. I mean, that's something that's really underrated in terms of PUBG game knowledge. Like, a lot of people don't understand, like, how far away can somebody hear you when you're running, when you're crouch walking, when you're prone crawling. All those things actually very, very important. What's the distance that you can hear vehicles at? Because you know all these players got the sound jacked up so they can hear every little detail possible. And Delwyn's so good at understanding that.
That's why having the right in-ears matters as well, because it's just every advantage you can get, you gotta take. And you know, it's one of the things, you look at some of the newer teams with players who'd never played on LAN before, they were reaching out to pros being like, hey, my first LAN, what in-ears should I be using going into this event? So it's a really good point to bring up, because it really does matter. And obviously as well, the ambient noise they get over the headsets they use, that matters too, because the crowd, we can hear the crowd through our headsets.
Oh yeah. I mean, at the very least, like, players will tell you, even if you can't necessarily hear the crowd, you can feel it. You can actually feel it in the ground. So there's always kind of those little giveaways that the crowd is going to offer you. But really like this from China. Now you're seeing some smiles on their faces. I saw them kind of laughing a bit after the game. Once they kind of settled in, they do get 8 kills. They do get the win. But man, the bad news for everybody else is Vietnam puts up another big game, 11 kills with that second place finish. Thailand, steady stuff. You gotta like this from Australia as well. They got 5 kills. You know, they got a player in the later into the game, kind of survived a little bit, got some extra placement points.
Yeah, I think Thailand played that one a lot better, and they were very unlucky with that first C4. Had that gone to plan, they would have been a much better situation going into that fight with Vietnam, but Vietnam were able to pick up those kills. So let's find out which Chinese player is going to get man of the match, and it's going to be xLeft. He's, as always, one of the best players in the world, has been now for a long time, and if anything, I think he'll be disappointed that he wasn't able to get more kills than that, but China took what they were given.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hopefully this is like the stepping stone for them to kind of start picking things up, and I know how much this event actually means to xLeft. You know, last year they had a horrible day one. I think it was like 5 or 6 points, something just absolutely garbage. And he was furious backstage. Like, normally the nicest guy will come and talk to you a little bit, give you a hug.
0 Punkten auf Platz 14 er rausgeflogen.
After that day last year. So this is an important event to him. He wants to win it this year. They want to take this home, especially taking it away from Korea on home soil would be really fun for them. Take a look at the total leaderboard. It's extended for Vietnam, bridging the gap between them and Korea, but China all the way up to 3rd off of that win.
Yeah, China rocket up to 3rd, but look at the gap between them and Vietnam. 72 points. 74 is what Denmark were able to get yesterday on one of the best days in PNC history. Vietnam, with another good game here, could be in Cloud 9 by the end of the day. Elsewhere, another few talking points. I think it's worth it. Even though Chinese Taipei, I think I've had a couple of good maps, they've still only got 9 points total over the course of the opening day. Norway struggling to get the form that they were able to get on the survival stage, showing how difficult things are going to get. But this is the last chance on day 1 for anybody to get points on the board. It's going to be Erangel again, and I'll tell you what, all these players know the difference winning the final map of the day can do to your mental going into the weekend.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, and at this point, a lot of the teams are probably thinking, can we slow Vietnam down? Is this possible? You know, they play such an interesting style. Again, one of those games where they're in it from the beginning until the end because they came in third party. The Pachinki fight, Thailand playing really well here again at PNC. Shouldn't be too surprising at all. I want to give a shout out to the Philippines, man. They're top 8 right now. They're playing great in their first opportunity, but one more game to go here today. One more Erangel to wrap up the final stage. Can Vietnam do any more damage? Can they extend this lead, or is somebody else going to challenge them? We're going to find out.
30 minutes.
Letzte Map des Tages. Match Number 6. Und ich hoffe, dass die Deutschen vielleicht mal ein bisschen aggressiver sein werden und ein paar Kills mit nach Hause nehmen.
And the players, they're right behind us. They can see those fans if they look up.
Absolutely. You're trying to give them some energy, trying to see if they could go back-to-back on Erangel like Vietnam did on Miramar. Definitely, I think, very possible. I am obviously a believer. This is my prediction, my team to win this thing, because I like who's on this squad. I think, you know, with the half 17, half Petrichor Road, you know, double duo that they're bringing, firepower there, ideas are good. You know, you've got solid leadership with Aches left. Should be very doable, and this is also going to be happening again, as Australia probably feeling good after that last one, but can the Philippines punch back?
Yeah, the question is, will Vietnam get involved like they did last time as well? It looks like they're a little bit further away this time around.
Drop von den Philippinen und Australien.
And I think
tatsächlich habe ich mir von Tiggelden ein bisschen mehr die ganzen Runden vorgestellt. Ich habe schon etliche YouTube-Videos von ihm gesehen und bin tatsächlich von der heutigen Leistung von ihm ein bisschen enttäuscht. Aber wir werden sehen, ob er doch noch mal ein bisschen was rausholen kann.
If it isn't accounted for, because it opens up extra angles, it opens up quick changes of direction when your teammates find an opponent for you to kind of capitalize on it, catch them off guard, or at the very least get trades. This is part of the equation, I think, why Vietnam also might not be interested in trying to third party this, is because Chinese Taipei was so close.
Is Solozzi trying to shepherd Mao Rush in towards the rest of Chinese? Is he trying to send them towards Tanvu?
I don't know, but that got real dangerous for a second for Mao Rush. Is Solozzi just going to hunt him down? No way, surely not.
Well, here Jia Wei's going to attempt to turn him around. Head-on collision here, and Solozzi, he is going to fall. And the Korean fans love that one, as Chinese Taipei's Leo on his farewell tour will get that kill. That was, they weren't even wearing seatbelts.
That's the most APAC stuff I've ever seen right there. That is just that region in a nutshell. So there was CJ doing some damage from that position, but couldn't find any knocks. Flood took a whole bunch, but now he's gonna get some healing through. Oh, but Algenbots has another roof, and Flood is down and out. You know, this is kind of one of those moments where Australia gets that early knock, and they're going to try to push it, try to finish what they start. Tiggleton going to get right underneath Algenbots' nose. Going to start boosting, trying to give himself that little bit of an extra edge in the fight. Rez did come through, though. Calves back up on his feet.
Monty down to 11 HP now. He's got himself a pretty fresh helmet, though, which will help. But Philippines, they've got the high ground. They're all up on top. They're trying to force these Australian players to positions they can't win. Wow, Vietnam, they lost the player, but within, what, 20, 30 seconds, he's going to get back and alive inside the game. Would have liked to have seen Chinese Taipei do a bit of trolling there and pick up that blue chip and take it with them for a run.
I'm a little bit surprised teams aren't doing a little bit more of that. I don't know if there's some setting I don't know about, but all right, Calbs, just looking. The problem for Australia right now is you're pinned. You're good. Any exit out of here is going to have to be you outplaying them. And this is going to be a tough fight for Monty. There's a couple different angles onto him, I assume. Oh, but what a swing from Luke. Perfect moment to strike. Tiggleton trying to use this opportunity, keeping himself quiet, keeping himself hidden. He's got it. He's got it. Oh, I thought he had it.
Second time though, why are you re-peeking that Algin bots? You don't need to. Tiggleton takes advantage, and now it's down to CJ and Tentrip. Downed players up on top of the roof. Tentrip will look to hold on the exit, but I think Australia are playing this one pretty well. No threatenings yet of a third party from anybody, so they're given room to breathe in this gunfight between the two sides. And the smoke now being thrown. Oh, that's a great knock from Tentrip on the
Saubere Schüsse, Tig
nasty stuff. Tig is probably like, oh, all right. I guess you hit those. That is pretty nasty. Calbs is gonna bleed out. Oh, CJ gonna find Monty there. All of a sudden, all down to Luke 12 in this fight, and Philippines is gonna win round 2.
Raus. Eliminiert als erstes Team.
I think we're going to go back. I think it'll be fun to keep an eye on. But for
Ja,
the
die sind
Philippines,
natürlich super happy, weil Ticken ist natürlich schon eine Hausnummer. Und da können die auf jeden Fall stolz darauf sein, dass sie dieses Team einfach aus dem Spiel genommen haben.
Pretty powerful tool if you can keep it healthy into the late game, especially if we go out into the forest, out in the open. It'd be really nice to have. DraftKings going to take down Marsalek. The struggles continue here for Poland today. In 15th place, just ahead of Chinese Taipei. Doman looking for some more damage, but not being given much. Cappy, though, is going to find his Capitan down.
Draußen regnet es gerade, obwohl die Sonne scheint. So ist er schon lange nicht mehr gesehen.
He extended a little bit too much. There's only 2 poles left standing, and Cappy will fall at the hands of DraftKings. Matchsters takes a ton of damage now too in Argentina. Well, they're just going to flood the players out to this position. They'll get it dealt with, and they'll go for the reses. The question is, do Norway, with the fact they know the 2 Argentinians are down, do they push? Or do you feel like the rest of Norway are just a little too far away to join the party?
I think it took a little bit too long. Just a hair late, and they knew that there had been time for those reses to get through. So instead, looks like they're just gonna claim. Oh, no way.
Da ist die C4-Bombe am Auto angebracht. Da wird rangefahren. Oh, das ist eine...
No! Took too long. He took too long, and Capitan is 1 HP, and the rest of Norway, oh, they're gone. They're gone.
So close.
He mistimed it.
Look.
That's the one thing. It's the BRDM's biggest weakness. Oh man. Okay. I think they figured out. I think they realized it's not safe. I don't know. I don't think they saw the Panzer, but if you see people there, you don't want to risk that BRDM.
Yeah, I think the Scandinavians need to maybe not use the C4s that often. It's not really worked all too well for them. And the captain goes down with his ship. Chris is going to go down the trick, but credit to James for staying on board the whole way there as well. But he didn't need to go that. It's 15 seconds.
Just miscalculation. Trick is disgusting with the AK.
Yeah.
He had that was a pretty decent long range spray on it. It's Chris. And just, well, I mean, up close and personal, the AKs make
round
easy.
2.
Intense is like...
It's round 2. It's round...
Oh, it's... Oh, no, it went too far!
Die Norweger, ich weiß jetzt nicht, was der Style gerade ist, aber mit 2 Autos reinzufahren, mit C4 angehaftet oder mit einem Motorrad, weiß ich jetzt nicht, ob im Turnier das so der Way ist. Dann lieber doch mal ein bisschen schießen. Weil der erste Versuch kann man verstehen, hat nicht geklappt. Aber dann nochmal, das ist ein bisschen übertrieben. Jetzt sind natürlich aus dem Game fast raus. Einer lebt natürlich noch, aber weiß ich jetzt nicht, ob die da nochmal dann geritzt werden können.
Yeah, they're rolling coal behind that. Just pushing forward. They've got a ton of space before they get even into the phase 1 circle, but that's A-okay, because that is the Chinese Taipei way. Oh, Himas in trouble. Sparking there. Had an opportunity to maybe get the knock, but couldn't find that last bullet. Santastico now curious about what's going on up on that mountain. Some teams gambling that this is going to go north over towards Zarki, north of North George. And there's a few teams up there, but this is down by the Himalayas proper, where Vietnam is just fanned out looking for info. Brazil setting up to try to make a crossing in the likely event that we end up going to the other side.
Yeah, a north shift here is just going to be bedlam for all these teams that are on the south. I think that there are avenues of access as Norway are eliminated, but the further east you go, the easier it's going to be to get in the circle. It's all well and good us saying that. We know that. The viewers at home, we can see the map do, but the question is, how much do these players know? Sparking looks like he's going to swim his way over, and this could be really good or really, really bad. He's going to peek at Cube Compound. He should realize pretty quickly that a team are locked into that position, and that circle shift is pretty much as was expected. But for USA, I don't know if being center of the circle this early is necessarily a good thing.
If it ends anywhere near that compound where Purdy Curdy is, it is good for them. If not, it's challenging to fight out of there. There is a ton of open space around this compound, so Purdy actually doesn't even know if this building's clear yet or not. Throws a stun to beta reaction. Posa drives right next to Xiaowu, and Xiaowu's like, hello, welcome, please have a seat. And you're out of the game for now. See if there's any response from Brazil, but Xiaowu now all on his own, can't take this fight. Trying to get on the other side of the fence in case there's some frags thrown out. Oh, Ming Ming! That is fast.
Yeah, the BRDM is here now too, and Brazil, this is not what you wanted in this situation. Your day one is about to potentially end, but Santastico, he's not done anything yet. He might, you know, this goes to show Santa works every day of the year, not just at the end, but we will see what he can do. This is really, really good from China though. As always, great at defending compounds whenever they find themselves in these situations. And yeah, look, they'll get the res off here too. They'll get XLF back on their feet. This is all bad news for Brazil.
And now you know where Sparking is. Some shots at Ming Ming. Ming Ming just waiting for these reses. No more frags for him here. He could have made short work of Brazil, but they do have a blue zone here. Is it going to get there? The Molly's on top of it as well. Oh, it's bad news, Bears. Aches left. Gonna find the flush and the knock. Sparking trying to do what he can. He's actually getting shot by Himas from afar. It's nice to try to find a different spot. Aches lift with Groza. Can't get the finish. Sparking trying to buy some more time.
Yeah, he'll get one, right? He might get one. What China's going to do now is they're going to rush send 3 players in to try to clear Sparking. He's trying to bait them to make them think he jumped outside. But yeah,
oh no.
Good molly. Sparking's going to erupt into flames. He'll dip into the corner once more as China look to deal with it. And this is the thing, Korea are the most interested spectators in the world right now. So Sparking gets a knock or two, you can bet yourself they're going to push in.
Oh yeah, Soul's licking his lips because it's the team right underneath them in the scoreboard as well. So if it is China, he is going to hammer down if possible. Otherwise, he's just going to watch for his opportunity to do some damage. Oh, poor Sparking. Yeah, he is just dealt with. That is a clean fight from China. Only suffered 1 knock through out of it. Oh, T-Bone took a headshot. Those are nice shots from Thailand. Kiss right there on the front lines doing work. Michael down as well, and the UK has to pull off.
Well, it's kind of ironic, right? Because UK are really well known at these events for holding bridge camps.
Wait, how did Vard get there?
It's magic, power of friendship.
Does he have a teleportation device?
Yeah, shout out to the old Sun Sisters name, right? The power of friendship was their slogan
That's
back in the day.
I miss Crazy Sam.
Oh, that's a long time ago, isn't it? But Vard, as long as this stays in George for a little while at least, he might be able to eke out a couple of placement points in this game, maybe find a kill. But for Team UK, it's been a less than successful day one here at TNC. Chinese Taipei, they managed to cross the bridge that wasn't being camped as they get everybody on board. Well, what about that for a shift for Argentina?
Sure. Yeah, you got your pick of the litter up there now. I think probably they're eyeing, you know, wherever Rybox is, if that's a position that they favor in terms of, you know, you can get close to the center of the circle, try to make that work. Have to see if that's what they choose. That's my guess. Or are they just going to maintain that wide split because they haven't seen anybody, they haven't heard anybody, so they're just going to wait until someone challenges them before they make a decision. That could also be what they're leaning into. Germany on the move towards the center. Indonesia was way out on the mountains that are to the west of North George. They're on their way in. you gotta, okay, so for what it's worth, you have to have a certain amount of speed to break those. I don't remember exactly what it is, but clearly not quite there just yet. Vietnam outside of the new circle. Denmark gonna fan out around the crashed airplane to the west of shooting range. USA just gonna have to hunker down. Korea, China driving right at them. Are they gonna do anything about this?
You could hear every time these teams get close together, you could hear the crowd picking up. Kurt gets a knock onto Vietnam. Delwyn was scouting out the compound. Did Delwyn, just in his sneaky little ways, think that he was going to rock up to a compound near the center of the circle and have nobody nearby?
That one I don't have a good answer for. I'm not exactly sure. Or, you know, if he was planning on driving by or trying something weird, but it didn't go his way no matter what it was. You can see Seoul still ready with that Panzer, knows that that BRDM is in play, saw it earlier. So he is going to be the one to look to spoil and ruin the prize that Lil Ghost has. Here he goes. Can he find the moment? Can he find the shot? This is tricky. That's almost perpendicular to him. He's going to have to find the timing. Lil Ghost turns around. Oh, that might have been his demise. It's perfect from Seoul.
Brilliant from Seoul, the Panzerfaust, the tank fist, wiping out Little Ghost, and the crowd loved that one. And Seoul, man, I think missing an event has really put a fire beneath him, because he is playing out of his skin. Vard in the blue, he'll go down to Thailand as Kiss will deal with, basically he's nearly dealt with the UK all by himself, and Korea, well, they can really begin the hunt. But you got Vietnam, Korea, and China all pushing in from that southeastern side, and now Philippines, who are having themselves a day, have got their eyes focused on Thailand.
Love this from the Philippines. Do some damage to Thailand as they try to escape, and then make your move from there. I mean, they're probably gonna have to fight again, maybe Chinese Taipei in their way. China, 3 players left. Gonna just be settling in here by that shack on the plateau. Trick. Okay, Thailand doesn't like it. I was curious if they were just going to try to swarm, but they're going to have to reroute.
Yeah, look, Chinese Taipei have fronted up alongside Philippines here, just on those hills north of George, as Chinese Taipei continue to up the aggression. Remember, they have a BRDM of their own. That'll be easily outdriven as Thailand will lose Jacob to Setsuna, as he will find another kill on the board for Indonesia. As apart from Poland, a lot of our survival series teams have been doing pretty well. You know, you look at like Denmark way up there at the top of the leaderboard. Germany are playing well. And obviously you've got a lot of love now for, I think, how Indonesia and Philippines have been playing. Average survival time, 15 minutes. Not the best as a full squad, but they're doing pretty well here. They're sitting in 8th spot. They've got the edge of the circle. Their big problem is Chinese Taipei, with the high ground looking down towards them when they leave this compound.
They were lucky to get out of that fight with Chinese Taipei as well as they did. I thought that could go a lot worse. Kiss, Seoul survivor, Thailand trying to maybe get the res there, but I'm not exactly sure if I don't see the device activated on the map, so couldn't quite get it for whatever reason. Germany just going to settle up center circle. This is dangerous. These dips like this with that much high ground around you, you just have to hope other teams are fighting and they never get the opportunity to look down. China also going to be gambling a little bit on that kind of similar idea, with the shack adding an extra layer of safety for them. Aches left with the Groza. Not something I would ever want to go up against. He is fearsome, especially given that level 3 gear, that level 3 helmet and vest. He is going to be deadly. And are they going to hunt Germany here?
They're going to extend at least and do some scouting work, right? They've got the shack and they're like, okay, nobody has shot at us yet, which means that we should be free up to this ridgeline. So they'll get there, they'll go for the res. Kiss, he should be able to put on that jammer pack, and there you go. Picks up the jammer pack, buys himself a little bit more time. Maybe now he'll go for it. Yeah, Ming Ming, he'll get that knock on the Zerath, and China now will hunt Mika. But that all came from the fact that nobody shot them. They knew this position was free to push up to.
Oh, Mika, though, able to answer back. Taking the Groza out of play. He hasn't taken much damage at all, and he's just backpedaling the blue zone there. And he hasn't been sussed out just yet, but the more noise that this fight makes, the more likely someone is going to show up and try to third-party it. You'd love to get Akeslap back up, get that level 3 gear, get that Groza firing. But Mika doing a wonderful job. He is completely thwarted this attempt from China. Oh, he spots Xiao Wu too.
Oh, he's very lucky that he didn't fall there. Usually Xiao Wu doesn't need a second opportunity to get a knock, but China, they've got the res. They're going to go fall back to their shack. They got their 1 point. And I think that they've just realized, as you said, the more noise you make in and around that area of the map, the more likely you are to bring attention your way. But look over the other side, Korea and Denmark getting close together. And what about that for a shift for Denmark?
Yeah, if they can just hold the line here in the trench, yeah, Kiss, okay, you got the res, but there was not much else you could do there, my friend. And even if the Thai players are coming back, there's nowhere for them to grab gear, nowhere for them to really land. So not much to be done off the back of that. Some long-range shots with the Mark 12 by Gumin. Try to keep the other teams at arm's length. Argentina going to be on the other side. Indonesia on top of Philippines again. Everybody here on this western side, they're going to have to grind it out to get into this next circle. All right, at least going to get the crate called in for a little bit extra help.
Yeah, what's he going to...
Lynx. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I love that, but here come the Philippines pushing up towards Indonesia now, at least as they play on the top of that hill. The crate will give even more information as Argentina move in towards the circle. Emi just claiming some ground for this team. And Indonesia, well, they're going to get on the move. Algenbot steps up and CJ combines, and they find the knock, and Trick will stay in the fight. He went for the level 3 gear. The level 3 gear might have just helped him. The nade thrown off to try catch him out. But Indonesia, they leave as Philippines pick up another point, which will be really helpful for them.
Yeah, great patience being shown, and Mika somehow, some way still alive. Takes a bunch of damage, and Indonesia gonna look to flush him out, and they will. Meanwhile, Chinese Taipei in a battle with Vietnam. Himas looking for the end. The BRDM is gone, no more safety, and what in the world was that? There's a good C4.
That's how you do it.
Lands right on top of China.
Are you watching Norway? The crowd go wild off the back of that one, and looks like USA, they have made a move now as well. They're pushing up onto this fight. DraftKing, look at this. Korea coming under the sword from Argentina. Raining and Salute are down as Seoul will fight back, but Gumin, the last player up. Now Korea will rush to try to get these reses, and they're going to get at least one because nobody has a line of sight. Capitan will try to deal with Seoul, but Gustav, hear the crowd. Denmark helping out Korea, getting that knock, and Gumin will get a couple of kills confirmed for Korea.
He goes and just starts stealing those. That's crazy. Seoul could be resable if Denmark doesn't reach out, but it looks like they are. So I think Seoul is going to be out of this game for Korea, but you still have plenty of firepower available. Meanwhile, the Philippines continue to harass. Gumin just gets shot right out of the vehicle. Gustav, fantastic with the mini.
Yeah, that's what Gustav can do, and now Salute is pushing this way. They're going to bring the fight to Denmark. Ketter can see raining off in the distance, but Salute will find Gustav. Ketter gets Salute down to 1 HP, and Salute gets Ketter back the other way. Both players 1 shot away from falling. This is a big, big fight for Korea as they look to catch Vietnam, and Ketter will go down to raining, and Korea, are they cats? Do they have 9 lives?
I don't know. Dolphy tried to wrap around him on the outside. Argentina busy now fighting the Philippines, who are just keen to take whatever battles in front of them. They're going to let the USA deal with the other side of things. CJ, though, immediately down by Rybox. Really nice stuff from him. So I don't think he has any idea that Dolphy's back here.
Yeah, Dolphy is back. Denmark get Beamy and Gustav back on their feet. So Ketter, the only player down, is Korea with 4 kills. But Tanvu, Vietnam, pushing up now. They've stepped into the crater that was made by the crashed plane, and Philippines will be the next team to fall. Beamy dealt with by Tanvu. Seoul now getting Dolphy as well, as Denmark are getting torn asunder here on the edge of the circle, and Argentina fully retreating inside their shack, but they need to move soon with the blue going to close in now.
I am so impressed that Korea is able to get this res onto Seoul, and he's putting the hurt down. Kickstart on his knees. The rest of USA now having to leave the safety of their buildings, is trying to march forward. Circle has left them just a little bit. Gustav's still alive here. MP5 in hand, a broken, nearly broken level 2 helmet. Tanvu being carried away. Himas really wants to get him back up and running. There's that Groza in his hand. Shrimsy able to deal with Capitan. Gustav afforded a crate as USA wants to flesh out that northern end, keep themselves a little bit safer on their flanks, open up the fight in front of them. You do have Xiaowu from China still alive, Gustav as well, 2 solo players in this, trying to fight their way through.
I'm curious as to what Xiaowu can do to the USA, right? He's all by himself. Has he managed to pull that one off? Have Vietnam gotten 2 players back into play? Now, it is dead, so I think that he might have. So Vietnam could be about to have every win, but again, the question is, where do they get loot? What are they going to have when they get boots on the ground? Ribo is going to pre-fire, thinking somebody might step in, but Argentina, it was a pleasure on day 1, and that'll be that for Xiaowu to kickstart making quick work, and it's a 4v3v2 as Team USA look to kick off their PNC in earnest, but Korea and Vietnam still battling it out right up at the top.
This is all about not giving freebies up as the USA. Try to corral the other 2 teams so that they fight each other first, and then you can come through with the win. You just want to use that extra advantage you have. Repair kit being used there. Get yourself a little bit more value out of those armors that you have. And it's just slow and steady. I mean, you have a ridgeline here as the USA. You don't need to really do too much right now. See where the next circle goes. Wait out Korea and Vietnam. See if they're going to fight each other. Purdy Curdy going to make landfall inside of the new circle. Get himself established just a little bit. Tanvu looking for the USA players, looking for that wrap. Korea, similarly, looking for Vietnam, trying to figure out where the hell they went.
Yeah, this is Vietnam, they've gone all the way to the south. I think Korea have realized there's no point chasing that just yet. Just keep an eye on what's going on elsewhere. You know that USA are on the other side of the circle. You know Vietnam are to the south. You have 3 players up. If your kill feed counting has been correct, which, let's be real, it's Vietnam, it's Korea, it's going to be. They'll know exactly who has what. They are going to just wait and see. In an ideal world for Korea, Vietnam goes so far south that USA open up that engagement that it opened up the door for them. But there's always the worrying factor that USA and Korea could end up fighting to the north, and that could deliver Vietnam a win too, depending on how much damage those 2 teams do to each other.
One of the difference makers that I've seen, just kind of as our observers gave us a nice view of some of the utility and what's available, is that Purdy Curdy had 3 frag grenades, widely known as one of the best in the world at getting value out of those frags. So that's what I want to see for the USA. I want to see Kurt hit some bangers. Soul on the other side of this rock. Kurt, I don't know if he saw him or not, and if they did, they don't really want to fight this. I think they're just trying to figure out exactly what the zone of control is that Korea has, and then try to maybe set up, you know, a player or 2 there to make sure that Korea can't wrap around their northern end. And then you got to figure out where the heck Vietnam went. Vietnam is just going to tuck along the edge. They're trying to play for the win. They're trying to play this out. Let Korea and USA do damage to each other. It's just kind of a game of tic-tac-toe here. Who's going to kick things off first? Who's going to find that first knock? Kick is going to upgrade to the MG3. That's more level 3 gear for them.
Yeah, you said it. I call him quarterback Kurt. That's how good he is with those nades.
I like that.
But on the other side of it, you've got Soul, who has proven today he is every bit as good with a nade in his hand. Vietnam completely disengaged from this now, way off to the south, nowhere near Korea or USA. And I think that we had that little bit of tensions there between USA and Reining has said, I think it's better to stay in the cover, and Kickstart will fire the first shots in anger of this phase. And look at that for a circle. The dip that Korea are playing now by the plane crash is not longer really in play.
Yeah, just a sliver of it available for Soul, and that's about it. So now you got to figure out other solutions. It's so tough because you just want to hold your flanks. You just want to make sure that extra team can't encroach on your territory and open things up. There's a Lynx in there as well for Shrimsy. So this is all kinds of level. I mean, this should be USA's games. By all rights, they have everything they need. They've got the level 3 gear. They've got the util. They've got the numbers. It's just, can they close this out? Like you mentioned, Seoul has quite a few grenades, though. They're swinging in towards Vietnam. Alo Purdy Curdy maybe about to make contact down there.
Yeah, we spoke about it. The 2 liquid players wrapping around with each other, but Himas will start firing this way. USA can't afford to have a player go down as Shrimsy will waste those all invaluable bullets for the Lynx. That might give Korea the opportunity. Look, Korea started the wrap this way. They want to turn USA into the team in the middle of the fighting. Nobody wanted to be the team of the... Here we go, Shrimzy. Tan Vu has had his head removed from his shoulders, and the fans love that one as well. And look at Salute, he's wrapping around. Does Shrimzy? No. Salute with a nade. He's going to pull the pin, he's going to throw it up. This could be huge for Korea.
The grenades looking to be on point, but Shrimzy gets away just in time. Some smokes that come through. Maybe they had just heard some of that jumping. Himas has an opportunity, but he is very, very weak, and now Seoul is looking for him as the USA tries to finish what they started. They can. Kick is going to get Himas down, so third place, it's a 3v4. The United States looking to claim their first chicken dinner at PNC. A nice headshot from Seoul.
Yeah, that's big because that forces one player out of the fight momentarily. Shrimzy, be careful, that does not flatten you. As it started to, it tried to, it wanted to roll this way. But center circle is locked down by Korea. So USA have the numbers, but Korea have center point. And you can see them trying to turn that spot into a fortress. Seoul with a headshot on the kick once more. But this nade from Shrimzy. Alo gets the opener though. It's a 2 versus make it a 1. Kurt gets the knock onto Salute, and Raining is all by himself. And USA here with a USA man on the mic might be about to get the win paper.
Yeah, oh, look at all this util. He walks right to the molly. This is GG. Well done by the United States.
Die Amis haben es richtig gut gemacht.
End game, isolating the fight against Vietnam and then turning on Korea and making short work of them.
And another one of the favorites for the tournament get a win on the last map of day 1. And they needed that. Had USA not been able to pick up a double-digit point game there, they would have been a long, long ways off the top. They're still far away from Vietnam, but they needed that. And to be honest, it's the first time we saw what looked like...
Jawollo, das war's heute gewesen mit dem ersten finalen Tag. Wir hatten etliche spannende Games dabei gehabt und die Deutschen waren sehr gut, die ersten Games, haben gute Punkte geholt, sowie auch Platzierungen. Doch die letzten 2 Games wurde es leider nichts daraus, aber wir haben ja noch ein paar Tage übrig, also haben sie noch die Chance, sich zu beweisen in den nächsten Games. Und ja, ihr könnt ja gerne mal in den Kommentaren schreiben, für welches Team ihr seid oder welchen Lieblingsspieler ihr habt. Da bin ich echt mal gespannt drauf. Und somit würde ich sagen, schön, dass ihr eingeschaltet habt oder noch einschalten werdet in YouTube. Und wir sehen uns morgen wieder.